Good morning, everybody. We are here for round 7 of the HKRC Club Championship, including the TKM Festival and the Tyro O Plate. There you can see some of the drivers on our grid already. Get ready for the first race, the cadet groups. My name is Charlie Ellis, and I'm missing my partner in crime, Chris. He's off doing something else. So you're gonna have all me today to take you through all the action here today. So we're just waiting on our first cadet group, the Heat 1 to go out. Drivers just getting ready there. So, where are we racing at today? We're at Kimbolton Circuit, first established in 1959. The drivers will be going through a 1,050 kilometre track with many straights and many corners to fight their way through. Watching the practices this morning, it's been very interesting. Some of the corners look very damp. This track has gotten very damp very quickly. It was raining overnight, so these drivers having to try and get used to the circuit. The whole purpose of the 3-lap practice is to get used to the track and get used to their karts once again. So yeah, so this is going to be very interesting. Here is the grid for your first race. So Jensen Darlow will start on your pole spot from Teddy Higgs, Harry Knight, Finley Beals, Ruda Cornenuth, Otti May, James Derricks, he's high up in the championships, watch out for him. Mason Munzer, Lewis William Mabs, Ollie Knox, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Jackson Heath, Harry Grant, George Weldon, Kevin Ivanoff, Sawyer Henderson, Riley Blakemore, Elliot Bork, Ed Spain, Shay Hilton, Theo Hamilton, and Edward Munns rounds out your grid. So the Micro Maxes have just gone out on circuit. The Hondas will be coming out shortly, so you can just see the Micro Maxes just taking their time around the circuit because they need to learn how the track is going to be. I mean, the track will be changing every lap as the grip comes to the circuit, and you can see the drivers just warming up, getting the tyres ready, getting the engines, heating the engines, and they'll be starting to slow down, getting ready for our first race. So Jensen Dashaw will be on our pole spot as they come around the final corner. This will be the start for the Micro Maxes and the start to the day for round 7 of the HKRC Club Championship. Oh, we go. No, not just yet. It's a full start, so they're going to have to go around again, and that'll mean the other drivers will have to go around again as well. So they've done quite a good job here to keep all the drivers spread apart. But yeah, the drivers will have to go around again. So obviously something hasn't gone right there. You can see some of the marshals stipulating to slow down a bit. Maybe they'll go in a bit too quick and didn't get in line. So the Hondas now just being waved round. They will have to go again. So it's a real good chance here to have a look at the track and some corners here. I mean, it's a really technical circuit, especially the second sector they're going through now. The Dan Weldon Complex, such an iconic corner where you have to try and carry the speed through and not, lose the rear at all. It's very hard to get right, but when you do get it right, it feels good. It feels good. So as they come round the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton corner, the final corner of the circuit, we're going to get ready to try and hopefully go again for the second time. Here, there's the marshal stipulating you need to slow down a bit more, get into those tram lines, and hopefully we're going to be going racing soon. And yes, we're off and away down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. There's a driver on the inside. That's the 63 of Harry Knight. Gets into the lead. So a good start there for Harry Knight. I think Teddy Higgs has followed him through as well. So good job there by the driver of the kart 63. You can just see on your small screens there, the Honda Cadets are getting away. Let's see how they get on into turn 1. But on your screens, Harry Knight has done a good job to get into the lead. On your Hondas, that's a good... wow, Kevin Ivanoff round the outside there. That little white car. Oh, there's a couple of drivers getting tangled up there. Couldn't really see what happened there. But I think Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has taken the lead in the Hondas. Back to the Micro Maxes. There it is, the driver of Harry Knight. So as they come round to start to finish lap 1, let's see where everyone is. So as the update, Harry Knight is your pole man. Finley Beals just behind. He's really trying to find a way through. Jack Harmer, you can just see on your small screens there into the last corner, has got a good gap already. It's about half a second already, so a good start. Oh, and Micromaxes, let's go back to them. Finley Beals is into the lead, so good job. Oh, runs a bit wide. Is that going to be an opportunity for Harry Knight to get on the inside? Yes, it is. And watch out from behind, because James Derevics is right on them, and James is quite high up there in the championship, so he's going to be trying to maximise all the points he can on your Hondas. Jack Harmer's doing a good job there to hold on, but he's going to have to watch out because he's got Ed Spain right behind. So Jack Harmer, the K-plate driver, so he's obviously done well here because he's managed to take the win last time out and get that K-plate. But back onto your micros, it's a good battle going on here between Finley Beals and Harry Wright. Gonna have to see how this one plays out. I mean, this is the corner we were talking about before, Derek's corner, where it's a bit slippy onto the entry, so many drivers are losing it throughout practice, and they're going to have to watch out for when they go through every lap. The track will always be changing, so it's just about trying to find that adaptability where you can maximise over your competitors. So this has been a good fight. Oh, there's a couple drivers squabbling in the Honda in the Honda 200s. As Kevin Ivanov, I've just seen out my window, he's very far behind, so he's had a lot of work. He needs a lot of work to try and catch up to the pack. But on your Honda Cadet screen, I think there's a change for the lead there. I think either Ed Spain or Riley Blakemore has gotten into the lead. So Jack Harmer's had a bit of a struggle there, and he's lost his lead. So problems there, and he's actually dropped back a few more places. So this has not been the best of times for the driver of the K-play, Jack Harmer. So it's actually Riley Blakemore who's gotten into the lead. So a good job there by Blakemore, and that Ambition Motorsport car has managed to get his way into the lead in the Honda 200. And it looks like right behind is Theo Hamilton. So he's done a good job there to get into second. On your Micromax screens, it looks like Finley Beals is pulling quite a bit of a gap already. He's done a good job in those last couple of laps. Let's see what the gap is. It's a 1.3 second gap, so he is absolutely on it at the moment. So some good battles going on our screens here, and obviously some drivers really taking to the circuit and knowing where the grip is more, because this track is going to be changing in the next few heats, and I think you'll be able to see on your screens just the speed difference they can carry through the corners when they know the grip is there. I mean, these drivers have to trust the kart so much because, you know, they're putting themselves on the line, and the kart is the only thing that's going to be saving them. So yeah, good battles going on in both of the races here. On your screens, on the main screen, the Honda 200s. That's actually Ed Spain who's into the lead. So my apologies, Ed Spain into the lead, but Theo Hamilton is really closing in, head down, trying to get all the aerodynamics he possibly can. And will this be a move into the last corner? He has a look, but thinks better off it. You know, it's just a heat, so it's you can't risk too many opportunities. There's a good battle behind. I think that was Elliot Bork, who's doing a good job there in fourth. He's having to battle off from Sawyer Henderson, and them two are really on it. Back to your normal screens, and maybe it's just a move for Theo Hamilton into Derek's corner. He gets the kart stopped, gets it done. Good move there by Theo Hamilton. Runs a bit wide on the exit. This is a perfect opportunity for Riley Blakemore to catch back in. He has a little look, but Dan Weldon is a very hard corner to overtake at. So he's done a good job there to keep back, and you know, there's always going to be another opportunity. And Blakemore's just going to have to try and find it. He has the look into the final corner. Can't get it done. Theo Hamilton really throws it in there, trying to carry as much speed as he possibly can. And he's going to have to watch out behind, because there's quite a group of drivers coming into this. It's be the battle for third. So that'll be Riley Blakemore, Elliot Bork and Sawyer Henderson. We're going to try and work their way into the back of the top two in the Honda 200s. But on your small screens there, the Micromax, Finley Beals, he's doing a good job there to manage his gap from Harry Knight. And Harry's going to have to watch out because he's got James Durovic right behind him. Actually, a move. So Theo Hamilton, we watched him into Derek's corner. He was a bit slidey. And Riley Blakemore, he got onto the back of him and nearly went for that move. It was very close, side-by-side action. Do they not know it's the first heat, or are they going out for the final? They are really going at it here. Riley Blakemore just behind Theo. I wonder if they're going to start working together now, because they can see the three behind trying to close in, and maybe it's, you know, it's a perfect opportunity just to see who you can work with, see who your enemies can befriend, and these drivers are going to work together. I mean, if Riley does see that opportunity to go for the move without wasting much time, then he will have a look, but he's going to just try and hold his time. Sorry, Ed Spain, my apologies, not Riley Blakemore. There's a move on your small screens there in the Micromaxes. That was a good move by Harry Wright on James Durovic, so they're having a good battle, and that'll be the battle for second place in the Micromaxes. And Finley Beals, see on your small screens there, that Synergy kart is really starting to pull a gap. I mean, he had a gap for a few laps, but it's just building and building. 1.5 seconds already. So this has been a good start to the day here, the first heat for our cadet groups, and it's been a real blast. Riley Blake, Ed Spain, my apologies, on the inside of Theo Hamilton, gets the move done, and that was a good move by the number 72. So that will put him into the front spot. There's two drivers on your small screens there. That's the battle for second place still, with Harry Knight, my apologies, and James Durovic. They're side by side. James Durovic on the outside, has a little look, but he can't really get it done there. That's quite a hard opportunity to make some moves. Harry Wright is going to try and extend the gap now, and this is a good battle for the Hondas. Ed Spain, my apologies, having to defend quite hard from Theo Hamilton. He has a look, does Theo, but he can't get the move done. We might have to focus on this battle quite a bit, because he's getting quite close now, and the timer has struck 0. So soon the last lap board will be coming out. Well, I should say that it'll be the checker flag soon. So they're already on to the final lap, and right in the final corner in the Micromaxes does come Finley Beals. He'll take the first win of the day here at Kim Bolton for round 7 of their club championship. James Durovic in second, and Harry Wright rounds out your top 3. But this is a battle we need to watch on our screens, and it looks like Ed Spain is just going to hold on to this one. He comes around the final corner, Kim Bolton corner, and he comes across the line, and he'll win in Honda 200s. A good drive there by Ed Spain, who had to battle it out with Theo Hamilton. Both drivers make up good places there. Theo Hamilton up 10 places and Ed Spain up 9, so they've had to work their way through the grid. There's a driver, whether is he angry or... I think that was Elliot Bork. I think he was a bit angry with himself. Maybe he got caught up in that start procedure, but that was a good way to start off the day here at Kim Bolton. Round 7 of the club championship, including the TKM Festival and Tyro O-Plate. There in your screens you can see the KZ karts getting ready to go out for action. They're going to have the standing starts, which are always very exciting. So the next race coming up, KZ UK. So these drivers are going to have to battle it out. It's actually a really good KZ grid here today. Got about near on 20 karts out, so the drivers will have always have someone to fight with. Here's the grid then. So Jason Baker lines up in your pole spot from James Harvey, Nico Piccoli, Bio Phillips, Richard Palmer, Nick Aitken, Bradley Calder, Jake Baker, Daniel Sabula, Isaac Smith, James Beecroft, Ryan Green, George Barker, Sylph Guinness, Kilmas, Bailey Rigsford, Mark Keane round out your grid. So a mixture of drivers in this one, and it's going to be very exciting. I mean, these are random grids, and I'm always a fan of random grids. I'm not really a qualifying person, so the random grids, it gives you that opportunity to fight for those wins. And if you know how to, use your racecraft correctly, you don't really need to have the pace. You can just, go at it and have a chance of getting some good results. So these drivers getting given the 2 formation laps is sort of a safety standard that these drivers get it, because they're extreme speeds. I mean, these guys are doing over 100 miles an hour easily as they go down this back straight. So you can just see there, you have to open the tyres out and use this little cut through. That will just be as a safety term, and also gives them an opportunity to get the speed out. The 6-speed gearbox on these karts, and it's it wakes you up in the morning, doesn't it? So these drivers now slowing down, getting ready to go for their first heat of the day. So you can just see there, that's your poleman, Jason Baker, going side to side, you know, trying to get that tyre temperature. Really important, especially in these type of karts, because you need the grip to stop. So as they come down, obviously the standing start, so they'll get formed up into their grid spots. You can just see them there doing a little practice start. So you know, it's sort of like an F1 level. You'll see them, you know, pulling up maybe, you know, a few yards back and you know, trying to use the clutch, see if they get that biting point right. You know, there's many aspects that go into these sort of starts. There you can see them all piling up, and my commentary box is shaking right now from all the drivers revving up, getting ready to go. So Jason Baker on the inside there, number 38, my apologies. Watch out for him. This is going to be very exciting. We've got drivers like the K-Plate, Isaac Smith, who's going to try and work his way through. He was very quick yesterday, and he's got some work to do from where he's starting. But let's get ready to go racing here at KZ UK. This will be their first heat. Revs to rise, and they let go, and they're off. So a good start by, an awful start by Jason Baker. Who is that into turn one? Could that be Buell Phillips, who's got his way to second place? They tumble their way round turn one. Couple drivers running wide, but it's been a good start by the driver in second place, James Harvey. He's got himself into the lead, and is this a move for the lead? It's going to be very close into turn one, but, you know, he's got to buy the time. Oh, no! It's all gone wrong here in KZ UK. The drivers were not getting the kart slowed down for the corner, and it's kart 7-2. 7-2, James Beecroft. James Beecroft started down in 11th place, and it's made his way into first. My word. Call that a good start, would you? My word. So I don't know what happened going into the Dan Weldon complex. I mean, it's a very hard braking zone for these KZ karts. You know, they go in at very high speeds, about 100 miles an hour, and they obviously did not have the grip to get the car stopped. I mean, these karts have front brakes as well as rear brakes, but problems there for the KZ UK karts. Thankfully, all of them have kept going, but James Beecroft, up 10 places, takes the lead. Phillips has made his way into the final podium spot. So multiple problems here. Jake Baker had some problems as well. He's in 12th place. Down into turn one there. So the slippery surface flags are out. So the drivers are being stipulated by the marshals that, you know, you've got to bide your time here. That, you know, the track isn't to the standard where it's safe. So yeah, these drivers, yeah, you can just see them really slowing down early. They need to bide their time coming into the Dan Weldon complex. You can see them having to use a curb just to get the car rotated. Daniel Sabula made it into the lead of the race. Did not see that coming. Daniel Sabula, number 12 car, always missed the gear. So James Beecroft had a little bit of an opportunity there. Could have had a look of getting the win, of getting back into his first spot. Daniel Sabula missing a gear there. There's some battling going on. I think I just saw Jason Baker in there, who's had a really rough start. Yeah, he's dropped down 11 places into 12th. So that hasn't been the best start. And there's some drivers off. So I wonder what's happened there. And are we missing James Beecroft? What has happened to James Beecroft? The 72 kart, he's had a brilliant start, but I can't see him anywhere. Daniel Sabula is still there in first, and right behind him has gone Buell Phillips. What has happened to James Beecroft? So, confusion here at KZ UK. What has happened to the driver who had a brilliant start? And he's now, what I can see on your screen says, down in about past the top 10. So, problems for James Beecroft. I did not really see that on your screens there. So, obviously, there's some issues he's just had. Who has made his way into third place? That is Richard Palmer. Richard Palmer is doing a good job in the championship so far. He's right on the tail. He's actually in second place. He's got some points to make up from Daniel Sabula, who's actually leading the championship. 557 points go to Sabula. Palmer sat down 442, so he's got some work to make up. But these little consistent results will always help with the championship. You know, I know there's some drivers who have been that consistent. They may have never got a podium or a win, But being that consistent and, you know, finishing every race is the most important, can actually win you championships. So these drivers may be thinking at this point, you know, do I need to make this move for my championship? Will this help me or not? So, oh, this is Björn Phillips right behind Daniel Sabula. Nearly had a little look there into the Dan Weldon complex. But you can just see, I mean, especially with Phillips, the amount of control he's needing to have on the kart just to get it stopped and turned. It's a real workout, these KZ karts. You've got a lot of things to think about here. You know, the gears, and obviously when you have to change gear, you need to come off the throttle. And oh, spinner! Spinner for Richard Palmer! Some problems there for Richard Palmer, and Phillips had a problem as well. So these drivers are really struggling to take to the circuit here at Kimbolton. And oh, actually, I'm looking out my window. Is it raining here? So I know that at this point, there's about a 40 or 50% chance of rain. So these drivers have got a lot of work to do now. Slicks in the wet is never easy, especially if you're in a junior Rotax or a senior Rotax kart. Never mind a KZ kart. Watch Daniel Sabula going into this last corner here. He just can't stop. He's having to use the curb to rotate. But this is going to be very interesting. Richard Palmer has done a good job there. He's got himself into second place. So there's Phillips. He's battling with James Beecroft. So Phillips had an awful lap. And oh, there's a driver there in third. He's had some problems. He's just about got the car stopped. That's one of our novice drivers. So that is that's a really good job there by Bailey Riggersford. So that is the beauty of slicks in the wet racing. Anything can happen. And we've just seen, I mean, do these drivers know it's the first heat? I mean, this has been such an exciting race so far. Daniel Sabula has done a brilliant job, I have to say. 2.5 second gap. He is absolutely on it. He's just about holding on. You can just see he goes into every corner, full on understeer, and round the final corner, here's the checker flag. So Daniel Sabula wins a chaotic race here in KZ UK, wins the first heat. Brilliant stuff there by Daniel Sabula. That number 12 kart will do his championship very good, I have to say. Richard Palmer into second place. He's had a good race, a little spin now and then, but you know, that's just the beauty of slicks in the wet driving. Isaac Smith has made his way into third, so he started off in 10th, so a good drive there by Isaac Smith. And Ryan Green, who finished in 4th, the 97 car, made up 8 places. So there's a lot of drivers in these, you know, slicks to wet conditions who just know how to find the grip and know when to get the kart moving. Bailey Rigglesford, he had a good race there, had to drop to 5th at the end, so he's had some problems there. There's one of the drivers. He finished near the back, the 73 there, Mark Green. So, I mean, these drivers did a good job in itself, just to, you know, keep going. That was just a brilliant race, you know. Big round of applause. I'd probably have to go to KZ UK for those, for that brilliant driving. I mean, you can see how hard the conditions were going into Dan Weldon, where they just went straight on and couldn't get the car stopped. But brilliant drive there by KZ. Real hats off. So next race coming up, X30 Senior Rotax 177s. So these drivers, what would they be thinking right now? They're all sat there waiting. So will they be putting wet tyres on, or will they be going out on slicks? This is the grid. Noah Ulbston is on your pole spot, from Natalie DeBeck, James Henson, Oliver Pilliker, Aaron Lask, Oliver Harris, Alex Jones, Josh Jones, my apologies, and Matthew Morgan. Round out your first 4 rows. Tristan Powell, Jack Dan, Katie Ashman, Morgan Hill, a late entry. He's going to have some work. Tiger Dixon, Barney Morton, Alex Jones, Stavros Asphanopoulos rounds out your first grid. Simon Pugh, Alfie Bray, Jimmy Galloway, Scott Clee, Sam Dickens, Chris Emerson, James Butcher, Josh Bash, Matt Lear, Simon Hilton, Joshua Gollin, and Lee Todd round out your grid. So we got a strong grid of Rotaxes here. Rotax 177 have done a good job to get a bunch of karts. There's a few drivers stipulating there, so I don't really know what's going on there. But multiple karts are missing, so I don't know whether these karts will be on the grid ready to go. I mean, some of the drivers may have put those wet tyres on a lot earlier. Some people doing it very, very last minute. You can just see karts getting dropped down. One kart going up, Tristan Powell. So was he on slick tyres? We'll have to wait and see. I can hear the shouts and growls coming from the grid, from my commentary box, and I'm quite a far way away. So controversy here at Kimbolton. The rain has come down and it really throws it about. So, I mean, I'm looking outside my commentary box now, and the track is gotten really wet. So, yeah, it's definitely not slicks in the wet conditions anymore. I mean, the KZs are very unlucky to got it when they had. So, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race, actually. Multiple drivers in this have a really good chance of doing well here. I mean, let's have a look at our championship standings so far. So it's actually Josh Jones that leads the way. He's got 580 points, but right behind him, Jack Dan. This is a good battle to watch out for. 7 points separates the top two. Tristan Powell sat there on 554 points. So he's there or thereabouts, but he's going to have to watch out because he's got Morgan Hill in 4th place in the championship. He's got 552 points, so 2 points separates the final spot on the podium for the championship. And throughout the grid, there's loads of championship battles going on, but the championship lead is on tails right now. There is a couple drivers who could have the chance of doing well here. So we're currently waiting here. Senior X30 and the Rotax 177s are about to go out soon. But yeah, you can just see some drivers there having to change tyres. I think now it becomes a sort of a safety hazard that, the track is really wet. You can't let the drivers out on these slick weathers because the difference between a slick tyre and a wet tyre is, there's massive amounts. You have to, obviously the tread on the tyre, how hard the tyre is. The wet tyre is really built for taking impact, over the curbs, and obviously when it's hitting the water and trying to aquaplane, tyres do take a bit of a battering. So yeah, the slick tyres definitely not built for wet racing. But in other words, the wet racing isn't built for dry racing. Really burns out the tyre. You'll be sliding all over the place. There's a good shot of the circuit. Brilliant job there by the cameraman. You can see a perfect shot of the circuit and a lovely backdrop to go with it. So yeah, the Kimbolton committee have really done a good job of looking after the circuit. You see, we've got new barriers in. Marshall posts have been looked after. There is the 93 on your screen. So that's Aaron Lask. So Aaron Lask there, he's not far up in the championship, but he's been really strong and dominant. And there's multiple drivers having to change tyres. So 93 there on those wet tyres. So I can see most of the drivers here going for that wet tyre. But I think it has stopped raining. So it's going to be interesting to see who goes to the wet tyre, back to the slick tyre. There's some good shots here. That's number 42 on your screens. That's James Henson. So I think it's first time to the circuit here. So he's got it all cut out for him on that Mick Barrett racing kart. Just behind, you can see some of the Pro Train drivers. That's Marcus Harris. Oliver Harris, my apologies. So he's going to get ready to go out racing soon. But this is always cool to watch. It's not really sort of an F1 pit stop where it's, you got 20,000 guys on it and they all change a tyre in, a second and the car's off. This is really, you see it there, Dad and Lad. So, Dad and Lad and their four tyres, change it over, just take a minute or two, but, they're going to be going at it. You can just see there, some of the drivers, some of the mechanics behind, rushing to get those tyres on. That's Tristan Powell's car, and you see the driver himself. So, some of these drivers, not just drivers, mechanics as well. So if they ever have to take up a backup plan. And it's also really good here. I mean, you can see there, that is another driver. And helping, that's one of another driver's mechanics. Actually helping the driver get the tyres on. So it is a really good community, this. Karting can be a really good community. And that's always the most important thing. We're all here to have fun. You don't want to be don't want to take it too seriously. Obviously, this is a professional sport, so we do have to take it professional to an extent. So there's some of the marshal posts there. These backdrops are awesome, I have to say. The cameramen are doing some brilliant work, as always, as TNL Sports do. If you do like this, like the streams, make sure you give a like. Make sure you subscribe to TNL Sports. We do cover a lot of racing, a lot of bike racing, which are always fun to watch. And yeah, make sure you subscribe to TNL Sports. Give it a like. Share it to a friend. So I think it's also a really good time to go through some of our sponsors here. So Class and Motorsport, Talk Racewear, iZone, as a drama performance, Easy and Elegant Weddings, and Innsbury Plant Hire. So they are all our sponsors for this weekend, as well as Talco, who are helping present the TKM Festival. So Talco do a lot on the engine sides of the TKM racing. That actually really helps it become affordable and keeps it quite a fair playing field. So there's some of the drivers getting in their carts, and getting ready to go racing. There's 42 checking their tyre pressure, because the tyre pressures in racing do make a big difference. Just half a pound of PSI in or out can make a real big difference to how the tyres perform over the race. So it's going to be quite a struggle to get the temperature right. It's always hard to get the pressure right in the tyre. But that is the beauty of the sport. You know you've done well when everything is right, because that's when the results show. So yeah, there's some of the drivers on your screen. The 84 there, our championship leader, Joshua Jones. There he is on your screens. His dad there just checking the tyres over. Josh is a very, very good driver. He's definitely has grown a lot in the last year or so. He's really improved as a driver. And obviously is showing, because he's leading the championship by a few points. It is very close. Obviously the top four here, separated by about 30 points, which is incredible. Especially as we're, 7 rounds in, and a lot can happen in just one round, never mind 7. So a little bit of a stop here, just so our drivers can get onto them wet tyres. Obviously, it's a sort of safety hazard that the drivers are on the correct tyres. Obviously, the track has gotten really wet, and you don't really want a slick tyre on these sort of conditions. So a good job here by the Kimbolton team to give them the time. And there we go. That's all the senior X30 drivers getting in their karts and ready to go racing. So soon enough, we'll be going racing for our senior X30s and Rotax 177s.
Yes, probably. Although it's still letting me peruse the interwebs and whatever. It's not... Maybe I just blocked you.
Right then, so the gate is opening, and the senior X30s are heading out onto circuit. So the Rotaxes get a bit held back so they can have their own race. So the senior X30s are now out on circuit, and it is a wet track, but the sun is out. So let's see how long it takes for this track to dry up. There's a driver having problems there. I wonder if that was Natalie Debeck. So these drivers are going to use this first lap, this formation lap, to learn the track and see how the track is feeling. I mean, there you go. Oh my word, it's a spinner for the leader. So that's Noah Alpston, who was trying to learn the track, and he's done it the wrong way. Getting it very sideways and has spun out. So that is not a good start for the driver who is supposed to be starting on that pole spot. Well, this is going to be interesting here. So our first row will actually be James Henson and Natalie Debeck. So what will happen here? Let's go into our tram lines. Let's see if we can get going racing the first time out, and we're off. So down into turn 1 is going to be James Henson, who will be there on the inside, but Aaron Last, he's had to go over the curb. Oh no, this is a big accident. My word, Aaron Last could not get the car stopped, had to go flying over the first curb and has hit that very, very wrong. Multiple drivers out, I hope they are okay. As the Rotaxes are starting now, they're going to have to watch out for the drivers at turn 1. So let's go back to our seniors. Let's see what's happened. So Oliver Harris, my apologies, has taken the lead of the race. Morgan Hill into second place. What a start he's had. Casey Ashman has made his way into the podium places. So, my word, it's been a very, very eventful start here. But it's the 177s there on your small screens. They've got off to a good start. I see Alex Jones there was going a bit wide. He's kind of lost a couple places there. Back to our senior X30 action. On the inside goes Morgan Hill. He tries to get the car stopped. Just about gets it stopped. But Oliver Harris on the inside after turn 2. Will he get the car stopped? Yes, he does. But can't make it through on Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill's had a good start. He's made it quite a few places up. So good stuff there. Who's that closing in right behind? I think that's Tiger Dixon. So he's also had a good start, but you can just see these drivers on the wet tyres, they have a lot more grip than you could have saw with the KZ karts on your small screens there. Some of the Rotaxes, 177s, having a good battle. Morgan Hill running very wide, so he's definitely using all the circuit. There's a good battle for your 177s. Is that Alex Jones, I can see, so he's having a good battle. He's battling with Sam Dickens and Alfie Bray, it looks like. So they're having a good battle. Yellow flag to turn 1. Katie Ashman couldn't get the car stopped. So Katie Ashman, who's in second place, has gone off at turn 1. So it's been a very, very chaotic start. So what happened there with Katie Ashman? She went into the corner and I thought she could get it stopped in time. Maybe she was carrying a bit too much speed in. So yellow flags out at turn 1. I think she was able to get back onto the circuit. I think that is for another driver. Oh, I think that's Sam Dickens. So Sam Dickens, who was up there at the start of the race, he's had problems in the Rotax 177s. This has been a very, very chaotic first start to the day. So Alex Jones, there he is on your small screens there, that JDR kart. He has got many drivers behind him. He's got James Butcher, Alfie Bray, Joshua Gollin, and Simon Hilton, looks like. 57 there of Joshua Gollin getting on the inside of Alfie Bray. That was a good move. Oliver Harris there has had to drop to third place. Looks like Tiger Dixon has made his way to second place. So Morgan Hill and Tiger Dixon, both drivers, have made up 11 places. So if that doesn't explain chaos, then I don't know what does. On your small screens here, a good battle with the 177 drivers. It looked like one of them just went off there at turn 1. So obviously struggling at that braking zone into turn 1. You can just see there the number 43 there on your screens for the air kart team. That's Alfie Bray. Now he is right behind Alex Jones. So that'll be the battle for third. As right in front of them, they've got Jimmy Galloway, who's driving brilliantly. He's got Scott Clee to worry about, who's leading the way. Tiger Dixon there on your screens on the big screen. He's battling for second place. Alfie Bray's made his way through on Alex Jones. That's a good battle for the 177s. So Alfie Bray is really taken to the Kim Bolton circuit in the wet here. There is Scott Clee on your screen, so he's having a good battle with the X30 driver. So that X30 driver is James Henson, who's lost 12 places. So a driver who started near the top has had a few problems. So not the best start for the driver of the kart 42 there. On your screens, that's Scott Clee. He's had a good start to the race. So he's just, biding his time. Well, actually, my apologies. That's the 132, Jimmy Galloway on your screen. So Josh Clee, Scott Clee is miles gone, and you won't be seeing him anytime soon. That's for sure. Just Joshua Gollin. There he is, actually. Scott Clee on your screen. So yellow flags at turn 1. Scott Klee, he is driving through this grid. There's problems there for 54. That's Simon Hilton. So he's had some problems there. Simon Pugh, my apologies. There's a lot of action going on in this race. I'm struggling to keep up a bit. Back to the Senior X30 action. It's Morgan Hill on your screen. It's Morgan Hill who's taking the lead. And he's holding his lead very well. There's Scott Klee, who is driving through these Senior X30 drivers. It has to be said, he's already up 8 places, and he's just going through them one by one. So really good stuff there from Scott Klee. He's a very quick 177 driver, and he's doing very well so far. He's not up there in the championship. I think he's missed a few rounds, so that hasn't helped his championship at all. That's a couple of moves. That is Scott Klee on your screens, making a move on the inside of Oliver Pickler. So that was a good move. And Joshua Jones has made his way through as well. So 2 for the price of 1 there. And he's trying to find the wet grip where he's trying to find where the grip is on the circuit. So there's a good battle here. I think that's Jack Dan trying to find his way past Noah Olbston. So Noah has managed to find his way back up into 3rd. So the driver who had quite a rough start to the race there has managed to find his way back up. And in 5th place, Katie Ashman. So although having that problem at turn 1, not being able to slow down, has managed to pick herself up and has dragged herself back into P5. So a good job there by Katie Ashman, one of our female drivers. So these drivers are really having a good time out there. There is a lot of action going on, and it's definitely good to watch. The 1, 2, 3 down your screens, really fighting the car. Could definitely not want to be doing what he did on that formation lap. But that is the problem with trying to get the heat in the tyres, because that is how you get heat in the tyres. You have to throw the car about and be aggressive with it. But then there's that fine line of being too aggressive and throwing yourself off the circuit. Jack Dan is getting chased down by Aaron Lask, so that will be the battle for 4th. And Aaron Lask is trying to pick up as many championship points as he possibly can, because Joshua Jones isn't having the best race. He's down in 12th, so it's lost a few places. But there's one of the 177 drivers on your screen. Who is that? That is the 72. So he's about to be lapped. That's Chris Emerson. So he's had some problems on the last few laps. Here's a good battle going on. That's Simon Pugh. That's one of our 177 drivers. Getting lapped by Tiger Dixon. So Tiger did a good job there to get through. And the checker flag has gone out. So Morgan Hill will take the win in Senior X30. So that was a good drive by Morgan Hill. Tiger Dixon will finish in 2nd place. So Morgan managed to get a 2-second gap. Pretty impressive. And Tiger Dixon did a good job there. Up 11 places as well with Morgan Hill. Both drivers doing a good job there. Around at your top 2 places. Noah Olbson, a good recovery driver, has to be said. Get his way into 3rd. Jack Dan up 6 places into 4th. So he's had a good race there. Aaron Lask made it into your top 5, so good championship points for him. Kate Ashton, she's had a race of wonders. All went high to low, back to high. So she's had a good race, has to be said. Tristan Powell in 7th, Oliver Harris, and Scott Klee will take the win in the 177 class. So Scott Klee, 9th overall, has made up 11 places. So Scott Klee had, I bet you had a lot of fun out there. So yeah, Scott Klee wins it in the 177. Jimmy Galloway in 2nd, followed by Joshua Gollin, Lee Todd, Josh Bash. Rounds out your top 5. So these last couple of races have been very interesting, and it's been a really good start to the day, has to be said. The next race coming up, though, is Junior Rotax and Junior X30s. So just had to take a sip of water there. There's throat is already starting to go because it's just been absolutely chaotic these last couple of races. I can just see the green flag outside of my commentary box, which means we are ready to go racing for Junior Rotax. Now the Junior Rotax is They've had a really solid year. They've had a lot of drivers in all the championship. And yeah, there's a lot of battles going on for the championship. Joshua Smith and Joel Dixon Cohen are your top 2 in the championship. I don't believe Josh Smith is actually here this weekend, so this would be a really good opportunity for Joel Dixon Cohen to get as many points as possible. Harry Bartwood in third as well. He won't be here this weekend, so this will really shake up the championship if Joel Dixon Cohen can score some good results as the drivers go around. So yeah, I think it's time to have a look at our grid. So it's going to be George Phillips who starts on pole from Joel Dixon Cohen, Logan Hartshaw and Lewis Gilbert in your row 2. Ryan Rappim, Samir Poole, Ben Morgan, Deja Bennett, Lucy Wilden, Jack Cohen, Owen Drawbridge rounds out your top 10. And Dana Moore, number 41 car. Dana Moore, a brilliant driver, hasn't been out in a while, so watch out for him. There's some good drivers to watch out in this grid. Watch out for drivers like Mikey Walker as they go around. Will we go off first time? I think we do. So down into turn 1, let's see what happens. Joel Dixon Cohen takes the lead. Oh, a massive hit from behind. A driver going sideways. And a few problems there for some of our drivers. I think the pole man, George Phillips, has actually spun off. So that has not been a good start for the pole man. Jack Owen Drawbridge has made his way into first. So wow, a good start by Jack Owen Drawbridge. Started off in about 9th and has made his way into the lead. So we've seen this in the last couple of races here, where drivers who are in the mid pack have managed to make it into the pole spot. So a good job by Drawbridge there. Mikey Walker into 2nd place. So Mikey, who started off in about 14th place, I mean, this grid has been shaken up after only half a lap. We'll have to wait until we go around the first lap. We'll go around to finish the first lap, shall I say, and see where everyone is. So as we come across, it's Mikey Walker up 13 places, who takes the lead of the race. Jacko Drawbridge just drops behind Joel Dixon Cohen. Charlie Fgrave has made it to 4th place. My word, what a start it's been for him. Up 12 places. So the driver from Aircart, he's had a really rough couple of rounds, but he's kind of found his mojo again. And he's really, really improved over the years. He's only been karting for a short period of time. But Charlie Fgrave really showing it up here at Kimbolton. Joel Dixon Cohen is right behind Mikey Walker, but Mikey Walker, he's a strong driver, so it's not going to be the easiest kart to catch up. But let's have a look and see who else is making moves through the grid. Owen Keenan up 16 places, he's made his way into 6th. He's right behind Samir Poole now, so let's see what happens with that battle for 5th. There's so many drivers in this race who've made up so many places. Charlie Wolfer is up 18 to 10th. John Richardson up 12 to 11th. Archie Flint up 14 to 12th. So these drivers are really going at it here. The wet racing here, it really shakes up the grid. So anything can happen in karting and, you know, wet racing in itself. Joel Dixon Cohen, he's just trying to find where the grip is. He might be having to look at Mikey Walker's lines and see where he's going, see where he's finding the grip, because obviously it's working out for him because he's leading the race. So round the Kimbolton corner, it's been a good start here for the drivers. Charlie Fgrave battling with Jacko and Drawbridge. That's the battle for our podium spot. So Charlie Fgrave has made his way into 3rd. So a brilliant race this has been for Charlie Fgrave, that driver from Aircart. And he's really shown himself up. This has been a really good drive. He'll definitely be happy with this one. I know he used to be a driver I used to help out a lot when I used to work with him. He was really passionate. He really loves racing, and he really wants, you know, to work out a career in this industry. A really talented driver is Charlie Fgrave, and he can only get better. I'm for sure. So as they come through Kestrel Corner now into Kimbolton Corner, it's still Mikey Walker that leads the way. Joel Dixon Cohen right behind him in 2nd place. Charlie Fgrave, as we said, into that podium spot. There he is on your screen, so number 74 there. Jack Owen Drawbridge, what a brilliant race it's been for him. He's made it up. Well, he had the lead at one point and has had to drop to 4th, but he'll still be happy with that one. Owen Keenan up 17 places to 5th, so that battle for 5th has led Keenan into 5th, and Poole down into 6th. Dana Moore up into 7th. So Dana Moore, his first race back in about a year. So I know his dad does. His dad's not a fan of the winter weather, so he doesn't really come out to play that much. But yeah, so he's. I always find that a bit interesting. You know, you wouldn't really start your championships out in January, February time, and obviously it's winter period still. There he is, Charlie Upgrave on your screens there. There's number 74 kart. You can just see him throwing the kart around, but it's all so smooth and precise. That's really what you want from a driver. A driver who can, you know, make precise calls. There's the move there. I think that was Paul dropping back to place, so we'll see what that battle was with. That was Smithall with Lucy Wilden and Logan Lauder. There he is on your screen. So Lucy Wilden, one of our female drivers here, having a good battle there with Smithall. Lucy Wilden, she's also improved a lot recently. She's a really good fighter in Kim Bolton Championship, and she's actually quite high up in the championship. So she's definitely been showing it off. There's Dana Moore on your screens on that green suit. He isn't hard to spot out there on that really bright green suit that he has. Dana Moore, he's really into his sim racing now. So takes his way into the virtual world. It's actually a lot more affordable, could you say? And yeah, you know, does a lot of sim racing from his home, and he's with the Apex Racing team. So he's obviously doing well in the sim racing career. Samir Paul there on your screens. He's had a decent race. He's only lost 2 places. He's having a good battle there with Lucy Wilden. Lucy, I know, is looking on to going further in her career, because obviously karting is that first step into a career, maybe into Formula racing, touring car racing. That's definitely where I started off my career. You know, karting, it's always a good sport. Samir Paul ran a bit wide there. A brilliant opportunity for Lucy Wilden on the inside. And watch out, because Charlie Wolfett is right behind. He's made up 18 places, and I'm sure he wants some more. So watch out for Wolfett. Mikey Walker, you haven't spoken much about him. He's leading the way. A brilliant stuff there by Mikey Walker as well. A 1.5 second gap. So he's showing it up here against Joel Dixon Cohen. A bit of barrier damage there. So that may explain the lap 1 controversy. I do hope the drivers are okay that were involved in that turn 1 pile up. No retirements so far. No, actually, I say that, only 2 retirements, but to say the action that's gone on this race, these drivers are doing very good to keep it on the circuit. I wonder how the track is going to be, because it's not raining anymore. It's really sunny actually, so the track will be drying up every lap from now, and these drivers will experience where the grip is. The last lap ball's just come out. You can just see there from the Marshall post. So there's Mikey Walker. He's still trying to discover where the grip is, because every lap the track will just get better and better, and obviously the grip will get thrown around. You'll probably see the rubber when it gets to the dry races. You'll see the rubber flying off and landing on the edge of the track. Obviously tyre usage is very important to deal with, and even in these wet races you need to make sure you're not running through the wet tyres, because the more track time you put on these wet tyres, the harder they are just to use. And around the final corner, the driver just went off there. Around the final corner at Kim Bolton corner does come Mikey Walker, and he'll take the first win for the junior Rotaxes. Heat 1 will go to Mikey Walker. Joel Dixon Cohen will finish in 2nd place there. So a good consistent drive there has been for Joel Dixon Cohen. Charlie Upgrave, who'll definitely be happy with that one. A podium spot to round off his first heat, up 13 places. That'll be a tap on the back from him. Owen Keenan up 18 places to 4th. He's had a really good drive there. Owen Keenan is a very strong driver around this Kim Bolton circuit, and he's really improved a lot as a driver, so hats off to him as well. Jack Owen Drawbridge finishes off in 5th, so the driver who took the lead after the first laps didn't really have the pace to continue. Dana Moore, good drive back on his return to karting, finishes in 6th. Logan Lauder, Lucy Wilden Charlie Wolford up 19 places, finishes in 9th, so good job by him. And John Richardson rounds out your top 10, up 13 places, so a real good drive there it's been from the junior Rotaxes. And coming up next will be the junior Tyros.
Is it level enough, or does he need adjustments? Alright. Just because the base is a bit not quite level yet. But when we got a spare 5 minutes or whatever, I'll have an adjustment.
So, will the junior Tyros be able to keep up with that? These last couple of races have really been interesting. And obviously it's really showing up against the drivers. I mean, it was very hard to learn how the track was going to be on that formation lap. And obviously, going to turn 1, someone didn't really get their braking points right. And caused absolute chaos. So, but some brilliant drives there through the grid. I mean, we're seeing drivers make up over 15 places, which, you know, is half the grid. It's just incredible. So the Tyros here, really good championship, I have to say. I mean, I know Aidan Rudge, who is one of the leaders at the championship. Actually, let's have a look at the grid before we go into him. Jacob Aston will start from the pole spot. Sam Skellett, Daniel Parsons, Sam Aston will round out your top 2. Oliver Gibson, Maddox Chan, Harvey Williams, Lewis Crocker, Max Flatley, Archie Gale, Bertie Saw and Nicholas Buss will round out your grid. So the Tyros here, the junior Tyros, really good championship. I really love the idea of it. So it's a right kart chassis, so everyone is on the same chassis. The same engines, so the junior Rotax engine, the 125cc 2-stroke engine, running the same tyres, so everyone's on the Maxxis Sport slick tyres and the wet tyres. No chassis modifications, so you can't have new axles, you know, new seat, new wheels, something that gives you that performance on circuit. So this championship is all about everyone being on the same equipment. It's all about the driver. I love that, because I want to see, you know, it's sort of like an F2, F3 experience. Everyone's running the same cars, and it's all about that driver at that point. So let's see what happens here. Junior Tyro for their O-plate later on today. They've got some heats to go through first, and they're off and away down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. So on the inside, around the outside goes, oh, it nearly gets the kart stopped, so good job there. But around the outside goes Sam Skellett. A couple of drivers having some problems there, but Sam Skellett, well, that race nearly ended up in tears for him. And I think it's actually got into lead there. So Skellett, who's very, very aggressive on that first couple of corners, it's obviously working out for him, because he's managed to find where the grip is and has sent it through into the lead. So let's have a look there. That's number 25. So it is Sam Skellett. So a good job there by Sam Skellett. He's really been on it. And he's doing well in the championship as well. I need to get on my championship standings. But the number 25 there, Sam Skellett, is really, really showing it up here. So Oliver Gibson actually leads the championship in junior Tyro. He's on 513.5 points. He's got a big gap from Ryan Sayers and Archie Gale. It's actually interesting, because Archie Gale and Sam Anson are on equal points, so they'll always be trying to finish ahead of each other, so that'll be interesting to watch for the championship. But yeah, really love the idea of this championship, junior Tyro. The whole fact of, you know, it's not all about what the kart is doing, it's just all about what the driver can do. And it's a real good stepping stone championship, especially if you're just starting out in kart racing and you don't want to be chucked in at the deep end, because it is very, very scary, I have to say, when it comes to, you know, your Rotax racing, especially when you get to the high level. It's very, very traumatizing at times. It's also very enjoyable. So after lap 2, it's Sam Skellett that still leads the way, setting the fastest lap of the race on that last one. Max Flatley is in second place. A good start by him, actually. He made up 7 places, so he's on it. He's got the speed. And Maddox Chan, he's doing a really good job there. He's got into the final podium spot. So you can just see there on your screen, Sam Skellett searching for the grip. And you can see he's really tail end loose. Oh, wow. You can just see him feathering the throttle using the throttle input to kind of throw him around the corner. That's how you really want to be in wet racing. You control the rear of the kart. It is basically rear-wheel drive, you have to say. So controlling the kart through the rear, and also a good thing about kart racing, you can control it through your bum as well. These drivers sit in about 2 inches off the floor. So very bum and seat time is very important. These drivers are really taking it here at the circuit. I think it's actually their first time here for some of these drivers, so they're able to learn the track on the spot. But yeah, some of these drivers coming up from rental karting, so it's a different sort of aspect between rental and owner karting, because there's a lot more control variables you have to take in. But the transition between rental karting and Tyro karting is actually really good, because, you know, all the karts are similar. But, you know, the only difference is you're in an owner kart. And you get to drive on really cool circuits like the Kim Bolton circuit. 1,050 kilometre circuit this is, and, you know, very, very iconic circuit. Some iconic corners as well, you know, Dan Weldon corner, named after the legend that is Dan Weldon, the IndyCar driver. Sadly lost his life in 2011 in a crash. And yeah, some really big names that live upon this circuit. You know, we've had drivers such as Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell. They've all raced around here and won round here. So it's, you know, it's quite surreal when you get to drive around a circuit and you just think of the names that have driven this circuit as well. You know, many British touring car prodigies, you know, spent their time here. So Sam Skelett, he's doing a perfect job. He's leading the way. Max Flatley, you can just see behind your screens there, the number 50. He's trying to close in, but Sam Skelett is really taken to the circuit here. So as they come through, actually catching on some back markers already. So that'll be the number 11 of Dirty Soul, who will have to watch out for the 25, but obviously they'll be told in their driver's briefing what they need to do. The blue flags are going to be coming out for the driver, and gets out of the way, so good job there by number 11. Gets out of the way for his fellow competitor, and soon enough will get out of the way for the driver in second, Max Flatley. But this will actually be a good opportunity for Sam Skelett to try and gain a few tenths per second, whilst Flatley is stuck behind the back marker. So Dirty Soul there hasn't had the best of races so far. He's obviously struggling quite a bit compared to the other drivers. So you can still see there, the track is still quite damp. It's not really drying like I thought it would. I mean, the sun is out, but it's also very cloudy as well, so the sun won't really be fighting through. So number 25 there, sending it through Derek's corner. Derek's corner, really good section of circuit. 2 curbs you really have to get right. There's some more back markers they're catching up to. So there's number 27 there, and the 81s. That's Lewis Crocker and Oliver Gibson. They're battling for 10th and 11th place. And Gibson will obviously see the blue flags in a second, and we'll get out of the way for the driver who's leading the way, number 25. I say that, number 27, Lewis Crocker. He's still having a little battle there with Sam Skelett. Don't think Sam will be very happy about that one. So there goes the move from Sam Skelett on the inside of Oliver Gibson. So that'll be a good move. That's a good move actually from Skelett, and a good job as well goes to Gibson, who got out of the way. So yeah, this race has been very interesting to sort of see how Skelett has taken to the circuit. You can just see he's just throwing the rear about. Bit of a tail happy, more like on a Friday evening back from the pub probably. Watch, I say that, it's a junior Tyro. The last lap board is coming out now, so Skelett will only have one more lap to complete until he crosses the line to take the win in the first heat here. So yeah, the junior Tyro these drivers will be battling for the O plate when it comes to the final lap in the final. And the O plate, always a prestigious plate to win. You know, it's always about that ego when you get one of the plates. You know, you show it to your mates and you think, you know, you show it off to them. That's definitely what I would do. But I'm not too good. I'm not good enough to win. So yeah, Sam Skellett, but he's looking on his way to take a win. So round the final corner, the Kim Bolton corner, named after the prestigious circuit established in 1959. It'll be Skellett that will take the win in Junior Tyro for the first heat. So a good job there by Skellett. Managed to pull a 2.8 second gap in the end. So a good job there. Max Flatley made his way into stayed in second place for the whole race, so couldn't really catch up to Skellett. And Alex Chan rounds out your podium spots. So all drivers make up places. Harvey Williams makes it to 4th place, and Sam Aston and Jacob Aston, sounds like the two brothers, side by side. Yeah, good job there by Junior Tyros. Really took to the circuit. I mean, you know, comparing it to the other drivers have had about, you know, 6 or 7 rounds here to learn their craft. These are the drivers' first ever times here, so really good stuff there by the Junior Tyros. And there's the next group of karts getting ready to go out. They will be the Mini Max and Mini Tyros. So looking forward to that one. The Mini Tyros, I was very interested about them actually, because they're quite cool what they use. So there's a special chassis designed by Tim Gillard. Yeah, obviously all the chassis are the same. Using a Switzerland engine, so the Radney Racket engine, 95cc, so not the same sort of power as the Mini Inters. So they'll be getting caught in quite a few laps, and obviously try not to get into the way of the Mini Inters. But yeah, no, brilliant to see a Mini Tyro class, and it, you know, gives the opportunity for those drivers from rental car. And actually, let's have a good look at our grid before we carry on. Adam Judicus starts from pole, from McKeel Name Gayoni, Jensen Sale, Miles Burton, Soren Gallagher, Matthew Lilly. Rounds out your 3 rows. Oliver Barton, Layla Bell, Max Wheatley. Watch out for him, that K-plate driver. He's a really quick driver. Hayden Fisher, Logan Barker, Rian Townsend, Eddie Rideout, Noah Hobson, Jacob Underhill, Toby Wortley, and Nelson Taylor rounds out your Intermax drivers. And it'll be Hayden Adams who starts from your pole spot. In the Mini Tyros, Izzy Wykes, Hayden Berlin, Lola Flatley, and Evan Withington rounds out your Mini Tyro drivers. So yeah, these Mini Tyros it's really cool what engines they use. 95cc Randy Racket engine. Oh, a spinner there from one of our Mini Inter drivers. Couldn't really see who that was. That was one of the Zip Kart drivers, so he's had some problems on the first lap. But yeah, no, the Mini Tyros as well, using that Maxxis Sport tyres. Obviously no modifications, so you can't change the wheels. Well, you can change the wheels, you can't change the axles. Wouldn't be the best if you couldn't change wheels and it started raining. And actually, an interesting fact about the engines that I found out, Kimi Raikkonen's son uses the same engine, so that's pretty cool to an extent. Anyway, let's get to some racing, shall we? Round the final corner, the Kim Bolton corner. Let's get ready to see some Mini Inters go racing. So into the tram lines they go. And will they go racing first time? Yes, they do. So down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. The Mini Tyros will go off as well. They'll be a bit further behind. Down into turn 1. Let's see what happens there. So a couple of drivers getting into tangle. So it's really shaking up the grid. Let's see what happens as they come through the first couple of corners. So it's been a good start from one of the Zip Kart drivers. Let's see who they are when they get closer to our screens. That's the 174. So that's Hayden Fisher, who's made up about 10 places, has made his way into the lead. So it's happened yet again. These drivers who start near the mid-pack can manage to find their way right to the front of the grid, especially when the drivers in front are all tangling about. They kind of sneak their way through and find themselves into the lead after has to go round to finish the first lap. So as we go around the finish first lap, we'll see where people are. Max Wheatley there in third. That's just made his way past Jensen Sales. So that's a good start from the K-plate driver, Adam Judicus. So he's had an alright start. He's had to drop one place, but you know, it's better than 20. So, no, a good start by Adam Judicus. I say that, he's actually lost his place to Max Wheatley. So Max Wheatley is really on it at the moment. Hayden Fisher, he's holding the lead, but I don't know how long he will, because Max Wheatley is really closing in. He's been a really quick driver, is Max Wheatley. He really knows how to take to the circuit. So, yeah, the Mini Max driver, Max Wheatley. He's already on the move for Hayden Fisher. Down the inside goes Max Wheatley, takes the lead, but Fisher will try and fight back. Will he try and have a look into turn one? Let's see what happens. They go down the Hine straight to Stowe Corner. There's some of the Mini Tyros battling behind. We'll see who's taking the lead in that. It looks like Hayden Burling has managed to get Izzy Wikes on that last lap. So Hayden Burling takes the lead. Really strong battle here from Max Wheatley and Hayden Fisher. Fisher got back to the inside of Wheatley at turn one. So the championship at the moment stands at Max Wheatley leading the way, 537 points, from Sebastian Clark on 503 points. I can't actually see Clark here this weekend, so this will be quite a hard weekend for him. Max Wheatley gets back on the inside of Hayden Fisher. So this is really throwing to be a good battle here. Hayden Fisher, talking about him, third in the championship, 495 points. He's only 2 points in front of Jensen Sale, so that's a strong battle for third in the championship. Let's see what happens here with the lead for Mini Inter. Max Wheatley climbing over the curbs, but Hayden Fisher, he's dropped back a bit, so will he be able to catch up? And then we can see Max Wheatley on that last lap. Actually, set the fastest lap, shall I say. So Max Wheatley knows how to drive the Skin Bolton circuit. He's quite a competitive driver here. Obviously has the K plate, so knows how to win here as well. It's always a confidence booster to win these heat races, but you know, it's not always about where you finish in the heat races. It's all about where you finish in that final spot where podiums are won and trophies are collected. So let's see what happens here. We've just got around 3.5 minutes plus that additional lap on our screens. Max Wheatley there on that last lap was a lot quicker than Hayden Fisher. Hayden Fisher was actually really quick in that first sector. I say that, Max Wheatley, I think he made a mistake through Derek's corner, and Hayden Fisher has really catched up to the back of him, but Max Wheatley is really strong for that Dan Weldon complex. He uses the curve to rotate the kart a bit and it actually grips up really well. So Hayden Fisher there in second. Let's see what happens with Fisher, because he doesn't really need to worry about the driver in third. Hey, Jensen Sale, he's got quite a good gap. It's about 2.5 seconds, so nothing extremely to worry about. Let's have a look at our Mini Tyros then. Let's see what's happening down there. So it's looks like Hayden Berlin, who is still holding the way in Tyros. He actually holds the O plate from last year. So Hayden Berlin, a driver who knows how to win the O plate. And yeah, it's Hayden Berlin who's just holding on from Izzy Wikes. Lola Flatley as well. Find out your podium spots. So a really good job by Hayden Berlin. He's really pulled a gap already, I think. It's already about 10 seconds, so he's on it. So there's Max Wheatley still on your screens. Trying to extend his gap from Hayden Fisher. Jensen Sale is right there behind him third. He's got a lot of time to close in as well. There's some good battles throughout this grid. Always something to watch in King Karting, no matter where you are. Hayden Fisher really got a good run out that final corner. These Mini Tyro drivers, the driver gone off there. That was number 51 in Mini Tyro. That was Lola Flatley, so problems there. But Hayden Fisher making that move on the back marker. Had really close in on Max Wheatley, so Max Wheatley's going to have to try and get through this pack of mini tyros as quick as he possibly can without losing too much time. He'll catch up to the driver who is leading, Hayden Berlin. Or should I say that? That was the Lola White, Izzy White, should I say. So, all these mini tyros are doing a good job to try and get out of the way. I mean, they were told in driver's briefing that, you know, due to the speed differences, they need to try and get out of the way of the mini Inters. And, you know, keep to your own fight. Keep to your own fight in your own class. Obviously, there's no overall podiums. It's all about where you finish in your class. Oh, move from Aidan Fisher. That was unexpected. I didn't even see that coming. Aidan Fisher makes his way into first place. Max Wheatley, well, he's going to be scratching his head a bit there. 20 seconds plus additional lap on the clock, so it'll be about a 2-lap dash now to the end. So let's see what happens here. Max Wheatley in second place. So there he is on your timing screens. So Hayden Fisher takes the lead. Jensen Sale is going to be sitting quite comfortably in third. He knows, you know, whatever happens, he hasn't really got anyone to battle with, so he's sat in third place. Hayden Fisher has really got to watch out. Max Wheatley is right on Hayden Fisher. So let's see what happens. They come round it down into the Dan Weldon complex. Fisher, maybe struggling to get the tyres turned on at the start of the race, has really come alive recently, so he has a small bit of a gap. Oh, driver coming back on circuit there. I wonder if that was Logan Baker. So as they come round now, timer has struck 0, so from now it's actually a 2-lap dash. My apologies. So let's see what happens. You can see the clouds behind. Is there going to be another chance of rain, or is that just passing? We'll have to wait and see. Tension rising here at Kimbolton Circuit. There's one of the mini tyres getting out of the way, so a good job there. Some really good camera work here from TNL Sports, providing some brilliant action. And these drivers as well, providing some brilliant racing for us to watch. Hayden Fisher, he's managed to find a lot of time. He was purple in sector 1. And it's actually Akil Nangioni who's had a rough race, but actually set the fastest lap. So 48.3, so the times aren't really there. Checker flag is actually out, so Hayden Fisher will take the win there in Mini Inter. So a good job there by Hayden Fisher. Beats Max Wheatley to the line. Jensen Sale, who basically sat on his own for most of that race, had a pretty quiet race there. Probably singing to himself at some point. He finishes in third. Rian Townsend makes up 8 places to finish 4th, so he's had a good drive there. And Adam Judicus, a rough race from him. He'll drop to P5. Miles Burton finished P6, followed by Surin Gallagher. Akil Nagioni, rough race as well. She's had to drop to 8th. Oliver Barton finishes in 9th, and Nelson Taylor rounds out your top 10, make up 7 places. Let's have a look at our mini Tyro finishes. So it's Hayden Berlin who will take the win there, makes up 4 places, so a good job by Hayden Berlin. Izzy White finishes in second from Hayden Adams. Evan Whittington and Lola Flatley had some problems there, so she's dropped to near the back. But that was there's been some really exciting racing going on here. A good start to the day here at Kimbolton. TKM Extreme, they're always known for their good racing. Let's see if they can provide it. TKM Extreme is up next. So let's see what happens here in our TKM Extremes. It's a very, very strong grid. TKM Festival. It's a very, very exciting festival, shall I say. And they were battling that out. I remember last year it was very, very exciting. We had many drivers battling across the grid. It was very, very close as well. Those dry races, you know, I remember the whole pack being covered by about 1 or 2 seconds. So it'll be Charlie Gaylord that will start from your pole spot. Michael Cornell in second place. Jessica Fitch-Hall, other female drivers, will start in third. Joseph Booth, Kean Bennett, Ben Cowley, Patrick Leaf, Sean Abbott, Charlie King, and Jake Cox rounds out your top 10. So these drivers, I think they're going to be going around again because half of them are not really with the rest of the pack. So they'll come around the last corner, and yeah, they go around again. Well, actually, I say that, they're racing into turn 1. Here we go. So some of the drivers here, not with the pack, so it's going to be very, very hard to catch up. Oh, I say that actually, full start flags are out, so problem on my issue on my behalf. So yeah, I knew that wouldn't really go because the drivers were not with the rest of the pack, so that would have been very, very scruffy. So let's go through the grid again, covering off from our top 10. So after Luke Woodward, it'll be Harvey Jones, James Monroe, Spencer Lane, Ashley Ruggles, Gareth Haynes, James Whittaker, very quick driver, watch out for him. Al Patterson, Charlie Whitehouse, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Bowen, Luke Jarman, Harry Higgs makes a return to karting. Kai Springfield, Jack Stewart, Bradley Peck, William Bloom, Olivia Jenkins, Leo Robinson, Thomas Shaw, Jen McKinney, Harvey Charter, and John Stafford rounds out your grid. So this pack is really mixed up. I mean, there's a lot of quick drivers near the back of the grid. These drivers have taken their time to get around. That is really good because it means we can get going racing first time. So this was a really interesting grid. A lot of quick drivers near the back of the grid. Leo Robinson, you've got Olivia Jenkins, you've got Luke Jarman, Oliver Bowen. Let's see what happens. We're coming to the tram line, and the revs arise. The smoke goes flying everywhere. We're going into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. So Charlie Gaylord, that 74 on the inside, stays into the lead. Joseph Booth makes his way into second place. So a good start there. Michael Cornell has held his way into third place, and Jessica Fitch-Hall sits in fourth. So a good start there by TKM Extreme drivers. No real mishaps as of yet. Just looking at my commentary box, I think Gemma Kiddie has had a problem there. So unfortunate stuff there from Gemma Kiddie. She's really having to take to the track with strong arms. As Joseph Booth, oh, what a late move that was on Charlie Gaylord. Gets the move done. Michael Cornell had a little look, and Gaylord said, well, no, you're not really doing that on my behalf. So, good start there by Joseph Booth. Makes his way into first. Some real strong drives already. Let's have a look. Let's see how people are doing. So, James Whittaker made up 6 places. He's into 11th. And William Bloom up 9 places. He's into 18th. So watch out for drivers such as Whittaker and Bloom, who will be trying to fight their way through. So Booth here on the screens. Really good start. He's got his way into first, and he's going to try and extend that gap now whilst he can. And Charlie Gaylord. Gaylord has been there for quite a while. He's a very, very consistent driver. Watch out for Cornell. Actually got a really good run out of that final corner. Would he have a look into turn 1? No, he's not. He's a bit far back, so nothing as of yet. Jessica Fitch-Hall has had a really good race so far. She's really, really progressed as a driver, I have to say. I remember watching her before. She was a driver who you would more likely to see around the mid-pack, trying to, just learn. It's all about learning this sport. Karting is a sport where it does take a while for you to get up to speed because there's a lot that goes into it. But these drivers are doing a good job here, learning the track as they go. You can sort of see some of the patches, the wet patches are still there. The sun hasn't really shined just as yet. Just like a Fitch-Hall has got to watch out. She's got a Kean Bennett coming up right behind her. So that's the battle for 5th place. Oh, actually, I say that, my apologies. Kean Bennett got through in that final lap, so it's actually Patrick Lee who's had a few issues. Oh my word! So what has gone on there? There's a few issues there with a few karts. I think a driver's actually gone over there, so red flag's out. So, well, I really hope that driver is okay. I don't really know what happened there, but the last corner, Kim Bolton corner, is a very tight corner, and just looking at my commentary box, the driver is taking his helmet off, so that's a really good sign. But That was a very hard impact taken to the driver. Can't see who it is, and I don't want to be naming names at this moment because actually there's a driver there. Who is that? So there's some drivers. Let's have a look then. Number 4. So that's Kai Springfield. So he's had to come off. Harrison Morrow. So, there's Harrison Morrow lying on the ground. So I wonder if he was a driver who took a bit of a roll there. So the kart 7.5. I hope that driver is okay. Harrison Morrow. He's really progressed as a driver. Working with Class and Motorsport. Took his way into TKM Racing about a year ago, and taking it with strides. So obviously something has gone on there. Didn't really see it on my screens. I was too busy watching the front to really see what happened. Do hope those drivers are okay though. So Kai Springfield, he was actually one of the drivers who's near the front in the championship. He's a very strong TKM driver, doing it for quite a while. So knows how to drive these TKM karts. TKM Racing as a whole is really good. These drivers really learn how to adapt to the engine and the tyres used. So red flags for the moment. There's the medical car and a few stranded karts. Some drivers who've had some troubles, and hopefully that driver of Harrison Morrow is okay. He's quite a fierce driver, I have to say, so I'm sure he'll be alright. Obviously don't want to say too much as of yet. So yeah, quite a bit of a halt to today's racing for the time being. We'll let the medical crew and the marshals do their job. There is Harrison Morrow walking to the medical car, so really, really good to see. So obviously they'll have to check over him because he has rolled. So obviously there's things such as head, a bit of a knock to the head. But I'm sure he'll be all good. So yeah, I really hope Harrison is okay. Good job by the marshalling crew and the medical crew to get that driver sorted. So yeah, no, good job by the medical crew. I've sorted him out very quickly, and I've turned into a happy boy because my chicken and chips has just turned up. So if you do hear me munching, I'll try not to munch through the mic, but please bear with. So there's a 75 kart on your screens there, Harrison Morrow. So yeah, we are going to be at a halt for a little bit, but I'm sure soon enough we'll be going racing soon. So just stick around, give it a minute or so, and we should be good to go. But that is a stranded kart if I've ever seen one. It looks like a driver may have gone over the front of his Nazoo. So yeah, unfortunate there for the kart 75. Just see Harrison Morrow's father, Rich, going out. So I'm sure he'll know he's okay. The marshalling crew do a really good job here. Some of the best marshals in the country for karting. The Kim Bolton crew always do a brilliant job as always. And a really good bunch of people. You know, you can always go and have a laugh with them, but when they need to be serious, they are serious and they know what they're doing. Which is always really good to know as a driver. You know, you can put a lot of trust in them. So some of the karts are being picked up and they'll be taken back to their paddock. Obviously that 75 kart might need to be checked over by the scrutineers just to make sure they are fine. A good job there. I have to say it again. A good job there by the medical crew and the ambulance and the marshals as well. Because to get that all sorted in such a short amount of time and get the track cleared, it's not always an easy going. There's a lot of variables that has to go on. You know, brilliant job there by the whole crew here at Kimbolton. And soon enough, we should be able to go racing. So, just hold on for a moment, give it a bit of time, and yeah, hopefully, any minute now, should be going back to racing. So the carts are. So the carts are getting lined up once again. Let's see what happens here. I think we are going to go back racing. So any second now. So yet again, a really good job here from the medical crew here at Kimbolton, as well as the ambulance crew and the marshals. They have all done a brilliant job there to get what was quite a chaotic event sorted in such a small amount of time. As well with the medical crew, I do have to thank the catering crew, because this chicken and chips is very, very nice, I have to say. We'll be doing no food review. Or do I do look like one of them people who would do them? But yeah, you can see just here some of the TKM Extreme drivers. Charlie King gesturing to Harrison Morrow, making sure he is okay. So some good sportsmanship there from Charlie King, the number 2 driver there. So it was Joseph Booth there. He was leading before the red flags came out. He will be starting once again from first. That's if we do go racing once again. I think the marshals are just trying to regrid them before they went for the red flag. So, yeah, it was Joseph Booth that was leading the way there. Charlie Gillard managed to stay in second place. It was Michael Cornell who held on to that final podium spot. So it's currently quite hot right now. It's about 19 degrees. It's definitely not winter territory just yet, or spring or autumn. Well, I don't even know what the seasons are now. It's actually may have given a good chance for the track as well to really dry up. I'm just looking outside my commentary box right now. It's really sunny, and I can see wet patches starting to disappear. That's one of the drivers on your screens there. Let's see who that is. That is the 89. So the 89 there on your screens, just waiting their time. That's Ben Cowley. So he's had a good race so far. He's he dropped 3 places, but he's still there beneath the top 10. You can just see there some of the final karts. It's Harry Higgs moving off. So yeah, they'll be re-gridding the drivers. I think that it's done on 1 lap before the red flag came out. So won't be as much confusion here. As I tell you, the Kim Bolton crew, they do know what they're doing at all times. They are one of the best teams around. Really know what they're doing with the circuit. So I'm going to nibble on my chicken a bit more, and soon enough we should be able to go racing.
Shadows over there.
So the karts are going off now in Battenberg conditions. So we will be doing a sort of formation lap, you could say, and then go to a single file restart to get going once again. So hopefully all drivers will get away off the line, and we finished with 4 minutes on the clock. So not long left of this race, so it'll sort of be a little sprint. You can call this you can pretty much call this a sprint race. Like what the F1 use. So a couple of drivers struggling to get off the line there. Kind of like the 129 car of Harvey Charter struggled to get off the line. Round the final corner we go. Will we get to green flag conditions? Not as yet. So another lap round. This will give an opportunity to the drivers to learn the track a bit more and the conditions of it. Obviously the track is drying, but not to the extent that we thought it would. So they'll start slowing down now. And Joseph Booth will be eyeing up the right time to pull away and get on the throttle and go, because Charlie Gillard, his opportunity, this will be a massive opportunity for him to have a look at that lead change again. He did good to lead for the race whilst he could, but couldn't hold it pace wise. So actually I say that the time is ticking down now, so we'll start with under 3 minutes left. So now it makes more sense why Booth will want to be going as slow as he should be, and that is all to basically waste time under the flag conditions, because no one can overtake him. Round the final corner, he's booted it, and Charlie Gaylord has got some work to do. He's already lost a bit of time to go around the final corner. We're back in racing, and Joseph Booth, my apologies, has made it round turn 1 in a pretty good spot. He's kept his lead. Already got about a second gap already. So watch out for Michael Cornell. This will be the battle for second place on Gillard. Joseph Booth down your screens, number 45. A good start he's had. He's managed to put a bit of a gap. He managed to pull away from the Battenberg conditions when he could. Michael Cornell to the inside of Charlie Gaylord. Good move there from the driver of the number 85. He's made his way through the car of 74, and right behind, who is that? That's Kean Bennett, the K-plate. So Kean, he knows how to win races here, obviously, because he's won that Kim Bolton plate. And Kean Bennett, my apologies. He is a very, very quick driver. He's recently found a lot of pace and has managed to win some big events, especially at the British Kart Championships, where it's all really important to win events like that. It's really good for your mentality and your championship. Good move there. Kean Bennett on the inside of Charlie Gaylord gets the move done. There's some good battling going on further behind. Jessica Fitchell is in quite a good battle. I think that's with Patrick Leaf. So them two have got their work cut out for them. So good start here from the TKM Extremes. Good to see them back racing. Our time has ticked down very quickly, so we won't have much time left. Probably 2 or 3 laps left. So around the Dan Weldon complex, it has come Kean Bennett. He's right on Michael Cornell. And oh wow, big move there by Kean Bennett on Cornell. Gets the move done down into the last lap. So the last lap has already come out, so quite a really short race here. This is going to be a good battle between Kean Bennett and Michael Cornell. This will be the battle for second place. Charlie Gaylord's dropped to 4th, but he'll be wanting to get back into that podium spot. Let's see what happens here. Going into Derek's corner, down the Yamitsuki straight. Kean Bennett really defensive here. Patrick Leaf is closing in behind, so he might have a seeking opportunity. But this is really close here. Michael Cornell, he's right on the back of Kean Bennett. Will he look for a move into the last couple of corners? It's going to be Joshua Booth who will take the win in TKM Extreme for their first heat. Kean Bennett goes defensive, but will Cornell get on the exit? I don't think so. Patrick Leaf's got backside with Charlie Gaylord. Let's see what happens between them. But round the final corner does come Joseph Booth. He'll take the win from Cornell. So really, really good stuff there from Michael Cornell. The timers are a bit messed up at the moment, so it'll be very hard to tell you the official results. But that was a very interesting TKM race, it has to be said. A lot of action did go on. A couple of drivers may have been a bit disappointed with their results. Maybe that red flag did ruin their race a little bit. So I'll let the timer update, and we can give you the final results. So it does look like Kean Bennett did get second place there from Michael Cornell. Patrick Leaf in 4th, and Charlie Gaylord finishes in the top 5. It was Charlie King who finishes 6th. Spencer Lane makes up 7 places to 7th, followed by Sean Abbott. James Whitaker makes up 8 places. He finishes in 9th. Jessica Fitchell drops to 3 places, finishes still in the top 10. Oliver Bowen made some good progress, makes up 10 places, finishes 11th. And Lee Robinson makes up 14 places, finishes in the top 15. So that was an eventful TKM Extreme race. A lot of action going on. I do hope Harrison Morrow is okay. I've just seen him walking about, so he must be alright to some extent. Senior Rotax is about to go out, and let's see what happens with Senior Rotaxes. The Senior Rotaxes are very, very strong grid. Let's see what happens. So, taking a look at our grid then, it's going to be Cassius de Alf, who starts from the pole spot with the Aircot group. William Ray, he makes a return to Kim Bolton circuit. He will start in 2nd place. Lucas Enningham will start from 3rd place from Liam Note, Ewan Richards, Jonathan Moulton, Charlie Webb, Lucas Theo, Michael Morgan, Callum Ingray, Joe Fox. Joe Galloway makes a return to karting. He starts from the 6th row. Ralph Younglin, Aaron Sarkis, Isaac Reynolds ran out your top 15. Let's see what happens then as we go round the final corner. It's going to be Cassius de Alf who leads us away through the tram lines. The Rotaxes start screaming, and let's see what happens. Cassius de Alf just about gets it stopped into turn 1, but Lucas Enningham is right over him, and he sends it, and Lucas Enningham gets into 1st. So a good start by Enningham. He's really battling in the championship, so this will be very good for him. Enningham, who's been here for many years, has won many championships around this Kimbolton circuit, knows it like the back of his hand. So he'll use his experience and knowledge to get a bit of a gap. Let's see who got into second there. So I think it was actually a good start by Ewan Richards on that Jack's Motorsport car. He makes his way into second place. Some good battling from behind. That's Charlie Webb, William Ray and Cassius de Aaf. So Cassius not having the best of starts there, but he's still holding on quite nicely. He's one of the inexperienced drivers in this field. Brilliant moves there by Charlie Webb on that turn one. Turn one, really good opportunity to make moves. Stowe corner into Derek's corner as well. So Derek's is quite a good overtaking opportunity on the entry, and you can also do a couple of switchbacks if you're lucky. So Charlie Webb there on your screens. Let's actually have a look at the championships table for senior Rotaxes, because Lucas Enningham is still leading the way in that one, 642 points. Alex Acton is second in the championship, but isn't here this weekend, so this will be quite annoying for him. Charlie Webb is in third. He's got 512 points, so he's got a few points he needs to make up. He wants to have a look at a championship win against Lucas Enningham. Lucas is is quite a hard driver to beat though, so he's going to have to put a lot of work in. I mean, these championship wins don't come without a lot of hard work and dedication. William Ray's doing a good job. He's doing all right for his first time back to the circuit in about a year. He's quite an experienced driver of the circuits around the UK. But Lucas Enningham is getting closed in there by Ewan Richards. So will Richards have a little look at a move on Lucas Enningham? We'll have to wait and see as they come through Derek's corner. Ewan Richards right behind Lucas Enningham, trying to find little gaps between and, you know, see where he's quicker than Enningham. Tries to come down into turn one. Enningham still leads the way from Richards. Charlie Webb in third and 95 getting a mechanical flag. Let's have a look and see who that is. So that's Luke Bate. Luke Bate getting the technical flag there. So problems for Bate. And Ewan Richards actually has gotten back into the lead of the race. So Enningham has got to watch out now because he's got Charlie Webb right behind him. This will be interesting. The top three here, the top drivers in second and third, both battling for a championship when it comes to later in the races. And these are the sort of weekends where it's going to count. Enningham on the inside. It's going to be very close between the two. Richards and Enningham side by side through turn 2 and 3. That was very sketchy, it has to be said. Charlie Webb right behind Enningham now. Will he try and follow him through if Richards opens the gap? We'll have to wait and see. Bunching them up is the top is Richards. And you might have to watch out because there's a driver in fourth. That's William Ray. Might be able to close in and go for a move. Charlie Webb right behind Lucas Enningham. Let's see what happens as they go down to the start-finish line, and Richards still holds the way. It is Enningham and Webb in second and third, and William Ray just in fourth. As they go down into Derek's corner, Webb on the inside of Lucas Enningham. Does he get the move done? Yes, he does. So a good move there by Charlie Webb. So Richards holding his time here. Webb made his way into second place in that last one. And Enningham in the final podium spots is fighting his way and trying to see where he can gain on Charlie Webb. He's both drivers very experienced. Webb right on the back of Richards now, so let's see what happens here. Through Derek's corner, Richards opens the door. Webb says, come on, keep going. And Enningham, what a move that was. Enningham definitely caught Charlie Webb off guard. He made sure they caught. Oh wow! Late move there by Enningham on Richards. What a move that was! Well, Enningham knows how to do many overtakes around this track. That might have been the best one he's done in quite a while. Charlie Webb into second place. William Ray is into third. So Richards has dropped down to fourth. Let's see what happens now. We've got 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. It's Enningham versus Webb. So the two championship protagonists. What will happen now in the next minute or so? This race is really coming down to the end of it. And Enningham, he went up 2 places, Webb up 5. Both drivers doing a brilliant job. And it's all about securing them championship points that will be needed when it comes to the end of the season. Webb around the outside of Lucas Enningham, tries to go for a switchback. Enningham covers off, so that was a good move by Enningham. He really knows how to defend around here. He's done it enough. So has Charlie Webb. Charlie Webb, a brilliant driver. Is he in senior Rotax? With that Precision Racing team. Has been with Precision for quite a while now. He knows how to race with the team, and he's got a really good friendship with them as well. William Ray, he's right on the back of the top 2 with that Excel Motorsport. Would he have a look? No, because Charlie Webb defends as well. So Richards as well in 4th with that Jack's Motorsport. Will he have a look on William Ray? Turn 1, I think he does. Get cut back, and yes he does. Richards on the inside of Ray. Good move there. Enningham is parking it at the moment. Will Charlie Webb be able to have a look through? I don't think so quite as yet. Let's see what Webb does. He sticks behind Enningham, so I bet he's sort of waiting for if Enningham thinks, okay, he's not behind me. Let's move to the outside, and Webb can sling it down the inside. Let's see what keeps happening here. About to go into the last lap, so one last tour around the Kim Bolton circuit. They've got 1,050 kilometres of circuit left to use, and I know Charlie Webb will definitely want to be using all of it. Let's see what happens here. Charlie Webb round the outside, can't get it done. Ewan Richards in 3rd. Will he want to ruin the battle between the top 2? There's a driver off there. Can't see who it was. That looks like the number 53. We'll have to worry about that later on. But this is the battle we need to watch out for. Lucas Enningham versus Charlie Webb versus Ewan Richards. Let's see what happens. It's just a heat race, remember, so I don't think Webber will be doing any silly moves just as yet. He'll want to save them till the end of the race. Charlie Webb, will he do it? No, so he's going to have to sit there. He'll go and try and get the cup back, but it'll be Lucas Enningham who'll take the first win. So good job there by the Jack Dex Racing driver. Lucas Enningham takes the win there from Charlie Webb. Ewan Richards in 3rd. William Ray and Liam Nateau rounds out your top 5. Harry Bloor up 20 places and finishing in 6th. A good job there by Harry Bloor, a very quick driver. William Forber up 12 as well, makes it to P7. So really good drive there from William Forber. Hasn't been to Kim Bolton in quite a couple of months, so a good return back, it has to be said. George Allen makes up 15 places to 8th as well. Ralph Younglin up 4 to 9th. Cassius Daff didn't have the best of races there, but finishes in the top 10, so some positives to take away from it. Ryan Hedge up 14, he finishes 11th. Jack Spencer up 11, he makes it to 13th, and George Donald up 12 to 15th. So some good moves there through the field. Some drivers to mention as well. Joe Galloway, he finishes in 18th, so a good return for him. But the next race is coming up now, and it's going to be Micromax UK and Honda 200. So as one set of the heats finishes, another heat starts, and it's second round of heats for the Cadet group. There's the Hondas, they'll be going out in just a second. Micromax is here. Let's see the grid. So it's going to be Rudra Konkanuth, who starts from the pole spot. He will be joined by Finley Beals, who won that first heat. Teddy Higgs and Harry Knight will be your second row from Jensen Darlow and James Durovics. Ottier May, Mason Munzer will round out your Rotax grid. And a special mention as well for Lewis William Mabs. He's your Iron Wartsmith restricted driver. So the Micromaxes are getting off and away. Let's see what happens when they get into turn one. Finley Beals had a good start there. Has made his way into first place, but a look on the inside from Harry Knight. Couldn't get it done just as yet. Actually, to say that, he does get it done. So a good move there by Harry Knight. Makes his way into first. The Hondas are getting away now. So the Hondas will be contested from Shea Hilton and Theo Hamilton as they go down to turn one. Driver spinning off there. And I think that was Elliot Bork who had some problems there. So the driver who started in third for the Honda Cadets is now near the back of the pack. So problems there for the Hondas. And it's Harry Knight as they come round to finish lap one, who will lead the way from Finley Beals on your Honda Cadet screens there. So it's Kevin Ivanoff there in third, but it's still Shea Hilton who's holds on to the lead, and it looks like Riley Blakemore in second place. So a good drive by Blakemore. He started near the back of the pack, and he's made his way up to the front very quickly. So a good job there by Riley Blakemore. A good battle on your screens as well for the lead in Micromax. Round the outside goes Harry Knight, so a good move there. Holds on to his lead in place. And it's Finley Beals right behind. So these drivers are having a really good battle so far. And it looks like Harry Knight is having to be cautious of where he places the kart. Harry Knight runs wide, and is that an opportunity for Finley Beals to have a look on the inside? Let's see what happens. Harry Knight defends into turn one. Finley Beals just sits down by this time. He knows there's another opportunity coming up again for him. So some very mature driving here from our Cadet drivers. You know, these Cadet drivers, some of the youngest drivers we'll have here this weekend, 8 to 10 years old. And to be that mature and having to think about all of this. So round the outside go Finley Beals, has a look but can't get it done. But the maturity of these drivers are impeccable. I mean, these drivers, they have a lot to think about as a 9-year-old boy or girl. And these drivers are really showing up what they can do here. Atkin Bolton. I wasn't really the smartest at a 9-year-old level. I couldn't drive a kart at 9 years old. Good move there by James Durovics on the inside of Finley Beals. Will he get that move done? I think he does. So James Durovics into second place. He'll defend the next corner to make sure Finley Beals have a chance to fight back. A good race here from our Micromaxes. Let's have a look at our Honda Cadets. So it looks like Riley Blakemore is leading the way from Kevin Ivanoff and Theo Hamilton. So Kevin Ivanoff making up 10 places so far in this race. So he's had to start near the back of the pack, and he's made his way up. So good job there from the driver in second. I say that now. Theo Hamilton's made his way into second place. So good job there by Theo Hamilton. Back to the Micromaxes. A good drive here from James Durovics on your screens there. Number 46. He's had a good drive to get into second place. A good overtake it was into Derek's corner. There you go. And on our Cadet screens, round Kim Bolton corner from the Honda 200 drivers. Riley Blakemore into turn one, so corner. You have to be really hard on the brakes going into there, and it's quite tight when you actually get to it. It's a very fun corner to do indeed. But let's see what happens here. Move for the lead. Theo Hamilton on the inside of Riley Blakemore. Does he get it done? No, he doesn't. Kevin Ivanoff will probably seek an opportunity to make a move. Let's see what happens. Theo Hamilton right behind Blakemore now. And on the Micromax screens, it looks like the driver who was in third, Finley Beals, has made his way past James Durex. Honda 200s has got some action, and it looks like Finley Beal, no, sorry, my apologies, Theo Hamilton has dropped back to third. So I don't know what happened there, but I think that was a late move from Riley Blakemore. Riley Blakemore still holds on to the lead, but it's Kevin Ivanoff now who leads the way. Blakemore will go a bit defensive into turn one to make sure he can't make the move. And it's Theo Hamilton in third, who's just sitting there and biding his time. He wants to see what happens between these two. Good defensive driving there from Riley Blakemore. Really wants to hold on to this his lead in Heat 2. Honda Cadet's really providing some good racing here, as you can see on your screens. Kevin Ivanoff looking for a move on Riley Blakemore. Has a look down the inside. Contact was made, but they can't do it. So not the best of racing between the two. A bit of contact doesn't really help in these situations. As they go down into turn one, Theo Hamilton is into second, and Kevin Ivanoff down in third. Let's see what happens. Riley Blakemore still leading the way. Back to our Micromaxes, and it's still Harry Knight who's pulled a bit of a gap already. He's got a second gap. That's all you really need in racing. Moves through the Honda 200 field. I take my eye off for a second, and something is happening. Riley Blakemore has now got Theo Hamilton to worry about behind, as Kevin Ivanoff drops to third. Kevin Ivanoff and Theo Hamilton right on each other. So this is some brilliant racing between the three Honda Cadet drivers, and they're going to have to watch out because they've got Ed Spain catching up right behind. So maybe Ed could do something about their race. But the battle for the podium in Hondas is really kicking off. Riley Blakemore is really having to defend now from Theo Hamilton. Theo Hamilton will try and go on the cutback. Will he get the move done? They're side by side. Theo Hamilton does it. Brilliant move there from Theo Hamilton. Gets on the inside, and will he have it secured? I don't think so. Blakemore back to the inside, going into Derek's corner. Contact made between Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanoff, but Theo Hamilton is holding his line, and he stays in second place. Kevin Ivanoff drops to third. Moves on the Micromaxes, and I think that is for the lead. So I don't know what's happened there, but Harry Knight has lost a lot of speed in those last couple of laps. Finley Beals is back into the lead. There is action going on in both races. This is brilliant driving by both cadet groups. So Finley Beals and Harry Knight are properly going at it. He's got James Durex behind to worry about as well. That's for the final podium spot. Moves are going on in the Honda Cadets, so it looks like Riley Blakemore is still holding on to the lead. Theo Hamilton in second, Kevin Ivanoff third, and Ed Spain rounds out your top four. They might have to worry about as well. They might have to worry for Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. I might have a look and making some more moves. But both groups are really close. The Micromax is just coming through the first sector, whilst the cadets are going down into the Kim Bolton corner. So the final lap is out for these drivers. So this will be a last lap battle for the win in Heat 2 in our cadet groups. Micromax, let's see what happens here. So Harry Knight, he's been quick all through this race, but has lost some time in the last couple of laps, and is unfortunately has lost him the lead. Wow, late move there by Durex on the last corner. Doesn't get it done, but it's going to be Finley Beals who takes the win from Harry Knight and James Durex. So good job by those three Micromax drivers. Let's have a look down to our Honda Cadet screens. So it's still Riley Blakemore that leads the way from Theo Hamilton, and Ed Spain has made his way into third. Good driving there. Let's see what Theo Hamilton can do on this last corner. He'll go to the outside. Will he go for the cutback? He does, and he gets it done! Wow! What a move that was on the last corner. Last corner, last lap. Leave it to the last minute, and it looks like Theo Hamilton did take it across the line. So Theo Hamilton wins in Honda 200. What a drive that was from Theo Hamilton. Riley Blakemore in second from Ed Spain. Kevin Ivanoff, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer finishes in fifth. Let's have a look at the gap. 200 separates the top two in Honda 200. That was a brilliant race, I have to be said. These cadet drivers, young age, but they know how to drive. Very mature driving between both cadet groups. So brilliant stuff there from our cadet groups. And now coming up, we're going from some of the slowest drivers to some of the faster karts and some fast drivers. Let's see what happens in KZ UK. So the KZs are out on circuit, and it's Daniel Sabula who will be starting from the pole spot, followed by Nick Aitken, Isaac Smith, Jake Baker, James Beecroft, Bua Phillips, Sylvanus Kilmer and George Barker, Ryan Green, Jason Baker, Bradley Calder, Nino Piccoli, Richard Palmer, James Harvey, Mike Clean and Bailey Rigglesford will round out your grid. So hopefully these drivers will not have the same experience they had to put up with in the first heat. They got definitely surprised by that first heat where the rain kept falling down and it just got worse and worse to drive. So these drivers doing a second formation lap as always, to make sure they get the correct tire temperature they need, and obviously gives them a chance to get the engines warmed up. A lot goes into driving one of these cadet karts, the KZ karts, my apologies. They're not the easiest to drive. Gearbox karting is very, very hard. Very, very professional, very, very complicated as well. Definitely would not want to be mechanicking for one of those, I have to say. But I do love the art of the KZ. Being able to fit so much in just one small gearbox is pretty incredible. So let's see what happens here. As they come around to start Heat 2, they'll do their practice starts and then go off for their actual race start. So let's see what happens. So the drivers getting ready to go. You can hear them in the background screaming as they rev up and get ready to go racing. There they are on your screen. So watch out for Richard Smith, Isaac Smith, my apologies. A very, very quick driver indeed. Daniel Sabula starting from pole. Won the last race by quite a margin. So let's see what happens as we get into the starting grid for Heat 2. Watch the lights, and soon they'll be going out any second now. Lights are on, and we're off and away. Revs drop, and let's see what happens going into turn 1. Daniel Sabula's had an awful start, and looks like Nick Aitken may have got himself into the lead. Good start by Aitken there, and it looks like Bua Phillips, he's an absolute king at those starts, it looks like. And Daniel Sabula has held his way into third. James Beecroft in fourth. Oh, moved there by Phillips. He had a little look but couldn't get the move done on Aitken. He has another look. Not enough though to get down the inside. He's going to have to watch though, because Daniel Sabula is right on his backside. Bua Phillips basically doing wheelies coming out of Kestrel corner. These KZ cars are an absolute animal to control. So that's to come round start to finish lap 1. Really close indeed. It's Nick Aitken that holds on to the lead from Bua Phillips. I say that, Phillips on the inside. Brilliant move that was. And James Beecroft looks like followed through as well. They're side by side going down to the Weldon complex. And it's Beecroft that takes the lead. So Beecroft has had a brilliant start there. He's made up 5 places in that start. Phillips sits there in second place. A really good driver is Phillips. He's very, very aggressive, and that's the sort of driver you want to be in karting. In third, I think that's Ryan Green. So Ryan Green on the inside of Phillips. Good move that was by Green. Gets the move done on Phillips. And I think Phillips will try and hold on with him. Try and get in the slipstream, get in the toe and see what he can do. Daniel Sabula is there in fourth. Won that first heat race by quite a margin. So he knows how to drive in the wet conditions, especially when everyone is on those slick tyres. It's not always the easiest sort of conditions to drive in. Definitely a lot more you have to think about. You can sort of compare it to driving on ice on the way to work. Back for KZ Racing. Here we go. James Beecroft is still leading the way. A driver who I thought would be up there but is struggling quite a bit is Isaac Smith. Now he's got a bit of a gap to Richard Palmer in 5th, who's in that lead battle. But that's the gap between Sabula and Phillips. 0.2 of a second covers the final podium spot. Let's see what Sabula can do. He's quite a strong driver, known him for his Rotax racing. Knows how to drive around Kim Dalton. He's done it many times. Isaac Smith there. He's putting a bit of a gap now, so will he be able to catch up to Richard Palmer and have a look for the top 5 spot? We'll have to wait and see. Isaac Smith, formerly known for being a TCR UK driver. Then went out to do European TCR for jumping back into KZ Racing. Sabula had a look there on Phillips, couldn't get it done. But yeah, Isaac Smith, the driver who started out in his touring car days, TCR UK with Race Car Consultants, and he's one of them drivers who's very consistent. He never really got any wins, but always managed to get little podiums now and then, and that won him the championship. So really shows that consistency is key in motorsport and in all sorts of sports as well. James Beecroft is being very consistent, and that's why he's leading the race. Number 72 car, Ryan Green, just sat behind. It's a 97 car. Ryan Green is a very good driver. He does a lot of the British Karting Championships, and he's very high up in that as well. Looking to get one of them seeded kart numbers. The KZ kart are always satisfying to watch. You can see him run through the gears. They're sort of very hard to drive, these KZ karts. You almost have to drive it like your normal road car, having to lift off the throttle when changing gear, doing it very, very quickly. I mean, you couldn't even see when they were changing gear. It's done that quickly. You have the little toggle on the outside of the steering wheel, which helps change gear. I say it's a toggle, it's a stick. A stick that you pull up and down to go down or go up gears. There's Isaac Smith on your screens, the K-plate on that Sodi kart chassis, right behind Sabula now. So I was talking before about how I didn't really think he was going to be up there. I think this is his time to shut me up, and it's going to be Daniel Sabula who will be his first victim. Richard Palmer in 4th, and on your podium spot still is Phillips, who's in 2nd. I say that Richard Palmer is battling for 2nd place, so let's see what happens here. Palmer, brilliant move there, gets on the cutback. Turn 1 cutback moves are very, very good round here. The Stowe corner being one of them corners where you can do such an overtake. Isaac Smith on the inside of Sabula, gets it done. So got the run going out the willows, has made his move. Now when will he go for Phillips? Will he wait till the next lap to do the same thing, or will he go even later? Richard Palmer, have to watch out a minute. Oh, problems for Isaac Smith. So what has happened to Smith there? I feel like that was the same problems he had in the first race, because he was up there in race 1 and all of a sudden had a problem. What has happened to Isaac Smith? He just off my commentary box, going very slowly down the start-finish straight. So problems for Smith on the Heinz straight. So white flags are out to show there is a slow kart moving. So it's still Beecroft that leads the way actually. He's got a pretty big gap now. Now Smith is out the way. A 1.7 second gap is Beecroft from Palmer, Phillips, Sabula, the top 4. But will Sabula have a look on Phillips for the final podium spot? We've been trying to go at him all race. Smith was getting in the way of his podium chances, but now doesn't have to worry about Smith anymore. So I do hope Smith can sort out that kart getting ready for the final, because that's the second time now he's had problems whilst near the front of the grid. One driver who's really showing up is the novice driver of the 192, Bailey Wigglesford. He's went up 10 places into 6th place. He's really showing what he can do here. He's been at Kimbolton now for a couple of months now, and he's really showing his pace every time he goes out. It's always improving, and that's what you want from a driver. You want a driver who can always improve. Now, is that problems for Ryan Green? Because he's dropped back quite a couple of places. He's in 5th now, but at one point was in the podium places. Watch out for this though. Bailey Wigglesford on the inside of Sabula. So a good move there by Wigglesford, the novice driver. So we know him as novice because he's got the black numbers on white stickers, which means that he's only done less. He's done less than 6 races. So for a driver with that much inexperience, could you say, he's doing a pretty good job out there. Isaac Smith set the fastest lap of the race, 35.92. And an unfortunate shame that we'll be able to claim it, but round the final corner comes James Beecroft. He'll take the win in KZ UK Heat 2. We'll be celebrating that one quite nicely. And Richard Palmer, who finishes in 2nd place from Beale Phillips, who manages to hold on to that podium spot. Ryan Green in 4th, and Bailey Wigglesford, your top 5. Up 11 places. Good job there, Bailey. Daniel Sabula finishes in 6th. Dropped to 5 places from the lead. So, not one of the best races for Sabula. Same could be said for Nick Aitken, who lost 10 places. Drops to 12th. But some good racing there in the KZ. It is very hard to make overtakes around any circuit in a KZ kart. A lot of possibilities that could go wrong. But there is the Senior X30 karts and the 177 karts getting ready to go out. They'll be your next race. So, the Senior X30s and Rotax 177s is about to go out. Tristan Powell will lead them away from Jack Dan, Joshua Jones, Matthew Morgan, James Henson, Noah Ulpston. He's going to try and not spin this time on the formation lap. Tiger Dixon, Natalie DeBeck, Katie Ashman and Morgan Hill rounds out your top 10. Oliver Harris, Aaron Lask from Oliver Pickler, Barney Mortimer. And your 177 grid will start from Josh Bash, who will lead them away. From Joshua Gollin, Lee Todd, Simon Hilton, Scott Clee, Alfie Bray, Jimmy Golloway, Alex Jones, Matt Lear, Chris Emerson, Simon Pugh, Sam Dickens, James Butcher, and Stavros Alafablisio will round out your group of drivers. The Senior X30 bunch will be interesting to watch. Jack Dan and Joshua Jones right next to each other. They are the ones battling out for that championship. 7 points separates the two of them, and let's see what happens. They go through the tram lines. Are we all off and racing? Yes, we are. Down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. Tristan Powell to the inside. He'll defend the corner. Jack Dan sits there in 2nd place, and it's Joshua Jones who holds on to 4th place because Tiger Dixon has made his way into 3rd. So good driving there by Senior X30 drivers, all managing to hold on at the start. Let's see what happens on the 177s on your small screens. Let's see what happens going into turn 1. So Scott Clee's got some work to do. He's going to start from near the back of the pack, and Josh Bass has held his way in 1st place. Joshua Gollin into 2nd. So a good start there by the 177s, and it's Tristan Powell around the final corner. He'll take the lead in the Senior X30s after come through lap 1. So it is Joshua Gollin who is in 2nd place. It's like Alex Jones in 4th in the 177s. But Tristan Powell leads the way in Senior X30. Jack Dan, Tiger Dixon, Joshua Jones, and Matthew Morgan rounds out your top 5. So some good battling here in the Senior X30s and the 177s. More the 177s cars because they haven't really pulled away from each other. Tristan Powell's managed to get a good start, managed to get a bit of a gap. He's already got half a second gap, which don't look like much, but doesn't sound like much on the timings, but as you can see for yourself, it is quite a bit of a margin already. So good driving there from Tristan Powell. Josh Bashing with small screens there. He is leading the way in the 177. Joshua Collin in second place. Simon Hilton has made his way into third place, and it was a sluggish start from Scott Clee. Didn't really go anywhere at the start. Makes up 2 places though, so not the worst of starts it was for Scott Clee. Tristan Powell, Senior X30, leads the way still. Not much battling going on now. It's sort of that moment in the race where you kind of bide your time with overtakes now. I say that, Morgan Hill makes a move on a driver. I think that was Noah Obston, and that was at the Kimbolton corner. Now, will he fight back? I don't think Obston will. Oh no, Morgan Hill is very quick around this circuit. Morgan Hill sitting 4th in the championship, only 2 points behind Tristan Powell, so that's a strong championship that's going to be going on. That's for 3rd place in the championship. Josh Bash there, catch up to one of the Senior X30 drivers. He's going to have to try and get through, and that leads to Beck, and that'll be for 13th overall. Obviously Josh Bash will be leading in the 177 class. So that's the X30 drivers coming down behind straight into turn 1, Stowe corner. It's still Power that leads the way. And Josh Bash on the screens there, struggling to get by, and that leads to Beck. And will this hold Bash up into Golin? Let's see what happens in the next couple of laps. I've only got 3.5 minutes left on the clock. The timer is ticking down. And Bass is struggling to get past the Senior X30 driver. Golin and Klee are closing in. Klee, a very quick driver. Also was very quick in that last one. Managed to pull a massive margin to the rest of the 177 drivers. Let's see what happens. Looking back on the Senior X30 carts, it looks like Tiger Dixon is closing in on Jack Dan. So Jack Dan, who sits second in the championship, will he have to watch out for the driver of Tiger Dixon? Or will he have the pace to keep on going? Let's wait and see. It's all a waiting game here at the Kimbolton track and in karting as a whole. You don't really win the race on the last lap, on the first lap. All about what happens in the middle of the race and that final last lap. So let's see what happens here. You've got 2.5 minutes left. There's still to play for. As you can see, anything can happen in racing. As Tristan Powell got a really big lead so far. He's really proven what he can do here at Kimbolton. Morgan Hill, a driver to talk about. He's 4th in the championship. Very, very strong driver. Moved to Senior X30 at the start of the year, and this was already showing what he was capable of. He was able to battle it up at the front end straight away, and he knows how to win races around here. He's won many X30, Junior X30 races around here in at Kimbolton. A champion at club events is Morgan Hill, and many other drivers in this field. We'll take a look at Katie Ashman, who's not having the best of the race so far. She sat in 8th, made up 1 place. And she had a very strong year last year. Was up at the front in the championship. So obviously knows that consistency is key if you want to win championships. Natalie DeBeck has pulled a bit of a gap now from Josh Bash. Either that or Josh Bash has thought, let's just leave it for a bit, let's let her crack on, and I'll play out my own race and hopefully take the win. Tristan Powell down your small screens, he's basically sat on his own now for this whole race. 1.6 second gap, the gap keeps increasing. The driver in 4th there, Morgan Hill, sets the fastest lap of the race, so good job there by Morgan Hill. Manages to take The driver who was in 5th, that was Noah Obston. Took him at the start of the race. And he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to those podium spots. For Morgan Hill, 40.48. So the times are very quick around here. And I'm just looking off my commentary box. Is there a driver pulled off down the Hines Straight? Is that Katie Ashman? So commentators curse for Katie Ashman, who I was talking about earlier before, was sat in 8th and now retired from the race. So what has happened to Katie Ashman? Problems for Katie Ashman. That'll be her race done. She's going to have a very, very hard weekend left. Catch up in the final. So let's have a look at our 177s then. So it's still Josh Bass that leads the way from Scott Clee, Joshua Bollins, Alex Jones and Sam Dickens has made up a lot of places. 10 places. He made his way into the top 5. So good driving by Dickens. That's the last lap board goes out. So Tristan Powell will soon enough be coming around to finish his last lap and take a win. So there's Natalie DeBeck on our screen. She's near the back of the pack in the senior X30s. But soon enough, we'll be watching Tristan Powell. There he is, the Dan Weldon Complex. He goes through, and soon enough, he'll be down into the final sector, through Kessler Corner, sending it round the Kimbolton Corner, and he'll come through to take the win in the second heat in the senior X30. Brilliant job there it was for Tristan Powell. Joshua Jones made his way to second in the end. So Joshua Jones, some vital championship points, it has to be said. Morgan Hill in 3rd. So problems for a couple of drivers on that last lap. Jack Dan, Aaron Last, having to retire. So through all the drama we've had throughout the race, Jack Dan, who was sat in 2nd place, retired. So what has happened to Jack Dan? Only time will tell. But he's got a lot of work to do now if he wants to, first of all, help his championship out and have a good spot in the final. So Jack Dan, who's only 7 points off Joshua Jones, it's going to be a bigger gap after that race. So the senior X30s and 177s, brilliant race there from them two. Junior Rotax and Junior X30 are coming up next. So the Junior Rotax drivers are going out on circuit. I'm feeling a bit happier now. I've got my squashes out. Other brands are available. Let's have a look at our Junior Rotax grid then. So it's Charlie Fgrave, who's had a brilliant start to the day. He starts from pole from Archie Flint, Blake Sullivan, Charlie Wolfit will be on your second row. Zach Starbuck, Jack Stimson, John Richardson, Logan Lauder, and Jack Owen Drawbridge rounds out your top 10 from Ben Morgan, Owen Keenan, Lewis Gilbert, Logan Hartshaw, Dominic Parabic, George Phillips, Callum Gosh, Toby and Alvarez, Arthur Brownless, Dejan Bennett, Lucy Wilden, Ryan Rappin, Oscar Keane, Dana Moore, Harry Frill, Joel Dixon Cohen starts down the grid, so watch out for him. Samir Paul, Mikey Walker near the back of the grid, watch out for him as well. Toby Farthing, Lachlan Homer, Archie Richards, Jensen Hartshaw, and Thomas Hodge rounds out your grid. So Charlie Fgrave, who's a really strong driver in that first heat, made up many places. Let's see what he can do. Down into turn 1, let's go. Charlie Fgrave, He's on the inside. When he doesn't get it. Archie Flint round the outside. Couple drivers spun there. I think that's Ben Horner, who's had some problems there. But Archie Flint really jumping in the car. He wants to get going. Charlie Fgrave, he got the kart stopped, but I think he braked a bit too early and let the flying Archie Flint to send it round the outside. And he's got to watch out now, because I think he's got Charlie Wolfit right behind him. So Charlie Wolfit, a driver who's came up through the cadet classes, makes the move on Charlie Fgrave. So Charlie Fgrave drops to third. Not the best of start for Charlie Fgrave, but he's definitely got work to do, and he knows that. And he's going to have maybe another look on Charlie Wolfit. He'll sit there behind the back of Wolfit. Maybe try and work with him. Maybe try and catch up to Archie Flint. Maybe he knows he could catch Archie Flint. Let's see what happens. Jack Simpson is dropped to 5th because the charging Zach Starbuck has made it to 4th. So good drive by Zach Starbuck, another driver who's graduated from Cadet Racing. Was very, very quick in Cadet Racing as it is. And Zach Starbuck and Jack Simpson will be joined by number 100. Oh, Bamberg! Bamberg flags are out. What has happened on the circuit? I'm looking at my commentary book. I can't really see much, so I wonder what has happened in this race. There could be many problems that could have gone on. Maybe some barrier damage. Now I wonder what has gone on. So problems for a driver who's he's had some problems there. So an interesting one that. Charlie Fgrave didn't have the best of starts there, but he's going to have to redeem himself. He's been given another opportunity with this Battenberg flag, and it's Charlie Wolfit and Archie Flint who he'll have to battle with. Archie Flint is really slowing him down. Maybe this is the opportunity for Archie Flint to basically time waste and leave it as much time of racing as possible. It's obviously not what we want to see. We want to see racing, but this is a sort of tactical driving these drivers will be doing. So they're all bunching up. Let's see if we go racing the next time round. Yes, we are. The green flag racing down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. Archie Flint goes defensive. Charlie Wolfit on the outside. Charlie Wolfit round the outside goes Wolfit. Wow, what a move that was. Flint tries to fight back. Wolf does it. What a move. That was brilliant from Wolfit. The driver who was sat in second, the 195, sends it round the outside. Brilliant stuff there. Zach Starbuck in your back screens goes off. So problems for Zach Starbuck. And it's Charlie Fgrave who goes on to 3rd place. So good start by Fgrave. But Charlie Wolfit, the man of the move at the moment, has made his way into 1st with a brilliant move round the outside on Stowe Corner. So a good start there. Number 100 car, Blake Southern, is in 4th, and he's having to defend from Owen Keenan. So Owen Keenan's had a good start. He's made up 6 places. He's into 5th. Tobian Alvarez up 10. He's into 7th. And it's Jolitz and Cohen and Mikey Walker, the two drivers working together, up 15 and 16 places respectively. Good job by the two junior Rotax drivers. There's Alvarez on your screens, stipulating to the driver in front, telling him to, let's get going. Sends it on the inside. What move that was by Tobian Alvarez. Brilliant move that was. Jonathan Cohen is getting stuck in there. He's trying to make moves through the grid. That is the one slight disadvantage with mixed grids, is that you have to work your way through if you're starting near the back. But that can also be very exciting for the drivers. I've definitely had it in my time racing that, some of my most favourite races are when I've had to start from the back and had to work my way through. So the start to this junior Rotax race has been quite enjoyable. There's been many moves going on through the field. And it's Owen Keenan who's got his head down. He's trying to catch up to the back of Charlie Fgrave. So this will be for the final podium spot. Charlie F-Grave on that aircraft chassis. Doing a perfect job at the moment. He's right behind Archie Flint. He's got a bit of a gap though. It's about a second gap between F-Grave and Flint, so he can't really push on in front. I mean, obviously he will. He will want to get further up the grid, but he's in a good position right now. He's got the speed to catch the front guys, and he's got the speed to stay away from the guys who are chasing him from behind. So let's see what happens here. Will Tobian Alvarez be looking at a move on Owen Keenan? We'll have to wait and see. He's closed in on him in the last couple of laps. Messes up going through Kesher Corner, so that would be a move. Joel Dixon Cohen right behind, and Mikey Walker. So let's see what Joel Dixon Cohen can do. We know Joel has got the pace. He's made many moves through this grid. So it's half four here between Owen Keenan. On that last lap, Charlie Wolfit sets the fastest, was a lot faster than F-Grave and Flint, but only by a tenth or two. So just going through the grid there. Some drivers setting some quick lap times throughout this grid. These are the sort of lap times you should be expecting from a dry session in the junior Rotax kart. You know, the high to mid 41s. But these drivers will be wanting to perfect every corner around this 1,050 kilometre circuit, established in 1959, was the Kimbolton circuit, used in World War II. As these drivers will also be wanting to become in history, as many championships are trying to be decided here. Let's have a look at the championship. So it's Joel Dixon Cohen, who is still in second place in that championship, but Joshua Smith and Harry Bartle, the drivers who are top three in the championship, aren't here at the moment. So this will be a brilliant opportunity for Cohen to make up all the championship points. Owen Keenan, what a late move that was for Charlie F-Grave. And Charlie F-Grave's been caught off surprise by there. So Keenan takes over the final podium spot. Let's see what happens going into turn one. There's Walcott on the screen, still leading the way. It's side by side through the first sector. And it looks like Keenan's made his way through, and Joel Dixon Cohen. So Joel Dixon Cohen has taken those moves in full stride and has made his way into fourth place. So F-Grave not having the best of races, but he's really in there at the moment, really showing it off here against the other drivers in his category. Charlie Wolfit though, round the final corner on the final lap. Wolfit with a brilliant move round the outside of turn one will take the win in the second heat for junior Rotax. Well, he definitely deserved every second of that one. Charlie Wolfit made the move round the outside on Archie Flint and gets the move done and wins the race. Not much you could ask for. Owen Keenan finishes on that podium spot, up to 8 places. Joel Dixon Cohen, 21 places to 4th. Wow, what a job that was. Charlie F-Grave, unfortunate for Charlie F-Grave, drops to 5th, but it's still a good result to take away. Mikey Walker, 21 places up to 6th. Brilliant drive by Walker. Southern finishes in 7th. Alvarez in 8th, up 9. Hartshaw in 9th, makes up 4 places. And Jacko and Drawbridge, yet again, rounds out the top 10. So, good driving there from our junior Rotaxes. But now it's time to go to our Tyro side. And let's go and have a little race with junior Tyro. So it's going to be Matt Flatley that leads him away in junior Tyro from Sam Anston, Archie Gale, Lewis Crocker, Daniels Parsons, Jacob Aston, Harvey Williams, Malik Chan, Sam Skellett, who won the first heat, from Oliver Gibson, Bertie Saul, and Nicholas Buss rounds out your grid. So the drivers have left the dummy grid and will now be venturing on to their formation lap, getting the tyres warmed up, trying not to spin it. So these drivers are really taken to the circuit really well, it has to be said. Number 21 there, Sam Anston, really kicking the rear about, trying to get all them important tyre temperature in. And now they'll slow up, going into Kestrel corner, line up side by side and get ready to go racing once again. So it's a good first race for Junior Tyro. Sam Skelett to the win in that one, with quite a bit of a gap. He knew how to drive in the wet conditions. Round the final corner comes the drivers. Let's see what happens. They'll go through to tram line and they go racing down into turn 1. Let's see what happens as they go through. It's Max Flatley on the inside, all round the outside. Brilliant move that was by Sam Anderson. Gets the move done round the outside. That's a really good overtaking opportunity to get the move done. Sometimes can't work out in your favour though. You really have to be judgmental on when you make that move. But the 21 car has already pulled a bit of a gap already. So Sam Anderson has really drove this first lap well. And who's that into second place? We'll have to wait and see as they come round Kim Bolton corner to finish the first lap of the Junior Tyro Heat 2. Let's have a look of how they round out the first lap. So it is Sam Anderson who takes the lead from Archie Gale, Max Flatley, Jacob Aston, Huff Williams, Lewis Crocker, Oliver Gibson, Malix Chan, Dan Parsons, Sam Skelett, Bertie Sol, Nicholas Buss. Rounds out your grid of drivers. There's some good moves through the field. I think that was a move for third place actually. So what's that? A move from Jacob Aston on the back of Max Flatley. So two Aston brothers really going at it in this race. That's a signal from Archie Gale, it looks like, to work forward. Actually, no, my apologies. Jacob Aston is signalling to two drivers behind to, work together. Let's go and catch the guys in front. So that's a driver who's in third place. Overtook Max Flatley on that last one. So Max Flatley not having the best of race right now. He started from the pole spot, currently in 4th position. But hey, it's just a heat race. You never know what can happen in the final. Anything can happen in the final. You never know what is around the corner. So good start here for the Junior Tyros. Good shout out as well that if you do like the stream, make sure you go like and subscribe to TNL Sports, providing you all the racing content you need. But let's get back to the racing. It is Jacob Aston there in third. He's having a battle with Harvey Williams, so this is a battle for third place. So they come through the Willow section. Really quick couple of corners to Willow section. You have to take a lot of speed through the two corners. Try and carry as enough speed as possible without sliding too much that you destroy the tyre. So it's a driver, it's a team, it's a corner that the drivers do enjoy, but very technical and very hard to get right. So 4 minutes left on the clock. And let's see what happens here. There's a good battle going on. That's a bit further down the grid. That looks like the battle between Max Flatley and Maddox Chan. So Maddox Chan looks for a move on the inside of Flatley. Gets it done. So good move that by Maddox Chan. Very clean. Very, very good overtake. So these drivers really, really taking it up here at Kim Bolton. And looks like Flatley's going to have to watch out because he's got a charging Sam Skelett right behind. So let's see what Skelett can do. He looks for the move on the Dan Weldon complex. That was a hard move, and I don't think he was going to get that one done. So smart thinking from there, from Skelett. Manages to just get the kart stopped in time before making any controversial contact with the driver in front. But it looks like Flatley's had a really bad exit round there. So let's see what Skelett can do into turn 1. Will he go for the move? Yes, he does. And does he get the kart stopped? Yes, he does. But on the cutback, no, Flatley tried, but couldn't get the kart stopped. Couldn't get the kart alongside. So Skelett, it is into 7th place. And a good race so far by the Junior Tyros. Skelett really getting the rear out, sliding around that corner. You can see that Skelett likes to be a bit loosey-goosey round the Kim Bolton circuit. But different driving styles detect different drivers. Some drivers will like to be a bit more focused on what the front of the kart is doing, and some people like to let the rear find its way. No real difference between both situations. They both work in different scenarios. However, racecraft is very important, and racecraft gets you wins, and it gets you championships. The number 19 there of Jacob Aston, watching out for Harvey Williams. Harvey Williams had quite a half look there. Driver in third, Jacob Aston signalling behind Harvey Williams, saying, come on, we need to work together, we need to catch up to the guys in front. Will Williams listen? Well, that's a question I'd like to ask. I don't really think so. I don't think many drivers would like to work with another driver. I mean, they all pay to win, to beat each other. That's what they love doing. So I don't think working together is in the back of his mind. So they'll come through in Bolton corner, and it's still Jacob Aston in that third spot, just rounding out the podium. But actually a lead man, it's Sam Aston who leads the way. Archie Gale in second, so good job by Gale. It's just holding on in second place. He's got a half-second gap from Sam Aston. Doesn't look like much of a gap on the live timings, but it definitely is from what I can see. These drivers, though, however, not really pulling away from each other. So this is more of a good job to the Tyro family, who are providing us with some very fair, clean racing, and also from some very close racing. That's the beauty of having karts that are all the same, that can all be detected on the driver's skill, and it's always make the best man win. Just make a change to all the Rotax classes, where all the drivers will be trying to detect different setup changes, and the mechanics will be trying all sorts with the kart chassis to make sure it can peak performance. There's 21 on your screens. Sam Aston, he is going to see the last lap board. He's going to have just under 1,050 kilometres of circuit left to do. I bet you get to this sort of point where you just enjoy racing at this point. When you're leading the way, you know you're going to get that win. You know you've got a gap to the guys behind you. You've got nothing to worry about. It's just a ride of your life. So Sam Aston will come through the Camberwell Complex. Really smooth on the steering. Really good driving that was by Aston. Really smooth on the steering, really smooth on the power. And that's why around the final corner at Kimbolton Corner, he's going to take the win in Junior Tyro. Sam Aston wins in Junior Tyro once again from Archie Gale. And Jacob Aston, his brother, finishes in the top three. Harvey Williams, Oliver Gibson, Malik Chan, Sam Skillett makes it to 7th. Max Flatley did not have the best races there. Dropped 7 places and finishes in 8th. So he's definitely got some work to do when it comes to the finals. Just like Dan Parson finishes in 9th, and Lewis Crocker rounds out your top 10. So some really good driving there from our Junior Tyros. Really showing it up here at Kimbolton. And soon enough they'll be ready for their O plates. Soon enough. You can just see there the next group of drivers waiting to go out. There'll be the Mini Interclass, followed with the Mini Tyros as well. Let's see what happens there. Let's see what Max Wheatley can do in this race. So, the Mini Interclass is ready to go, and it's going to be Oliver Barton who leads them away. And Matthew Lilly, Layla Bell, Miles Burton, Max Wheatley, Logan Barger, and Rian Townsend rounds out your row 3. Hayden Fisher, Akil Nagioni, he was really quick in that last one. from Jensen Sale, Adam Judicus, Serene Gallagher, Nelson Taylor, Toby Wortley, Noah Hobson, Jacob Underhill, Eli Rideout, Hayden, and it'll be Hayden Berlin who will start from the pole spot in Mini Tyro from Izzy Wykes, Evan Withington, and Lola Flatley. So let's see what happens here in the Mini Inters, Mini Inter, Mini Tyro. Let's see what sort of action they can create. Marshall's getting ready to direct the drivers, tell them to keep them in the tram lines and control their speeds. They'll go into the tram lines, they will control their speed, and we will get racing here. Down into turn 1, let's see what happens here. So watch out for Oliver Barton on the inside. Max Wheatley got to the inside, but he's been boxed in by Barton. So round the outside was a good move there. I think that's from Matthew Lilly. So good job there by Lilly. And has made a brilliant start there. Actually, I tell a lie. It's Layla Bell who's taken the lead of the race. So good job there by Layla Bell, one of our female drivers. Made his way into the lead at the start of that one. It looks like Matthew Lilly did get into second place on the start. I say that, number 65 did instead. Max Wheatley's made a late move to the inside. That was on the 65 of Logan Baker. So Logan Baker's had a really good start. So let's see what happens here. They're about 4 wide going into turn 1. That will always not really work out, but Layla Bell has had to drop into third. And Max Wheatley still holds on, actually takes over the lead of the race. Now who is that in second place? It does look like Riam Tanzend has made his way into second place. Does look like Hayden Fisher has got his way into third place as well. So Layla Bell has not had the best of starts here. She got into the lead at the start, follows down into fourth. Now that'll be sixth because 2 drivers just got through there. That looked like Akil Nagioni and Adam Judicus. So many moves through this field. And Layla Bell's going to have to watch out now for Jacob Underhill on her backside. But a brilliant start there has been for Max Wheatley, the K-Plate driver. Really knows how to drive around this circuit. Has shown it time and time again. Rian Townsend is still in second place. Hayden Fisher is closing down on him in third on that zip car. The 2 drivers, 2 teammates actually. So they'll be trying not to do anything silly to annoy the team boss. And it's Adam Judicus in fourth. And Akil Nagioni, who set the fastest sector 2 that time. Obviously Max Wheatley going fastest, a 44 dead. So watch out for Gioni. Very quick on pace. Whether they can fight their way through the field is another question. So the Mini Inters are going well. Let's have a look how the Mini Tyros are doing. It's still Hayden Berlin who leads the way from Izzy Wykes and even Willington, and Lola Flatley rounds them out. So Flatley's still having some issues, still taking their time to learn the track. Not his easiest track to learn, Kim Bolton Circuit. There's a move from Jensen Sale on the inside of the driver. That'll be Jacob Underhill, so he'll get the move done. Good move there by Jensen Sale. Used the stow corner to perfection. And now Underhill's going to have some fighting from Serene Gallagher. So Serene Gallagher has made his way through as well. So that's Underhill now dropped to 8th. Underhill actually having a really good race. Had made up about 8 places now. And has a really late move on the car of 41. That was Serene Gallagher. That was really late. I don't think Gallagher would like that one too much. So a good move there by Gallagher. My apologies. Good move there by Underhill to get into 7th. Let's have a look back further up. So Hayden Fisher had got past Townsend in that last lap. Now Townsend's going to have to fight off Judicus and Gioni. So here's the two drivers on the screen, Serene Gallagher and Jacob Underhill. Will Gallagher have a look for a move? Not yet. He will bide his time down the high straight and see if he can get a move into turn 1. On the dummy, has a look, can't get its car stopped. Couldn't get it alongside. Unfortunate there for Gallagher. Nearly had the move sorted, but that is how racing goes sometimes. Gallagher all over Underhill. Two drivers coming through Dan Weldon Complex. There's the fight at the front of the grid. So that is Hayden Fisher on your screens there. Townsend was now behind in third. We'll have to watch out because Adam Judicus is in fourth and is charging through the grid. 7 places up from his starting position. And he's got his work cut out for him. They will start catching up to the Mini Tyros now. Mini Tyros still being led by lead change for Mini Tyros. So that's Hayden Adams, who has made it into first. Hayden Burling still in second. So lead change there for the Mini Tyros. They'll be starting to be caught up now by the Mini Inters. Hopefully the Mini Tyros won't be getting in the way as such from the Mini Inters. They'll be taught how to see the blue flags, and obviously the marshals communicating with the drivers, telling them that there's a quicker cart coming up behind you. You need to try and get out of the way of them if you can. These Mini Tyros doing a really good job of doing so. And off the commentary, just looking at my commentary box, Layla Bell is having an awful race. Has dropped all the way down to 15th. Is not having a good time at the moment. He's gone from the front of the pack down to the back. And these Mini Inter drivers are doing a good job here, trying and get through the Mini Tyro drivers. Sort of like an LMP1 car trying to get past a GT3 car in an endurance stage. Speaking of endurance, the stamina these drivers are probably going to be going through right now will be on its limits. The track is really hot. I'm sweating in the commentary box. I bet you they'll be sweating even more. So a lot of tension to be put on the drivers. But so far, as Fisher catching up to another one of the Mini Tyro drivers. Brilliant job there to get past the Tyro driver without losing too much time. Quite a nice feeling when you can catch them before the straight so they don't mess up your corner entry. And there he is, Max Wheatley, your lead man as we go into the final lap. Max Wheatley still holds on to the lead in this race. Hayden Fisher in second and Ryan Townsend in third. And a kill named Gioni is in fourth. So the times are starting to drop now. The driver who was leading, Max Wheatley, lost about 3 tenths over that over the last couple of laps. So the track is definitely getting a bit too hot for the drivers. But that won't matter to Max Wheatley as he comes around the final corner and is going to win in Mini Inter. The Mini Max race winner in Heat 2 will go to Max Wheatley. A nice drive by Max Wheatley actually. Hayden Fisher finishes off in second place from Townsend, who will finish third. Akune Gioni will finish in fourth, so good job by Gioni. And Hayden Adams will win in Mini Tyro as he came round the finish line. So Hayden Adams beats Hayden Berlin, now do his championship good. And he'll be joined by Evan Withington on the podium. So as the drivers come into the pits there, good drives through the field. Jensen Sale made up 4 places. Adam Judicus up 6. Jacob Underhill up 7. Was up 10 at one point. Jacob Underhill, really good race by him. So that's some of our younger drivers completed for their second heat. Let's go have a look at TKM Extremes. So TKM Extreme is about to head out on circuit, and it's Leo Robinson who takes the pole spot from William Bloom, Olivia Jenkins, Oliver Bowen, Thomas Shaw, Gemma Kiddie, Harvey Charter, Bradley Peck, Ashley Ruggles, James Monroe, Harper Jones, Patrick Leaf, Ben Cowley, Sean Abbott, Luke Woodward, and Kean Bennett, the K-Plate driver. He drove really well in that first heat. Jake Cox, Charlie King, Jack Stewart, Kai Springfield, Harry Higgs, Al Patterson, James Whittaker, Gareth Haynes, Luke Jarman, Harrison Morrow, who I hope is out in this heat. It would be a shame if he wasn't. Charlie Whitehouse, Spencer Lane, Charlie Gaylard, Michael Cornell, Jessica Fitchell, Joseph Booth, who won that first heat, and John Stafford rounds out your grid. So yet again another mixed up grid. Let's see what happens as they come round Kim Bolton corner. They'll form up in tram lines, the smoke will arise, and let's see what happens. And it's a full start. So the driver, William Bloom, did seem to be coming over to Leo Robinson's side quite early, so unfortunately was not deemed a safe start and will have to go round again. So this will give the drivers another chance to get some extra heat in the tyres. This track is getting very hot, so it won't be that hard to get some heat in. And it gives me another chance to maybe eat a squash or two. So the squashies have been eaten and it's ready. It's time to get racing in TKM Extreme for the second heat of the day. As they come round the final corner, we'll get ready to go racing. Second time in the tram lines we go, and are we racing? Yes we are, down into turn one. Let's see what happens here. Will Lee Robinson be able to hold it? Yes he does, but Bloom tries to go around outside, can't really get it done, but will hold on in second place. Or does he? Yes he does. So good start there by Bloom. I think Oliver Bowen got round the outside as well, so he's in third place. Strong start by Leo Robinson though. He holds his way in first and already starting to pull a bit of a gap already from the drive behind William Bloom. He will probably try to use William Bloom as a roadblock and trying to hold the other drivers back. Leo Robinson has really stormed away here as they come round to finish lap one. Oliver Bowen makes a move on William Bloom, but it would be Leo Robinson who takes the lead after the first lap by 8 tenths. Oh, a tyre coming off from one of the drivers. Was that Charlie Gaylard? Now it looked like it was a car of number 74. What has happened to Charlie Gaylard? Well, I think you need 4 wheels to go racing, and he's obviously forgotten one. Well, he's left it on the circuit, so problems for Gaylard, and that will lead a yellow sector round down Wilden corner. But it's William Bloom who's dropped to third, and Bradley Peck who will have a look on Bloom to maybe have a charge for the final podium spot. But he'll have to watch out because behind it is Thomas Shaw. But problems for Charlie Gaylard. Not really a clue what happened there. But it is good to see that Harrison Morrow did get out on circuit. He's not had the best of starts at the moment. He is in 28th. But really good to see Harrison Morrow out on circuit after what was quite an eventful start. Yep, there's the number 74 car. Well, you need 4 wheels to go racing, and he's lost a tyre on the way to the start. William Bloom might have to watch out. Bradley Peck to the inside takes third place, so good move there by Bradley Peck. And he will now signal to Bloom to say, come on, let's go together. I've got the speed, I've got the pace, let's go catch Oliver Bowen. So let's see what happens in the next couple of laps. Very, very close between Bloom and Peck. And looks like a move there from Thomas Shaw on the inside of Bloom. Couldn't get it done though, so he's had to hold back and wait in 5th. Some quick lap times being put in by drivers such as Lee Robson and Thomas Shaw and Bradley Peck, who is very, very quick indeed. But although being quick, are also consistent As I said before, consistent drives, wins championships, wins races. There is number 74 car, Charlie Gaylord. Well, he's had some problems there. Unfortunate for Gaylord. Hopefully he can sort it out for the next race. Oh, move for second place. So Bradley Peck has found a lot of pace and is into second past Oliver Bowen. So will Liam Robinson now be a bit concerned, as Liam Robinson could be getting a charge from Bradley Peck. Now Bradley Peck is really on it at the moment and he's definitely got that car dialed up and ready to go racing in this second heat for TKM Extreme. Oliver Bowen. What will Oliver Bowen do? Will he see that he's got the pace and stick to work with him, or will he wait there and then surprise him with a secret overtake? Let's see what happens here. Good move that was by Bloom on Thomas Shaw. Now I don't know if that's for a move or was he defending, but good battles through the grid here in TKM Extreme. TKM always providing good racing. Fast lap of the race to Kean Bennett. He's just going to set a 43.06. So times are coming down here. And Ben Cowley actually given a technical flag, so I haven't really seen what that was for, but it may have something to do with Charlie Gaylord's incident, which has summoned his car to the stewards and to scrutineering. We both agree that his car shouldn't be out on circuit at the moment. So 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and William Bloom there right behind Thomas Shaw. So Thomas Shaw didn't make it past Bloom on the last lap or two, and Bloom needs to watch out now because he's got Harvey Charter closing in. Now Harvey Charter has taken a bit of time out of racing. He didn't have much running. Wow, good move there by Harvey Charter. I was just talking about Harvey Charter not being kind for a few years, and he's making it look like he's been out every weekend. Does Harvey Charter? He's had very little running in the past few years. Used to race in Junior X30 with Litchfield Motorsport. Obviously has moved over to TKM Racing for a one-off event. This is what the TKM Festival is all about. You know, a lot of drivers do come and do a one-off here. And I bet you the finals will be even more exciting. Kean Bennett is trying on Harvey Charter. Thomas Shaw had to watch out for Harvey Charter, and Harvey Charter caught him off surprise. Thomas Shaw problem. So I don't know what's happened to Charter, but Charter has summoned a problem on Shaw's car, and Shaw is out of this race. So problems for Shaw, and it's Harvey Charter who makes his way up. Good move there by the number 27 on Olivia Jenkins. That was Ashley Ruggles. So Ash made a good move there to get past Jenkins, and Jenkins have to watch out now because she's got Sean Abbott and Patrick Leaf behind, both drivers who knows how to make moves on this circuit. These drivers are all very close. TKM Extreme, a real proud founder of really close proper racing. Harvey Charter is alongside Kean Bennett. Now Kean Bennett is trying to look for a move here on Charter. So is Olivia Jenkins on Ashley Ruggles. So Ruggles just about managed to hold off the driver. Olivia Jenkins really late on the brakes, tried to get a move done but couldn't get it done on Ruggles. Ruggles running that Talco car. Oh, gets a hit from behind from Jenkins, and that will force Abbott through, as well as Patrick Leaf. So will Patrick Leaf get it done? They're side by side. Yeah, Leaf fought better off it, and Jenkins have to wait for another day. That is a late move. Who has Patrick Leaf just been overtaken by? That's Charlie King. So Charlie King, the king of late moves and late overtakes, made the move on Patrick Leaf and is just about going to get it done. Actually, no, it doesn't. So Patrick Leaf fights back. That's a lot of fighting going on in this race. A real good battle between Kean Bennett and Harvey Charter, as well as this battle with Sean Abbott, Olivia Jenkins, Ashley Ruggles, Patrick Leaf, and so is Charlie King and Jake Cox into this battle. But it's Leah Robinson who's going to come round the final corner. The last lap board was already going out, so now it's going to be the checkered flag And it's going to be Leo Robinson who takes the second heat win here in TKM Extreme. Bradley Peck makes up 6 places, holds on to that second place from Oliver Bowen, Harvey Charter, Kean Bennett, William Bloom, Ashley Ruggles, Sean Abbott, Patrick Leaf, Charlie King. Rounds like your top 10. So some good moves through the field. Kean Bennett made up 11 to 5th. Joseph Booth from the back of the field up 18 to 14, so good drive by Booth. As long as well with Luke Jarman, who made up 10 places, and Spencer Lane, who made up 10 places, both finishing 14th and 15th and 18th respectively. Gemma Kidding had some struggles there, went from 6th to 22nd, and it was Kean Bennett who stayed with that fastest lap of a 43 dead. So the TKM Extreme heat is over, and now we're going to be heading over to our Rotax side with Senior Rotax.
It's tropical out here now. Is Si going to come around and deliver pina coladas as well? That's a real treat on a Sunday.
So the grid for the Senior Rotax drivers will look like this. It's Adam White, who will start from the pole spot, from George Robinson, Isaac Reynolds, Thomas Palmer, and James Tester from Will Forber and Elliot Pugh. Aaron Sarkis and Joe Galway from Michael Morgan, Harry Bloor, Jack Spencer, Aaron Full, George Hart, Ryan Hedge, Luke Bate, William Ray, George Donald, George Allen, Lucas Theo, Ewan Richards, Callum Ingray, Liam Note, Charlie Webb, Jonathan Relton, Cassius de Alf, who's had a hard first heat, from Ralph Youngling and Lucas Enningham, Joe Fox, Gregory Davis, Lucan Joyce and Neil Hepworth rounds out your grid. So just waiting now for the marshal to open the gate to let our drivers out onto circuit. So this will be the end. After this race will be the end to our Heat 2s, and then we'll go on to our Heat 3 races. So let's see what happens here in Senior Rotax. George Robinson, quick driver. He was high up there in the Junior X30 ranks earlier this year and last year as well. Some drivers to watch out for near the back of the pack. Lucas Enningham, championship leader. Definitely one to look out for. Charlie Webb as well. Ralph Youngling is a quick driver as well. And some other drivers as well. Ewan Richards, who was really finding it up at the front end in that first heat as well. So let's see what happens then. We're going to wait for the marshal to let the drivers out on circuit, which should be any second now. The green flag is being waved. So the drivers are now going out onto circuit. Let's see what happens here in Senior Rotax Heat 2. It's going to be a fun one for sure. And the track is now fully dry, so no wet patches to think about anymore. Let's see what happens here. So James Tester there on your screens. He's one driver as well to look out for in this race. A lot of drivers really to watch out for. Love the mixed grid method. So George Robinson on your outside into turn 1. Adam White to the inside. Starting from the pole spot. Journey ways backwards. Let's see what happens as they go through the cab lines. And are we racing? Yes, we are. So down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. So George Robinson covers the inside. Thomas Pryor on the outside. Oh, couple drivers spinning off. Oh no! Joe Galloway is on top. Well, no, stuck from Harry Bloor. So I don't know what happened there, but Harry Bloor lands on top of Joe Galloway, and that's not the start Galloway wanted to his first race back to karting in a while. That radiator is completely ripped off, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is coolant on the circuit at the outside of turn 1. Let's see what happens when the drivers come into turn 1. We do hope these drivers are alright. Oh, a couple drivers off there. I think that looked like Aaron Full, who's had an issue there at the last corner. But at the end of lap 1, it's George Robinson that leads the way from Thomas Pryor. William Forber is into 3rd place. So brilliant start by Forber, made up 3 places. Jack Spencer is into 4th, so good drive by Spencer as well. He's made up 4 places. Michael Morgan as well into 5th. So it always seems to be these little accidents at the start really shake up the grid here. So it's Michael Morgan. Oh, there's a driver off there. So who is that? Can't really see the number on that car. And it's Thomas Pryor who still leads the way from George Robinson. William Forber in 3rd. William Forber is right on the back now of these top 2. And the driver who was off there was number 94 of Liam Nate. So problems for Nate. William Forber. He looks like he's had a really good start there. Some other drivers with some good starts. Both Ralph Youngling and Lucas Ellingham, 17 places at the start. What a drive it's been for those 2 at the moment. And I'm sure they're going to make up some more places. Ewan Richards made up 13. As well as... Oh, move for 2nd place. William Forber on the inside of George Robinson. Pushes him wide. But I don't see what was wrong with that move. William Forber into 2nd place. So William Forber is having the drive of his life right now. He's never really been this high at this sort of level. But he's a very... You can still call him an inexperienced driver. He's been doing it for a year and a half now at this level of karting. And with the Aircart group, his older brother Archie Forber used to race with his Aircart group as well, and was a very quick driver indeed, so I'm not surprised if he's going to be giving him any tips and tricks. But it's William Forber in 2nd place, right behind Thomas Pryor. So will Forber pounce at a winning spot here? There's not many opportunities in your racing career when you get to go for a winning spot, especially in these mixed grid races. So it's all about taking them with full stride when you can. Some good shots from the cameraman as well. And William Forber to the inside of Thomas Pryor. What a move from William Forber. Takes the lead of the race. Well, this is really shaking up the grid here. At Kim Bolton, William Forber into the lead. He taps ahead. He says, come on, let's go. Let's work together. Let's get away from George Robinson. Now, George Robinson might have to watch out because he's going to have Thomas Pryor on his inside. What a move that was from Robinson. But what a move it's been for William Forber into the lead of the race. Wow, what a move. Jack Spencer into 4th as well. Will Jack Spencer have a look at a podium spot? Thomas Pryor isn't showing up the pace that he usually should be around here. George Robinson is still in 2nd. Jack Spencer to the inside. Into 3rd place goes Spencer. What a move that was. Brilliant stuff there by Spencer, the number 64 kart. And William Ray to the inside of Michael Morgan. That's a good move. Will he get it stick? I think he does. Brilliant move there by William Ray. And Thomas Pryor is fighting back on Jack Spencer, so will Spencer be able to fight back? We'll have to wait and see. We know Thomas Pryor, he's very good at his racecraft skills. He's been racing at Kim Bolton for few years now. He runs a bit wide and Spencer has a little look. But Spencer knows he's really good at this last sector. So let's see, will he go for a move? Yes, he does. Back to that podium spot goes Thomas. Oh, contact! Thomas Pryor, William Ray. So William Ray had a look and couldn't get it done. So problems for William Ray and Thomas Pryor. Thomas Pryor was looking really good at a podium there, and it's all gone to shambles for him. So let's have a really look at the grid. It's William Forber who leads the way. George Robinson is in 2nd place. Jack Spencer in 3rd. So this is perfect for, if you're a driver in Jack Deck's Racing or Aircar, it's been a perfect race for you so far. Ralph Youngling up 23 places. Basically from the back to the front. You can't complain about that one, Ralph Youngling. He is absolutely on it. I told you to watch out for him at the start of this race. There he is on your screens. 25 there. Charlie Webb is right behind. Charlie Webb's made up 19 places. So there's many drivers in this race who have made up a lot of places, it has to be said. Ewan Richards made up 13. Lucas Enningham up 21. That's just what Enningham does. He's just that sort of driver, is Enningham. Luke Bates up 10 as well. This has been an exhilarating race, it has to be said. The brilliant start of mixed grid racing. We get to see drivers who we don't usually see at the front, and they really show what they can do, as does William Forber. Forber, we knew he had the pace to be at the front, but he's storming it right now. Archie Webb, my apologies, Charlie Webb and Luke Bates, side by side. Now Webb did hold on to that place, so this is the battle for 5th place. Lucas Enningham now. Well, he's already made up about 21 places. How about 23 if he's lucky enough? And so is Ewan Richards behind. So the start of the race really messed up the grid and is providing us with some exhilarating racing. Lucas Enningham sits there. I think Luke Bate went a bit defensive there, so he's going to try and get the run out of the last corner. Down in the Stowe corner. Let's see what happens there. Charlie Webb defends on the outside. Lucas Enningham to the outside of Luke Bates. Will he hold it? I think he does. Brilliant move by Lucas Enningham. Round the outside of the whole of the first sector to get the inside for turn 3. What a move that was. There's William Forber still leading the way. Lucas Enningham right behind now. The last lap board is about to come though to William Forber. And I know this will be quite an emotional one for William Forber. His first ever race his first race he's led in his karting career. Wow, this is brilliant for the top 3 drivers. George Robinson's had a brilliant race. Jack Spencer in 3rd. Wow, what a brilliant race it's been. Oh, I say that. Ralph Youngling's got him on the last lap. Ralph Youngling has made his way past Jack Spencer. So Ralph Youngling from 27th on the grid is in 3rd. Wow, what a race. But round the final corner, this is going to be a very emotional one for William Forber, and he deserves every bit of it. William Forber, round the final corner, wins Heat 2 in Senior Rotax. Wow, what a race it's been for William Forber. George Robinson finishes that in 2nd. Ralph Youngling, 27th to 3rd. You deserve a pat on the back for that one. Jack Spencer, what a race it's been for Spencer. He finishes in 4th place. Lucas Enningham up 23 places to 5th. Wow, what a race that was. Luke Bates finishes in 6th from Ewan Richards. George Donald up 10. Charlie Webb up 15. And it's Adam White and George Hart who round out the top 11. My word, what a race it's been for the Senior Rotaxes. The beauty of mixed grids really come into play here. William Forber showing what he does, and that'll be a very emotional first win for him at Kimbolton. The next race coming up though, it's time for the start of the final heats of the day, and it's going to be Micromax and Honda 200s. So the drivers for Micromax and Honda 200s are getting away, and it's going to be Harry Knight who starts from pole from Rudra Kukenalf, and Jensen Darlow in 3rd, followed by Finley Beals, Teddy Higgs, Otto Amay, and James Durevex and Mason Munster. Rounds out your Rotax drivers, and in the Hondas it's going to be Sawyer Henderson who starts from 1st, from Kevin Ivanoff, Riley Bitmore, George Wilden, Ed Spain, Theo Hamilton, Shea Hilton, Elliot Bork, Jackson Heath, Harry Grant, Ollie Knox, Jack Fulbakama, and Edward Munns. So the Rotaxes are about to get round. let's have a look and see what they can do. So their final heat, they will need to try and gain all the points they can for that important starting final spot. And we are off and racing down to turn 1. So Harry Knight has had a good start, and he's going to hold his place in first. In second place, that looks like Finley Beals once again, who's at the front. Here goes on the cadets on your screens. On the small screens, they'll go into turn 1. Let's see what they can do. So it's a good start there from Riley Blakemore. I think Kevin Ivanoff's got into second there. They're going to be all side by side, about 3 wide going through the Willow section. 3 wide round there usually doesn't really go well. These cadet carts can just about hold 3 wide. But it's going to be Riley Blakemore who holds the lead of the race from Kevin Ivanoff. And Ed Spain in third. They come round the first lap now. And it's going to be Harry Knight who still holds his lead from Finley Beals and James Durebex. Otto May and Jensen Darlow round out your top 5 in the Micromaxes. And just in your small screens there, on the 200s have finished their first lap, and it's still Riley Blakemore who holds on to the lead. And he's going to have company from Kevin Ivanoff and Ed Spain in the top 3. But Finley Beals is right on the back now of Harry Knight. Will he have a look for a move? We'll have to wait and see. Into the last corner. Last corner is always a perfect move for an overtake. Looking back on the screens now. Is that Kevin Ivanoff who's made his way into the lead? Yes, it is. So Kevin Ivanoff pointing forward, saying we've got to go forward. Going back to the Micromaxes. Moves to the inside for the lead. That is Finley Beals on Harry Knight. And that was a good move there. Back to the Hondas though. And it's Ed Spain side by side with his teammate Riley Blakemore. So them two trying to find themselves in the podium spot. They both are. Maybe a bit too much battling could change that dilemma. As it's Kevin Ivanoff who still holds on to the lead. Back to the Micromaxes, and it is still Harry Knight who got hold on to the lead. And it is Finley Beals in second. But Finley Beals, he's really been on the back of Harry Knight the last couple of laps. Will he have a look at a move? Not as yet. He's going to have to bide his time. And there's still 4.5 minutes left of this race, so anything can happen. As Harry Knight hold on to leading your screens. Bulk made the move on the inside of Hamilton. Couldn't get it done. So we're going to have to wait for another opportunity to open up. Now watch out for the Micromaxes, because James Durebex in that 3rd place spot is starting to close in now on the top 2. And going off the times as well, Durebex and Otto May both have the pace to be at the front. And Otto May actually had to lead to be the fastest, because he is the fastest lap. That's the fastest lap, and he is the fastest on circuit. Side by side now, Finley Beals and Harry Knight into turn 1. Finley holds back. Doesn't really see the opportunity to go around the outside of turn 1. So he'll bide his time and wait for Derek's corner. Another good overtaking opportunity. And he'll go to the inside. Finley Beals on the inside of Harry Knight. Gets the move done. So good moves there from Harry Knight, Finley Beals through Derek's corner. Good overtaking opportunity. And Finley Beals, he's going to have to watch his back now, because Harry Knight is on the inside once again. Gets the move done, but will Beals go on the cut back? Yes, he does. And he's got the inside for turn 1. So let's see what happens. Will Harry Knight always get the push? Harry Knight gets the push from James Durebex and gets back to the front. So, well, if Harry Knight needs to do anything, it's to give James Durebex a pat on the back for that one. Maybe we'll buy him an ice cream after. So James Durebex being a helping hand for Harry Knight. It hasn't really worked out though, because Finley Beals is back into the lead. So Finley Beals has looked after his lead, and Harry Knight is going to have to work again. Oh no! Issues for Harry Knight. He got pushed onto the grass there, and going into Cresswell corner. has dropped quite far off the pack now. I couldn't see where he got back onto circuit at. I think he's in 7th place. So, problems for the driver who is leading the way in the Micromaxes. Back to the Hondas, let's go. So it's Kevin Ivanoff and Riley Blakemore who are side by side. Now going down into turn 1. Watch out for Ed Spain as well. He's making his way through, so perfect team orders by the Ambition Motorsport lot. And it's also going to be Elliot Bork who made his way through, and Kevin Ivanoff. So just in a matter of 10 seconds, Ivanoff goes from being at the front in 1st, now down to 4th with a lot of work to do on the Micromaxes. Back on our full screens, it's Finley Beals who is right behind, right in front of James Durex. Or Durex. Have a look at a move on Beals anytime soon. We'll have to wait and see. The Honda's on our main screen. And it's Riley Blakemore who is still there in 1st. Oh, 2nd, my apologies. Harry Knight being signalling the warning flag. So, did Harry Knight cause that on his own? Not calling names, but unfortunate there for Harry Knight. He was running a good race, and he's got a lot of work to do now, especially when it comes to the final. But Riley Blakemore on your screens there. It's just holding his line. And it's in the lead, so he's obviously doing a good enough job. Battling with his teammate here, Ed Spain. Now these two, are they going to try and work together? Or will they let the drivers behind maybe catch up? He's got drivers such as Elliot Bork behind. And Theo Hamilton, who are 3rd and 4th. On our small screens there, the Micromaxes. James Durex is sitting there, but he's not finding the pace to be able to catch Beals. He gets to the stage now where the tyres are really starting to go off, so it's now turning into sort of a survival game. It's time to tick 0. We're going to start the final lap. As Finley Beals come around the last corner, he'll go on to his final lap. And one last tour of the circuit for Beals. And this will be quite a dominant weekend so far for Finley Beals. He's had already 2 heat wins. But now this is about we need to watch out for. Hondas, Riley Blakemore and Ed Spain are side by side. Ed Spain, the perfect cutback manoeuvre at Stowe Corner. And it's Phil Hamilton who still holds on to 3rd. Let's see what happens though in the Hondas as they come down Derek's corner. But it's going to be Finley Beals around the final corner. He'll take the win in Micromax. Brilliant drive by Finley Beals. Wins it on the road from James Durex and Otto May. Now let's see how the Hondas finish up. They'll be side by side. There's about 5 of them fighting. It's 2 wide going through the last corner. Let's see what the final result is going to be. It looks like Riley Blakemore is going to take it at the end. My apologies, Ed Spain. Ed Spain gets it at the end. So good job by Ed Spain. Takes the win there from Riley Blakemore. Kevin Ivanoff rounds it off in 3rd from Elliot Bork and Theo Hamilton. But the gap between Ed Spain and Theo, oh my god, Jack Fulbakama was 1/10 of a second. My word. These drivers, very, very close indeed. Well, what a race that was from the cadet groups. KZ UK ready to go next as they head out onto the grid. Going to watch them do their 4 Nations laps where they'll get the heat and tyres. Now let's see what happens in this one. So the KZ karts already had quite a dramatic start of events. And it's going to be quite hard for them now because the tyre degradation is going to be very high now with the really hot track conditions. Now I'm just waiting for my timing to update so we can give you a list of the grid But it's going to be George Barker who starts from pole. Ryan Green alongside him. From Sylvanus Kilmas and Bradley Calder on row 2. From Richard Palmer, James Beecroft, James Harvey, Nino Piccoli, Isaac Smith, Jake Baker, Daniel Sabula, Bua Phillips, Jason Baker, Nick Aitken, Bailey Rigglesford and Mark Keane. Rounds out your grid. So George Barker here on your screens. He's just taken his steps into KZ karting. A driver who used to be race in Junior Rotax, known for being the Minimax Super 1 2020 champion. So knows how to win championships, does George Barker. And he'll complete a practice start, just like most of the other drivers. So they'll be allowed to go around the final corner here and make sure their clutch is working correctly and they can get the perfect bite point they can. So there's Bailey Rugglesford. He's had a brilliant day so far. He's been really on it at the moment. And the drivers have been told to go around again. So problems here in KZ UK. And I hope they should be able to get that sorted for the next lap. And I think that's a problem from George Barker. So George Barker there, the driver who's starting on pole, couldn't get away there. So he's going to have to work his way back up to start first on the grid. Now the question is, will he be allowed to start first on the grid, or will he have to line up at the back of the pack? Let's have a wait and see. He'll try and cut his way through. Obviously doing it safely, not trying to ruin anybody's races. Some of the drivers forming a practice start. So now the drivers will close in. And it looks like one of the marshals is going to direct George Barker. Let's see what he'll do. So it looks like George Barker has had to start from the back of the pack. So, really unfortunate here for George Barker. The driver who's supposed to be starting on pole, failing to start his kart, and he's now got to start from the back of the grid. So, let's see what happens in this race. It will now be Ryan Green who will start from pole, but Richard Palmer has got a brilliant space to turn 1. Let's go. So down into turn 1, Ryan Green, the perfect start, has got the gap, and he's through turn 1 and keeps his lead. So good start there by Ryan Green. Chucks it into turn 3. Out of the willows he goes, down the back straight. So a good start there by Ryan Green. Let's see what happens in the Darwin complex. Some drivers trying to make moves through the field. But it's going to be Sylvanus Kilmas who is into second place. So the driver on the Sodi kart doing a good job there to have a good start. It's Richard Palmer who's got into third as well. So a good start by Richard Palmer. James Beecroft has made his way into fourth. I say Richard Palmer's in third. He's now in second. Slides it through turn 1. A brilliant move that was by Richard Palmer. I thought he was going to miss a gear there, but so far it's been so good for Ryan Green, who has made his way into first, and he's already got a bit of a gap already. It's about over a second already. So the prime start for Ryan Green. George Barker would not be happy with that start whatsoever. He had the chance to be at the front, and it has all gone wrong for him. So as they come round, finish first the second lap. Ryan Green, who is still holding on to the lead. Richard Palmer in second from James Beecroft. Good to see Beecroft back in the KZ kart at Kimbolton. And Sylvius Kilmas. And looks like Bua Phillips, who's made a good place in that last lap. He's right behind the driver. So let's see what happens. Phillips has got Isaac Smith for company. So the TCR UK legend is right behind Bua Phillips. And Bailey Raggleford is there as well. So he's in 7th. And Bailey, a really good driver. Despite his experience, good move there by Isaac Smith. On the inside of Phillips. Phillips will fight back, but can't get it done. So, down the back straight. Smith gesturing. I don't really understand what that was for. Maybe he was apologising to the driver behind. But he's still on his way. Now, Smith was having problems in the past 2 heats, so hopefully no more struggles for him. So it's Bailey Rigglesford on your screens there. He's right behind Phillips, and he's got a charging James Harvey from behind. So 2 competitive drivers between him, and he's having the time of his life right now. He's really showing up against the other KZ UK drivers. And it's been a good start here for KZ. So it's Ryan Green on that last lap, so 36.4. Palmer was quicker than him, as well as Beecroft. So maybe Ryan Green has started not to push as hard. Here's a battle going on between, oh, that is a massive hit to the wall for kart 33. So Zilphilus Kilmas has hit the wall very hard. I hope he's okay. I think he is up the kart. So what has happened to Kilmas? He has been found at the bottom of Damodon corner. So not the best of starts for the driver. And it's Rigglesford who is really having fun here. Made up 10 places to 5th. He's behind Isaac Smith, but he does not see Isaac Smith anywhere. So he has got a lot of time to gain if he wants to catch up to the back of him. Beecroft and Palmer are still having a little tussle. Nothing much at the moment, but could involve a battle for second. I say that, Beecroft is still right behind him. I mean, it's very hard to be right on the bumper of a KZ kart because of the speed difference and the amount of speed that will be taken into these corners. Beecroft is really quick behind Palmer. He's using all the toe he possibly can, and he's going to try and find a way through somehow. He's not got many corners around this circuit to make an overtake. He's got to try and work on making a move around the last corner or down at the Willow section. Try and get past him going into turn 1. And also another good opportunity is down the back straight. Going into the downward complex. If you can get the car out of the corner as quick as possible, you can very much see yourself alongside someone before the end of the straight. But Isaac Smith is really on it right now. He's just at the fastest lap of the race on that last time round, 35.6, 4 tenths quicker than the drivers in front. So I won't see him. Can't see why he can't be on the back of him anytime soon. It's still Ryan Green that leads though. So Ryan Green setting consistent lap times here, which is why he's able to keep the gap he has. And it's Richard Palmer and James Beecroft in 2nd and 3rd. Isaac Smith in 4th. The Palmer really hard on the brakes there, dropping down the gears. He's really showing up against Beecroft here. Beecroft who has been driving karts for a very long time. A generational karter is Beecroft, and he goes down the inside of Palmer, overshoots the corner massively, and this gives the opportunity for Palmer to get away and the opportunity for Smith to have a look on the inside. He's definitely got the speed going down into the complex. He touts back him on the start finish on the back straight, my apologies. And will this be a move for the final podium spot? Isaac Smith can't really get... Oh, wow, late move there by James Beecroft. He didn't really get alongside Palmer, and that could nearly end up in tears for the driver in 2nd and 3rd. Beecroft to the inside. Smith tries to do the double, gets stuck on top of Beecroft, and I think that might be how the drivers finish Good move there by Beecroft though, on the inside of Palmer. Will Palmer try to fight back? I don't know as of yet, because it is a heat race, because you want to save the last minute sends to the finals, try and catch out your opponents. But it's going to be Ryan Green around the final corner. He's going to take the last lap board, and we've still got another tour of racing, so Beecroft has got to make that kart as wide as possible to hold on to his second place. Isaac Smith had a look on Richard Palmer, ran a bit wide though, so I don't think he'll be seen to catch Palmer anytime soon, especially not in the next lap or two. So on their last lap, and it's more of a disappointment for what could have been for George Barker, but a delight for Ryan Green as he comes around the final corner, and he's going to take the win in the final heat for KZ UK. He'll win in KZ UK, and James Beecroft will finish in second from Richard Palmer and Isaac Smith. Isaac Smith took another fastest lap on that last one, 35.6. Really consistent times there from Smith. Wrigglesford, yet again, at the front, so brilliant job there by the novice driver of 192. Phillips finishes in 6th. They got 6 places from Calder and Barker. What could have been for Barker? Good recovery drive, however, to 8th. And it's Daniel Sabula in 9th, who made up 2 places. And James Harvey rounded out the top 10. Problems for Kilmas, though. Do not really know what happened when he hit the barriers. But good drive there from the KZ UKs. Now going to join the single gear karts. Back with the X30 seniors and 177s. So, it's going to be Morgan Hill, who will line up on the pole spot for X30 seniors. The championship lead, the driver who is 4th in the championship, my apologies. Followed by Aaron Lass, Kate Ashman, who had problems in that last one, from Oliver Pickler, Tiger Dixon, Oliver Harris, Matthew Morgan, Jack Dan, driver in 2nd in the championship, and Tristan Powell from Joshua Jones, driver who leads the championship, Natila DeBeck, and James Henson from Noah Olbston, Barney Mortimer. And it's going to be James Butcher, who will line up on the pole spot for 177 from Matt Lear, Sam Dickens, Chris Emerson, Lee Todd, Simon Hilton, Stavros Afanuso, Samuel Pugh, Joshua Gollin, Jimmy Golloway, Josh Bash, Scott Clee, who is starting near the back of the pack, so he's going to have to fight his way through, Alfie Bray, and Alex Jones. So Alfie Bray and Alex Jones, 2 drivers to watch out for. They're going to fight their way through. So any moment now, we'll be getting ready to go racing here at Kimbolton. There you can see the driver of Kilmas from the recent race in KZ. Kart doesn't look like it's done that bad damage, so that's good to see that the barriers are doing their job, which is to protect the driver from any serious risk of injuries. As you can see, Kilmas just pushing the kart back, and Marshall's doing a brilliant job there to fix the barrier. The Kimbolton Marshall's doing a brilliant job as always, making sure we sort out any problems that may occur out on circuit. There's Kilmas. He'll be sure to be picked up soon by his mechanic. And there is the Marshalls on our grid. I think this would be a perfect time to talk about one of the Marshalls on our grid, Gridman Sam. Sam Ellis. He's a fully licensed Marshal, and the only Marshal in the UK with Down syndrome, which is pretty cool, I have to say. Sam, who promotes diversity in motorsport, and Sam is a brilliant character, and also my brother, which is always a delight to have. So Sam doing a brilliant job as always. You can always find him down on the dummy grid at HKRC. So do make sure you go up to him and give him a high five. Sam will be proudly waving that green flag to let the drivers know that he can go out on circuit. And if you don't know who Gridman Sam is, you shouldn't be out on circuit. So yeah, Gridman Sam doing a brilliant job as always. Make sure you go follow him on his social medias, as well as following TNL Sports. So there is Kilmas, still having to push that kart back. So he's been through all the wonders today. So if you are cheering for anyone in the races coming up, please leave a message on the YouTube channel. As the X30 senior drivers are coming out on circuit, please make sure to leave a comment, and I will try to look through them all. Joshua Owen asked, was it mixed grids this weekend? Can't find qualifying. Yes, it is. So it is mixed grids, which makes the racing very exciting. And Morgan Hill has won out the mixed grids because he'll be starting first for this heat. So if you are watching the stream, make sure you do like and follow TNL Sports for all things motorsport. So as they come round the final corner, it is going to be Morgan Hill who will start from the pole spot. He will have to worry about Kate Ashman behind him. Let's go to the tram lines. Let's see what happens here for the final heat in X30. We go down to the turn 1, lock up from behind from the drivers, and it's going to be quite a subtle start there. Suboptimal for Morgan Hill. He will take the lead. As just a couple of drivers having to cut the chicane there. So looks like not all the drivers could have squeezed through the little piece of tarmac through the willow section. The 177s have got away good, and looks like Sam Dickens, who's had a good start there, he's got into second place. And I think Matt Lear's held on to his lead. Who has just held on to his lead? And it's Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill has held on to his first spot, and it's a late move there by Tiger Dixon on the inside of Katie Ashman. So that'll be for second place. So Katie will drop to third, and we'll have to watch out for fellow teammate Aaron Lask behind. Aaron Lask in fourth place. There's the lead of the 177s behind on your main screens. And that is James Butcher, shall I say, who leads the way. James Butcher leads from Sam Dickens and Simon Hilton. And I say that, Sam Dickens went for the lead there. Couldn't get it done though. But it's Matt Lear who fights back, and James Butcher fights back as well. Gets his place back. Good battles here in 177s, as well as Senior X30. But it's been Morgan Hill who's pulled a massive gap. And he's already a second ahead from the rest of the field. Here's Dickens in second, who is holding on from the driver in third. That is Matt Lear. So Matt Lear, a strong driver in this race. Drivers watching on from the sidelines, and it's going to be Sam Dickens who tried to have a look, and the car went all bouncy all over him. And that's pushed him wide, quite a far margin down the grid. It's put him to about 5th or 6th-ish. So not the best start for Sam Dickens. Just shows that one simple mistake can lose you a mega amount of time. Morgan Hill, however, has not made any mistakes and still leads the way here at Kim Bolton. Tiger Dixon into second, and Naralas in third. Jack Dan, Katie Ashman rounds out your top 5, and Tristan Powell is in 6th. It's all getting tangled up here in the 177s. Looks like Josh Bash was going on the outside with someone. And there's a couple moves through the field. Joshua Gollin was all on the concrete. And just off my commentary box, looks like a problem for Matthew Morgan in Senior X30s. Don't know what's happened to Matthew Morgan. And looks like another driver has had to step away. I think that might have been Simon Pugh, who's had problems in the 177s. Drivers, sorry, problems for drivers in both classes. And it is still Morgan Hill who leads the way. So good start from Morgan Hill, and it looks like the leader in the 177s is having to start defend, and that's James Butcher. So Butcher on the defensive, trying to cover off from Josh Bash and Golin. So Sam Dickens, as I said earlier, dropping down a few places after making that mistake at turn 1. So far so good for the senior drivers. Senior X30, a really good class to take your first steps into kart racing. Looks like Matthew Morgan couldn't get the kart going, and he's had to pull off. Looks like a move for second place in the 177s. It looked like Josh Bash was let through by another driver. I think that might have been either Golin or Clee. But the battle for the 177 lead is really on at the moment. It's still James Butcher that leads it, but it's Josh Bash right behind. Move for second place in Senior X30. That is Aaron Lask, who's made his way into second. And Tiger Dixon has had to drop to third. So problems, well, I wouldn't say problems, just a lack of pace really for Tiger Dixon, who wasn't really able to stay on the back foot of Morgan Hill. 3 wide into Rotax, into turn 1 with the 177s. And it looks like Josh Bash has finally made his way into the lead. And who's that that's followed behind him? I think that might be Butcher, maybe. We'll have to wait and see till they come round yet again. But the 177s are throwing a brilliant fight up here. That's number 29 on your screens, Matt Lear. So Matt Lear has made a brilliant drive back. Now I think he had some timing issues because he's showing near the bottom of my screen. But it's obviously not where he's supposed to be. So I think Matt Lear, my apologies, has been in that battle for the lead in 177s. And he's got himself into second place. And I think right behind him is Scott Clee. So Scott Clee, who's had a good race, is showing it up at the front. In Morgan Hill, Senior X30 driver. He was really at the front of the championship last year in Junior X30. Has taken it to senior racing and is at the front yet again. So the driver for Jack Next Racing has been a long-term customer of his, a long-time partner of his as well. And Morgan Hill has really come to toe with that MS kart, being powered by Jack Next Racing. And so we're ticking down the time here. It's just gone past the 1 minute plus that additional lap, so only a couple of laps left for the drivers. And this is a brilliant battle on our small screens. Oh, that's come to toe with Tiger Dixon and Aaron Lask, or Jack Dan, my apologies. So Tiger Dixon is not having the best race. Gets overtaken by Jack Dan and Katie Ashman. So 2 for the price of 1. Goes Katie Ashman, one of the female drivers. Is a really good driver, is Katie Ashman. Really shows it up at Kimbolton. So the timer is ticking down, 8 seconds left. So it will be a 2-lap sprint. There's a driver off there, standing quite. Standing quiet, trying to work out what went wrong and what to do better. Always the mentality to go in racing karts and motorsport in general. So Jack Dan there, who is in 3rd place, up 5 spots. And it is Katie Ashman in 4th. So although dropping a place throughout the race, has not been that bad of a race for her. Tristan Powell has made it through on Tiger Dixon. So Powell is driving really good at the moment. The last lap board had gone out for those drivers, so they're going to be venturing on their last laps. And Josh Bash is in a land of his own right now. He's pulled a massive margin from Scott Clee. A margin that is 2 seconds. So Bass has not got anything to worry about now. And Scott Clee might as well just sit there and wait till the final. So round the final corner comes Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill wins in the third heat for Senior X30s. And it's going to be Aaron Lask who finishes up in second. That'll be good points for his championship, as well as Jack Dan, who finishes third. The driver who's second in the championship. And is battling it with Joshua Jones. Speaking of Joshua Jones finishes in seventh. So looking so good for Jack Dan. Katie Ashman finished in fourth from Tristan Powell and Tiger Dixon. And in the 177s, it came to Josh Bash, who held that gap at the end and finishes in P1. Scott Clee in second from Joshua Gollin, Matt Lear, Sam Dickens, and Alex Jones, who basically went for the back of the grid to 18th overall and 6th in his class. Alfie Bray making up moves through the field. So a good race there from the 177s and Senior X30s. Some karts getting moved about there, so do not know what's happened to the Junior Rotax lot. But Junior Rotax will be the next race coming up, and I'll be joined by Junior X30s.
Yeah, I'm being cynical. Like, that's all hobnob. Got all the stuff for that thing that you... Well, it should be good. This is not perfect. And yeah, it's currently sat in front of the air console. And yeah, like, this should be finished at 5 or whatever it was, half 5. We're going to be
So as we go into Junior Rotax Heat 3, it's going to be Arthur Brownless who will take us from the pole spot, followed by Dominic Parabic and Mikey Walker around the move this weekend. In third from Toby Farthing, Oscar Keane, Callum Gosh, Toby Alvarez, Owen Keenan, Dana Moore, Harry Frill, Jack Simpson, Samir Paul, John Richardson, Charlie Wolfett, Lucy Wilden, Archie Flint, Joel Dixon Cohen, Dijon Bennett, Ryan Rapine, Logan Lauder, Zach Starbuck, Jacko and Drawbridge, Blake Southern, Ben Morgan, George Phillips, Charlie Fgrave, who had a really good Heat 2, Logan Hartshaw, Lewis Gilbert, Jensen Hartshaw, Lachlan Homer, Archie Richards and Thomas Hudge, who will round out our group of drivers. Now I do have to thank the Kim Bolton team for looking after me. They've given me a nice lollipop to go with my summer adventures. And I'll tell you, I haven't got a summer bod just as yet. And it definitely will not come out anytime soon. So the Junior Rotax driver's just getting ready. There's Gridman Sam yet again. He really passionate about his marshalling and enjoys every moment of it. And he's got a really good team of marshals with him at Kim Bolton, some of the best in the country. The marshals do care a lot about the safety of the drivers and will do anything to keep them safe, which is always what you want as a driver. You want to be able to trust the people around you. So the Kim Bolton team doing a brilliant job as always to make sure the everyone is fed and watered, especially including me. This is a very nice lollipop, I have to say. Now another thing to talk about is the history that lies at Kim Bolton. Obviously established in 1959. Used to be used as a World War II base, and you could this track is actually based off one of the runways that they used to send the planes off to go and fight during the war, and then was left many years after, left abandoned, and then taken over and formed into the Kimbolton circuit that it is today. And the team have done a lot of work in the past couple of years to get it to the standard it is. You would look at a picture from 2020 and then look at a picture from now and think they're two different circuits. The amount of work that's gone into it. So a big well done to the Freeman family who support this place. The Freeman family doing a brilliant job as always to provide racing for the drivers for many decades. A pure generation of talent. It is.
What's the name for a cloud watcher? Is there not a technical term? Or is it just
So the drivers are getting ready to go out. It'll be Junior Rotax will be going out next. Beautiful shot of the circuit provided by TNL Sports. The cameramen doing a brilliant job as always. Just a shame we can't see any marshals dancing about to provide us some action. So the drivers will be getting ready to go. I will be sipping my ice lolly and waiting for the drivers to get out on circuit. So as I said that, the Junior Rotax drivers are out on circuit, and let's go another look through the grid. So yet again it is Arthur Brownless who will start from the pole spot. Dominic Parabek alongside him. Mikey Walker from third. Watch out for Walker. He's a very, very quick driver. A lot of quick drivers to watch out for in this race. We've got Charlie Upgrade, who's been up there in the heat. Jacko and Drawbridge, who had a brilliant start in heat 2. And pretty much multiple drivers in this race that have a good chance. Watch out for John Dixon Cohen as well, who will be starting in the middle of the pack. So it's all to play for here at Kimbolton. Let us have a look and see what happens as we go down the grid. And here we go into turn 1. It's Arthur Brownless on the inside. Will he get the kart stopped? Yes, he does. And he holds on to the lead. So good job there by Arthur Brownless. And he still holds on. So good job. And it's going to be Mikey Walker who is into second place. Will Mikey have a look to the inside? No, because Arthur defends it brilliantly. Dominic Parabek into third. And he's going to hold his line and maybe work with Mikey Walker here. Try and see where if he can make a move in. Actually, I say that. Move for the lead. Mikey Walker is on Arthur Brownless and makes the move done. Parabek throws the dummy. What a move that was. And Keenan comes through as well, and the second that one car comes through, the whole rest of the pack comes through as well. So a brilliant job there, and I can see red flags are out on circuit, and that is because a driver has gone off and has hit the wall very hard there. So that's the entry into Derek's corner. The driver hitting the barrier, and those barriers are very hard, which is good for the safety of the marshals, and it also absorbs the impact the driver may experience, but does give you a bit of a hit when you do hit it, because these drivers do go at quite speed into that corner, over 70 miles an hour. So red flags are out for the time being, and the medical crew will be heading over to make sure the driver is okay. Now I couldn't see who that was. I'm trying to work out who the driver could well be. So, who could that driver be? I think it might have been Jensen Hartshaw. Now, I don't want to be naming names, as I don't want to scare any families at home. But a slight halt to the events here at Kimbolton. There's Zach Starbuck getting out of his car. Taking a little wander. Drivers being stipulated to get back into their carts as a marshal's order. So a slight halt here at Kimbolton once again. Do hope that driver is okay. The driver who hit the wall. Not always nice to see a driver cause a red flag, and that is the sight we do want to see, however. Driver stepping out of the cart and walking to the medical cart. Brilliant to see that from the team. The Kimbolton team doing a brilliant job to ensure the driver is kept safe. As we said, the marshals, some of the best here in the country, and they will truly show it here at Kimbolton. So the medical car is now taken off and will be coming to its medical centre. These tracks are updated to a standard where there are medical centres on site for the drivers, and if they do need any further medical assistance, they will be escorted to a hospital nearby. So somewhere around Cambridgeshire area, as we are based in Cambridgeshire, so Huntingdon area. If you aren't far from the area, make sure you do come down and check out the racing. And so a slight halt here. So the driver has been taken to the medical centre, so hopefully the driver is okay. And hopefully we can get back racing shortly. The marshal's just checking out the driver's car, making sure it is movable. And the mechanic will be sure to help out the marshalling team to get the car off the circuit. And so I wonder how they will regrid this, because the driver did go off on the first lap, or the first or second lap. So will we start from 0, or will we go from the first lap? If we do, then that will be a brilliant sign for Arthur Brownless, as Arthur did not have the best of starts there. So I'm going to take a little sip of my iced lolly whilst we wait for the Rotaxes to get underway. And the carts are now starting up, so I think we are... Oh, actually, I say that, Mikey Walker was starting up. So what is going to be happening to Mikey Walker then? He has just moved forward quite slightly. So it sounds like we're going to go back to the grid we started with. So Arthur Brownless, he has been given a second chance, more like. And marshals telling the drivers what to do, as it can be quite chaotic. So Arthur Brownless will be starting from your pole spot again, from Dominic Parabic. Mikey Walker and Toby Farthing will be on your second row. Some of the drivers there standing there in confusion, as they well should be. As the Kimbolton team are trying as hard as they can to sort out the drivers, but it's not always the easiest turn of events. So I'm going to keep eating my ice lolly, and we'll get back to you when we are back racing.
A different type of ride that you normally take on. How was it, Jeff? in the lycra again. They might as well be with that.
29! You can't see them.
Did you guys go gravel? Did you go gravel biking or mountain biking? Oh, nice. You seem to have addicted him to that particular discipline.
We do have a curve. Do I have an 84? 84 anyway. 41 and 13. 41, 13.
I don't think he'd take much persuade.
68 and 195.
I think we should get the goatee back. Do you remember when he had his goatee?
122 and 99. 39 and 67. 133 and 165.
I think to be honest, I'd love to see him with a cane and a top hat. Like a penguin, yeah. No, his lycra and his top hat and a cane. I think that'd be ideal.
Top hat and cane is much more rosy to the left. With your S. I'll keep mine on. You want to bum down? You might want to, well, I stand there. Just in case I'm you might want to smooth that down and make yourself a seat place. Because the seat place was quite
The commentator was correct.
it's like right over the limit of the camera speed. So like, you can't like relax.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that side. But then it's on this side. I don't know.
How many viewers are there on the stream tonight?
It was really bad. I was freezing, my hands were so I'm actually glad I had it, but now I
So, slight pause here at the Kimbolton circuit. We're just sorting out the drivers as they're going to get regridded. Just had the chance to come and speak to some of the drivers. Drivers having many words to say. But now let's get going. So the final heat here at Kimbolton for Junior Rotax is underway for their formation lap. And it'll be under Battenberg conditions, so there'll be a single fire restart. So let's see what happens. So it is Arthur Brownless who will be starting from the first spot. Dominic Parabic in second. I say that, Dominic Parabic has got himself into second place. The marshals stipulating to the drivers, telling them to slow down. Now I wonder if we're going to do a so we're going to do a normal start where the drivers are side by side. So your front row is Arthur Brownless and Dominic Parabek, and it's going to be Mikey Walker and Toby Farthing on the second row. Speaking to Farthing, he said he got, well, shafted. Let's see what happens in this race. So into turn 1, the restart for Junior Rotax is underway, and Parabek to the inside takes the lead. Good job by Parabek. It's going to be Arthur Brownless who will hold on to second place, and Mikey Walker into third. Mikey Walker saying he had quite a hard struggle to the start of the race. Mikey Walker to the inside of Arthur Brownless gets into second place, but Parabek is already starting to get a bit of a lead. So Parabek has got his way into lead at the start. Alvarez stipulating to Brownless, saying, come on, let's get going. And Alvarez to the inside. So not really working together. Dana Moore tried to make a move as well on Brownless and couldn't really get the move done. Owen Keenan to the outside of Dana Moore. Will he have a look? No. Couldn't get the move done. I think Wolfit has just made a move on John Richardson or Jack Stimson. Another driver off. I wonder who kart that could be. We'll have to wait and see. So the driver who was involved in that the red flag incident was Jensen Hartshaw, and we do hope he is okay. And the drivers who did not make it past the first lap were Archie Flint, Harry Friel and Callum Gosh. So problems there for those 3 drivers. And I think those 3 drivers who were also involved in the collision. Dana Moore to the inside of Arthur Brownless, and Owen Keenan will follow through as well. Charlie Wolfit will also have a look on Brownless, so Brownless is not having the best start to the race. And Dominic Parabek is doing quite a stunning job right now. He's just holding off from Mikey Walker. Mikey has got some insane straight line speed, and he's using it to his perfection, catching up to the drivers in first, which is Dominic. I say that Dominic is really getting pressure now from Mikey Walker. You look behind, saw he was there. What will he do about it? Mikey Walker sends it to the inside. Brilliant move that was by Mikey Walker. Parabik into second, and Alvarez drops to third. Dana Moore will have a look to catch up to top 3 as Alvarez goes down the inside of Parabik as well. So Alvarez on the charge at the moment. He's really shaking it up at the front end. And Mikey Walker, who is leading the way now, has got some work to do if he wants to hit a gap and pull away from Alvarez. Alvarez is a really quick driver now. He's really improved at the Kim Bolton circuit. And Dana Moore is in 4th, the driver who's made his return back to kart racing. Despite all his sim racing, maybe keeping into the eye of racecraft and overall driving with his sim racing. Sim racing, a real good stepping stone to get into real world racing. Dana Moore, one of them drivers who went from real world back into sim world. Drivers will be using a lot of karting simulation platforms to help them improve their kart skills. So right behind Dana Moore is Charlie Wolfit, the driver who is in 5th place and is making up 9 places so far in this race. So another few more to go. To the inside goes Dana Moore, and he gets his move done on Dominic Parabek. So Parabek is really struggling to keep his momentum up in the last couple of laps. And Moore goes to the inside to defend, and Parabek gets right up behind him. Can't do anything though, and we'll have to watch out for Wolfit as Wolfit goes and has a look and makes the move on the inside of Parabek into the Derek's corner. And the next one on the list is Owen Keenan. And what will Owen Keenan do? Parabek is really struggling in this one. He was saying just on the grid there that he was really having an enjoyable race, and he will not be having one now. And he will probably think I've commentated cursed him. So down the straight we go once again, and it's Mikey Walker who is still leading the way. And it's Plugin Alvarez in second. Dana Moore in third. So good drive by Dana Moore so far. He's in the podium spots, ready to take his first podium back in kart racing. but Charlie Wolfett will want to stop him. Charlie Wolfett, who is new to the junior protagonist, is really strong so far despite his experience. The difference between cadet driving and junior driving is a big stepping stone, and not the easiest one, and he makes the move for the podium spot. So Charlie Wolfett really sent it and got the car stopped when he needed it to, and makes the move on Dana Moore. And Owen Keenan will be wanting to make some progress. Dominic Parabit is down in 6th place. What could have been for him? He's going to have Joel Dixon Cohen behind him, who is driving a really good race so far. Really bridging on his championship, as he is still 2nd in the championship. But after this weekend, who knows? Maybe making it past the stage of being 2nd and actually leading the whole thing. We'll have to wait and see. But it's been a really good drive by these junior Rotax drivers. Let's have a look further down the field. Let's see how some other drivers are doing. So we've got drivers such as Arthur Brownless. He is really struggling at the moment. He's lost 15 places, down to 17th. Dodds Cohen is making up places, and he's just got past Dominic Parabet. And some good moves through the field. Charlie Fgrave up 12 places. Good job by Charlie Fgrave on the air cut. Got his way from 28th into 14th. 26th, my apologies. And so this has been a very interesting junior Rotax race. The drivers being stopped halfway through for the red flag. Basically turned it into a sprint race. And soon enough, these drivers will be heading on to their final lap. This should really be the penultimate lap. Mikey Walker is still leading the way, and Alvarez is in 2nd place. So Charlie Wolfett and Dana Moore set purple sector 1, and Joel Dixon Cohen also set the purple sector 1. So the track is getting fast to a extent that halfway through the race they are still setting purple lap time. Speaking of a purple lap time, Joel Dixon Cohen has the fastest lap of the race on a 41.4. And Parabik, there he is. He is being chased now by John Richardson, who shouldn't really, looking at the times now, shouldn't really be able to catch him in time unless Parabik makes a couple of mistakes. Very easy to do. The last lap ball did go out, so Walker just has one last tour to go around before he can take the win in the final heat for junior Rotax, and this will probably set him up very nicely for a nice start in the final. He has been at the front in these 3 heats and will probably take the pole spot for the final. Alvarez will be up there as well. Watch out for him as well. Around the final corner, Kim Bolton corner, comes Michael Walker and will win in the 3rd heat for junior Rotax. Good job by Mikey Walker. Fabian Alvarez will finish in 2nd from the Charlie Wolfett. Daniel Moore, Owen Keenan, Joel Dixon Cohen, Dominic Parabek, who had quite a rough race there. Loses 5 out, and John Richardson and Blake Southern will be your top 9. Logan Lauder will round out your top 10 with making up 10 places. So some strong drive through the grid. The driver who made up the most places was Charlie Fgrave, up 14 places in the end from 26th to 12th. So a good start from Charlie Fgrave, and will surely be up there for the final. Next up, however, it's time to go to our other junior drivers and head over to Junior Tyro. So the grid for Junior Tyro will see this. It'll be Oliver Gibson, who will be on the pole spot from Harvey Williams. Malix Chan and Lewis Crocker will be on your 2nd row. Archie Gale and Max Flatley will be on your 3rd row from Sam Skellett. Daniel Parsons, Jacob Aston, and Samuel Aston, the Aston brothers, will be together. And finishing off will be Bertie Sol and Nicholas Buss. So as they come round the dummy grid, they will enter the circuit and be set on their formation lap. So let's see what happens here in Junior Tyro. The Junior Tyro has been really competitive so far this weekend. It was really good to see him yesterday out on the circuit as well, getting much needed practice. The drivers will now be slowing down and get ready for the formation lap, for the end of the formation lap, so we can go racing. Drivers coming through the Kestrel corner, a very fast corner, and we'll now come into the last corner to get racing. Let's see what happens here. Will we get racing? That will be another question. We are off from racing down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. So Alfred Gibson will be on your inside. Good start by Gibson, actually. Holds on to the lead. And I think that's Maddox Chan trying to get onto the inside as well. But the number 28 there will hold it around the outside. The number 20, my apologies, Harvey Williams, will hold it into second place. Watch out for the driver in 4th as well. That is Lewis Crocker, who is very much a quick driver in the Junior Tyro Championship. And is going to try and look at gaining some places here. So a good start there from our Junior Tyros. And a move for second place. I think that's Maddox Chan, who's on the inside of Harvey Williams. So a good move there, but will Williams get him on the cutback? We'll have to wait and see. They go down to turn 1 together. They both give each other a little look. Maddox Chan will try and squeeze him, but Williams will get the move done. Gets late on the brakes and gets the kart stopped. So a good move there by Williams, who fights back on his lost ground. So some drivers really quick around here. Jacob Aston set the fastest middle sector in that last one, so he's had a good start to the race. But a race could have been better off for Oliver Gibson, as he has taken the lead and is off and away. Maddox Chan is right on the back of another driver, and that driver looks like it was Archie Gale. So Archie Gale is made his way up into 3rd. Yes, he has. So Gale into 3rd. Maddox Chan has dropped to 4th. So a good move there by Gale. He defended into the last corner. Chan tried to have a look, couldn't get it done. So Gale will now have to watch out for a charging Sam Skellett from behind. Sam Skellett, who won the first heat in the rain and showed what he can do in wet weather racing. Maybe the wet weather is his better option. As they come round to finish the first couple of laps, and it's still Oliver Gibson who leads the way, and Harvey Williams into second place. As the drivers' engines scream down the line straight into Stowe Corner, and it is a brilliant drive so far from Gibson. And there's 2 drivers going side by side there. That looks like Skellett and Sam Aston. So those drivers really having a good battle here. Apologies, I think that was Matt Flatley, who is the kart of the number 19. So these drivers having a good battle here. The driver in front, that number 50, signalling, or number 25, my apologies, trying to signal to say, come on, let's keep going, let's go and push the guys up front. So Skellett is wanting to make a name for himself, but he's going to have to watch out for the number 19 of Jacob Aston on the inside, who takes the place. And a technical flag for Nicholas Buss, so that will take him out of the race. An unfortunate retirement for him, but the stewards have seen something that is not right with his kart. That has resulted him into a departure to the pit lane. So that is problems for the number 90, but no worries for the drivers up at front. The driver of the number 90 has entered the pit, so good job by Buss. But it's been a strong drive so far from Gibson. There's a couple of moves further back in the pack. That looks like a battle with Bertie Sol and Daniel Parsons. So that's for the battle for 9th. But these drivers are really throwing it about here at Kimbolton. Well, this will be one of the best tracks they will experience throughout their year of Tyro Racing. The Kim Bolton circuit really putting up a strong name in their championship. The Kim Bolton circuit, one of the best karting facilities in the UK. The team really look after this circuit and make sure that it is to a high standard. And that is also down to the facts of our sponsors, including Iron Spring Plant Hire, Classic Motorsport, Talk Racewear, Eyes on Driver Performance, and Easy and Elegant Weddings. So without them, the track would not be to their standard, and they really do help us out a lot. Talk Racewear doing a driver of the day, which will be presented by me. A good move there by the number 21. That was Sam Aston on the inside of Jacob Aston. So good move by them. And looks like Malik Shan is going back on the number 21. So battles all the way through the field here from the Tyro bunch. The Tyro, a really good karting community. And the drivers are very friendly to each other and will have a laugh with each other off the track. And will fight like enemies on the track, which is what you want to see. And oh, well, that driver has taken a proper detour at the Dan Weldon complex. Is that the number 27 of Lewis Crockett? I couldn't really get a number as the driver was that far down that far off the grass. He definitely had some sort of problem there. Number 21 there having a good battle with Malik Shan. The 21 there being Sam Aston. So that is the battle for 4th. And Harvey Williams is still holding on to that podium spot. There he is, right behind Archie Gale. So none of these drivers are really putting gaps from each other. They are very close indeed. The lead driver has got a small advantage. It's just about half a second. And half a second is all you need in motorsport. A lead is a lead at the end of the day. If you want to be doing this when it comes to the final. But these mixed grids are really throwing up here. A lot of action going on between the drivers. Oliver Gibson is really throwing it through these corners, trying to carry as much speed as possible. And Archie Gale there in the number 15 car. The driver who is in second place. Harry Williams is just behind him. He's not able to go for a move just as yet. So, oh, wow, good dummy move that was from number 20. So number 20 of Harry Williams waited for his opportunity and he threw it on a dummy with Archie Gale. And Gale having to fight back to defend off the driver who is in 4th. That is Sam Aston. Trying to make sure he doesn't take his podium spot. Some really good driving that was from the driver of number 20. And as we say that, we're on to the final lap, which means that Oliver Gibson is going to come around the final corner and will take the win in the final heat for Junior Tyro. So a good job there from Oliver Gibson. Harvey Williams will be happy with that one into second place. Sam Aston was really happy with that one in 4th. And Archie Gale will round out your podium spot. So good job by Archie Gale. Sam Aston up 6 places, so something to be happy about. Malik Shan finished in your top 5. From Jacob Aston, Sam Skellett, Dan Parsons, Max Flatley, Bertie Soul, Lewis Crocker and Nicholas Buss had problems there, so was brought in. So a good drive there from our Junior Tyros. And yeah, some good racing to watch out for when it comes to their finals, the Junior Tyro O-Plate. But the next race coming up now is the Mini Inters with the Mini Tyros. So the mini Inters are heading out onto circuit. It's 19 degrees right now, quite cloudy, but it's going to be Rian Townsend who starts from pole spot, from Logan Baker, Hayden Fisher, Serene Gallagher, Max Wheatley, Jensen Sale, Adam Judicus and Akil Nagioni. Rounds out your row 4s. Layla Bell, who had quite an unfortunate last heat, will be starting from 10th, followed by Miles Burton, Oliver Barton, Matthew Lilly, Jacob Underhill, Nelson Taylor, Eddie Rideout, Toby Wortley, Noah Robson, Izzy Whites, Hayden Berlin, Hayden Adams, Lola Flately and Evan Withington. Rounds out your grid. So here we go for the mini Inters. As we said there, it was Izzy Whites who's going to be starting from pole in the mini Tyros. And we'll be right behind the mini Inters. So here we go, down into turn 1. Let's see what happens. Will the driver of Townsend be able to hold on to the lead? Yes, he does. Pretty simple that from the driver in first. And has had some sort of problem there. So what's got, false starts. Sorry, my apologies. So false start flags have been called. Quite a last minute call there. But the officials did not say something right there and have had to send them around again. So a good job there by the marshalling team to discover that there was not something safe about that start. And if they were allowed to get racing, it would have gone very dramatic. So a good choice there from the marshalling team, and we're going to go round again, and hopefully this time round we'll be able to go racing. So as we go down the tram lines, we're going to try and go racing to heat 2. We are racing. So down into turn 1, here we go again. Townsend will take the lead, and Hayden Fisher will be right behind. Max Wheatley will get into the final podium spot. So a good start there from our top 3. Max Wheatley into 4th. Third, my apologies, and Jensen Sale into 4th. So Jensen Sale has had a good start to the race there. Just behind, looks like Adam Judicus in 5th. So the top 5 being basically the top 5 quickest all weekend. Serene Gallagher in 6th. Takes a look behind. Hayden Fisher is supplementing to Max Wheatley to say, let's go, let's start pushing. And Wheatley absolutely ignores him and goes to the inside. So good move there by Wheatley. Not listening to his orders and doing what he wants to. And Fisher will try and send it back on the inside just to annoy Wheatley. So good move there by Fisher. And this will just work in the hands of Townsend, who will be able to try and extend his gap. But Fisher has got some brilliant straight line speed and a brilliant amount of slipstream, which it's always a hard thing to try and get rid of around the Kimbolton circuit, as they are mainly straights, and straights create perfect opportunities for slipstream to come into effect. And it's Max Wheatley in 3rd, who will be using both karts to slipstream his way to hopefully the lead. Hayden Fisher to the inside, and Wheatley will go with him. Wheatley will make it too wide as they come round. So Townsend will sit behind, and we'll try and go around the outside into turn 1. Fisher comes to block, and Wheatley will hold it. Will he go for first? Yes, he does. They're side by side. Who will hold on? It's going to be very, very close there. Manages to squeeze through, and it's Fisher who takes the lead. Wheatley into 2nd, and Jensen Sale jumps into 3rd. Good job there by Jensen Sale. Took advantage of the battling, and he's found himself into a podium spot. So the mini Inter drivers are having a good race. Let's have a look at the Tyros. Oh, late move there by Wheatley. Wheatley on the inside of Fisher. That was very late on the brakes. The last corner manoeuvre is always a good one to pull off. If you can get this kart stopped in time, you can send it in as hard as you want, and all you have to do is make sure you cover going into turn 1, which he didn't have to do because he had the engine speed to drag him along. A brilliant move there by Wheatley. Goes to defend into Derek's corner. As I said, the Tyro order is looking at Izzy White, who is still leading the way from Hayden Berling, Hayden Adams, Lola Flately, and Ivan Viviton, who is really close actually with the back of the pack. So it's basically a battle for the lead. So these mini Inters and mini Tyro drivers are having a really good blast round here. Kimbolton circuit, a really good circuit to race around. Always a driver's favourite, especially mine. So as they come round yet again, another lap has been completed, and it's still Max Wheatley who holds on to the lead. Fisher is in second and Sale is in third. Sale is actually closing in now on the Fisher. Will he have a look for a move anytime soon? Let's have a wait into the final sector. The last corner being a really good overtaking opportunity. Very also easy to cover off. He has a look. Sale does have a look, but can't get it done. So he'll try and get the slipstream going down into turn 1 and see if he can make a move. He does have the run. Will he go for the move? Not as yet. So he'll going to try and work with Fisher. Obviously knows Fisher has the pace. So a few drivers to watch out for. Miles Burton on your screens there. Driver with Kato Adams. And the driver in front of him he has to worry about is Adam Judicus, who is showing up brilliantly here at Kimbolton. He's had a really good day of racing. Serene Gallagher has been a screen time favourite and has been having some good battles. Late move there, that was by Adam Judicus. Couldn't get the kart stopped and couldn't get the kart alongside, so it wasn't the best planned move. Oh, move for second, and it looked like a move with Hayden Fisher and Jensen Sale, but Fisher could not let Sale get past. So good defensive driving by Sale. I say that, Sale just get through onto second. So a good move there by the leader, and someone cutting the grass there. I wonder who that could have been. So problems in the mini Inters, like one of the mini Tyros had to cut the grass. So some problems for some of the mini Tyro drivers. But the mini Inters are having a time of their life. They are having a huge amount of fun. And the mini Tyro drivers are doing a good job to stay out of the way of the mini Inter drivers. Make sure they do not get in the way with one another. And it is still going to be Max Wheatley who holds on to the lead. But will this change up the mini Inter order? Good move there by Miles Burton. Got down the inside of another driver, and that would have been a move to put him into the top 5. So Miles Burton, the driver from Leicestershire. Bit of a squabble going on further ahead that involves Sale and Fisher. So looks like Max Wheatley has gotten the gap he needs and will hopefully be holding on to the race win here if he can keep it on the road. Fisher has got himself into second. Sale is still in third, and here is the battle for the mini Tyros, and this is the battle between Berlin and White. So Berlin had managed to get past White on the last couple of laps and is right on the back now of Berlin. The mini Tyros are really close here, the 95cc bracket engines, and Izzy will try and have a look on the inside, can't get the move done, so Berlin will stay there. And some good driving by these two, really smooth, consistent driving. We'll try to have a look around the outside. Oh, pushes Izzy White's wide, and well, will that be looked at by the stewards? Hayden Berlin did not really see Izzy White's there, and Izzy put herself in the situation to be pushed wide there. So really unfortunate there. Max Wheatley will come through now to get past these drivers, but problems there for Izzy White. She was very lucky she could get it back onto the circuit around the final couple of corners. The last lap board will go out for Max Wheatley and the Tyro drivers. So this will now be a sprint to the finish. And in the mini Tyros, it looks like Hayden Adams got past Hayden Berlin. So that incident with Izzy White has really thrown up the grid. And Hayden Berlin has got to try and fight back somehow to get back onto that top step. Max Wheatley, however, has had the race of his life. He's, oh my word, nearly drops it. Nearly drops it on the last lap. He's pushing that hard. Shakes his head thinking, what are you doing, Max? But round the final corner does come Max Wheatley. What a race it's been for him. He is going to take the win in the Mini Inter. And the Mini Max win will go to Max Wheatley, the K-plate. And it's a drag race still alive for Mini Tyros. Who got that across the line? It was Hayden Berlin. So Hayden Berlin on the last lap gets the lead back from Hayden Adams. So the drivers being separated by only 400ths, so very, very close between the two. And so it was Max Wheatley who took the win in Mini Inter from Rian Townsend. Hayden Fisher and Jensen Sale were third and fourth from Adam Judicus, Serene Gallagher, Akilne Gioni, and Nelson Taylor. So a very dramatic Heat 3 there from our cadet drivers. And soon to go again will be the TKM Extremes for their final heat before they head into their TKM Festival final.
Do you know those Japanese nuclear plants and they make him do those like happy exercises? I feel like we need to do those before these. My body's so stiff. I'll bring my ankle weights.
I'd rather hear that than try it.
You,
I didn't know you'd seen one. Well, it's good that you thought. Just let me know if you want to see it on. Sorry about that.
there's nothing to the left of me. No, it's just people sitting. Oh wow, set myself up for that. Have you seen the giant black cloud with Jack as well? That's quite fun.
Rachel's got one as well.
So a little break here before we go back racing. And just a few minutes until we get to see the TKM Extremes out. And it's going to be an exciting one. The TKM Festival, powered by Talco. Been really exciting so far. Great to see Harrison Morrow back out in that last one after his incident in the first heat. It's actually going to be Harrison Morrow who will line up on the front row of the grid. It's Luke Jarman though who's on the pole man, and he'll be followed by Harrison Morrow. Charlie Whitehouse and Spencer Lane will be on the second row of the grid. Here is your grid. Harry Higgs and Kai Springfield on row 3 from Jack Stewart and Al Patterson. James Whittaker and Gareth Haynes from Harvey Charter and Gemma Kiddie. Thomas Shaw, Thomas Booth and Bradley Peck, Jessica Fitchell, Michael Cornell, Olivia Jenkins, Leo Robinson, Charlie Gellard, William Bloom, Charlie King, Jake Cox, Luke Woodward, Oliver Bowen, Ashley Ruggles, James Monroe, Harvey Jones, Sean Abbott, Kean Bennett, Patrick Leaf, Ben Cowley and John Stafford will round out your grid. So these drivers in our last heat before their TKM Extreme Festival final. And they'll be coming around the final corner now to get ready to go racing here at Kimbolton, where Talco are always celebrated. So to the rise, and we're off and racing down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. Morrow is on the outside. Will we hold him around the outside? Let's wait and see. He tries, but Luke Jarman gets the better shot, and he will hold it into the lead. Morrow stays into second. Good start by Harrison Morrow there. Spencer Lane has got his way into third, and has got to think about Morrow, who is in front of him. Charlie Whitehouse, the number 43, has made his way into fourth, and I think that's Jack Stewart, who is sat in behind. James Whittaker and Harry Higgs are the two drivers behind, but a late move there by Spencer Lane on the inside of Harrison Morrow sends Morrow down into third. So as they come round, it is Luke Jarman who takes the lead of the race from Spencer Lane and Harrison Morrow. Charlie Whitehouse into fourth, and Jack Stewart, my apologies, in fifth. So Luke Jarman here has already got a bit of an advantage. He is a very quick driver around this circuit, and has done this circuit in both junior and senior TKM, and has really found his pace here. Morrow has had a quite eventful day, it has to be said. Saw himself rolling over at the first corner, at the final corner of the first heat, and has been on a redemption drive ever since. Brilliant to see him out on circuit. Has to come round once again. Jarman still holds on, but Spencer Lane is slowly catching in. And could this be an opportunity for Lane to have a look for the lead? This is a heat race after all, but they want to score as many points as possible. So the TKM Extremes really showing it up here at Kimbolton. So where is Leo Robinson? Because he is our championship leader. Leo Robinson is down in 11th place. So he is in the middle of the pack, and he's going to be scoring some good championship points for his battle against Kean Bennett. Kean Bennett is not that far behind on points. Just about 18 points separates the two. And Kean Bennett is down in 26th. So from the back of the grid, he's got his work cut out for him. Wants to score any good championship points. But the top three here, Harrison Morrow and Spencer Lane, as well as Luke Jarman, are doing very well here to stay together in one pack, and haven't really let Luke Jarman get away just as yet. And we'll have to watch out, because Whitehouse will be right behind them. Spencer Lane now really on the back of Jarman. We'll have a look, maybe going to turn 1. Great to see. Jarman pulling off there. Look like Charlie Gaillard again. So more problems for Gaillard. No, it wasn't, my apologies. It might have been Luke Woodward who had issues. I will have a watch on my timing screen, and it does look like it was Luke Woodward. So problems for number 46 there, and he has dropped down the grid. So a problem coming out the final corner, and it is Luke Jarman who still leads the way. Harrison Morrow in third, so he is having a brilliant race so far. Spencer Lane to the inside on Luke Jarman. A brilliant move there by Lane. And they will send it down the start finish straight, the Luke Hines straight. And Harvey Charter is making a move on Jack Stewart. And looks like Thomas Shaw will follow him through as well. So 2 for the price of 1 there. And Leo Robinson is right behind, so will Robinson have a look? Stewart goes defensive, knows better of it. Harvey Charter, who made his return back to racing. A really dominant Junior X30 driver. And has spent a few years away from racing, and has managed to take his comeback drive and has sent it down the inside of Al Patterson. A good move there by Charter in his first, one of his first experience of TKM racing. A lot of drivers here have a lot of experience around the TKM board. Drivers doing this for near on decades, never mind years. The Talco team have done a really good job with providing a junior to senior category where drivers can start from the age of 11 in junior TKM racing. and follow their way through. Thomas Shaw makes it to the inside on Al Patterson, and that's a brilliant move, and he'll try to chase down Harvey Charter. But that's a front. It is still Lane who leads the way from Jarman, and I think Harrison Morrow will just be sat there waiting for his opportunity to come about. Morrison will be very happy with this move to TKM Racing, and it will be very happy with this podium spot. Morrow, who will be definitely trying to look at other options in the future to move on with his racing career. A very promising career he is set to have. Leo Robinson to the inside of Al Patterson, so a good move there by Patterson. Gets the move done, and Bradley Peck is right behind, so will Peck have a little peck? That's another move. Have to wait and see. A minute left on the clock. And it has been an interesting race so far. Not much battling going on, but a very tactical battles. These drivers will definitely be saving it for the final when the overtakes matter. And we do have to remember as well, this is a club round as well as the festival, so these drivers are all in for the championship as well. So we'll try not to do anything silly. Harvey Charter is making a move, and that was on Charlie Whitehouse, but Whitehouse will get the cut back, and I think he will stick the move and gets it back on Charter. Charter then has another look and goes for it again. So Charter really aggressive at the moment. I think he's missed out on his karting moves from years ago, so wants to make up for it in this one weekend. So Charter is absolutely on it and is sending it through the grid. Spencer Lane is bouncing over the curbs, and I don't think Luke Jarman will be having a look yet. The last lap board will come out, so will this be a last lap dash for Luke Jarman? He will have a look to the inside on Spencer Lane, can't get it done just as yet. Morrow will stick with him, and I think Morrow will be waiting for an opportunity to arise, whether it be to get it on Jarman, or if Jarman will go for Lane. I don't really see that happening because Lane has pulled a bit of a gap. The fastest driver on circuit at the moment is actually Leo Robinson, who is in 5th. He's made up 14 places, so a good drive by Robinson. That will help out his championship lead. Around the final corner does come Spencer Lane, and it will be a solid result for him. A P1 in the final heat for TKM Extreme, and Luke Jarman will finish in 2nd. Harrison Morrow, a proper recovery drive from him. We'll see him finish in 3rd from Harvey Charter, and Leo Robinson in your top 5. Robinson make up 14 places, so a good job by Robinson. Whitehouse will make it to 6th from Patterson, Bradley Peck and Joseph Booth. Thomas Shaw will round out your top 10. Charlie King made up 11 places to make it to P11, and Oliver Bowen made up 12 places to 13th. So one side of the senior racing done. TKM providing brilliant racing as always. Now time to switch over to the Rotax side, and we're going to experience another senior Rotax race, the final race of heats before we head into our finals. So the senior Rotax drivers are heading out on the circuit, and it's going to be George Donald who will lead you off the line, followed by Luke Bate, two Jackson Motorsport brothers, from George Hart and George Allen. Ralph Youngling and Joe Fox will be your third row, from Ryan Hedge, Jack Spencer, Harry Bloor, Aaron Full, and Charlie Webb and Callum Ingray. Jonathan Roundtall and Lucas Enningham, from Elliot Pugh, Lucas Fio, Cassius Staff, Liam Nate, Ewan Richards, James Tester, William Forbert, Aaron Sarkis, Tom Pryor, Joe Galloway, Michael Morgan, and Alan White, George Robinson, Isaac Reynolds, William Ray, Gregory Davis, Neil Hepworth, and Lucian Joyce. Let's see what happens then in our final heat race, the third heat for Senior Rotax. The last chance for these drivers to gain points ready for their finals and their championship points. Let's get racing down to turn 1, and it's going to be George Donald on the inside. Will Luke Bate hold it in second? Yes, he does. Jack Spencer and George Allen will go side by side. Round turn 3. Just about holding on to each other. Oh, got drivers going a bit wide, going through the Willow section, but just about hold on. George Donald and Luke Bate have got a pretty good gap so far in this race. We'll have to see who is where as they come round the final couple of corners. Jack Spencer there in third is being followed by George Allen. So the two Jack Dex drivers, formerly teammates in Aircar and now switched over to the Jack Dex Racing program. They are in third and fourth. So as you come across the line, it is George Donald and Luke Bate who are together. From Jack Spencer and George Allen, Joe Fox is right behind. From George Hart, Lucas Enningham has made up 7 places. Watch out for Tom Richards, Tom Pryor and Ewan Richards as well. They've both made moves up the field. And it's the good drive so far from Jack Spencer. Jack and George both developing very well as drivers. George, who is a very aggressive but does take his time to think about what he's doing. Lucas Enningham there and Ralph Youngling have made a move. And it looked like it was on Joe Fox. So Joe Fox dropping down the grid. And it looks like another move was trying to be made there by Callum Ingray. And it didn't really go to plan with Joe Fox. Couldn't get the move done. So Ralph Youngling is now into 7th, right behind Lucas Enningham. Ralph not having the best of starts there, has dropped 2 places into 5th. These drivers are really sending it around the circuit. And who is that behind George Allen? That is George Hart. So the two Georges going together. Luckily we don't go by our first names. Battenbergs are out on the circuit. And a problem for one of the drivers. That looked like Aaron Full, who I can see at Derek's corner. And the driver does look like he's in some discomfort. So I think he might need medical attention. Did not really see what happened there between Aaron Full. But I hope he is alright. Charlie Webb may have been involved because Charlie Webb is quite far off the grid from the rest of the pack, and he's actually gone into the pit lane. So something has happened between these drivers. So we are going to go around again for another lap under Battenberg conditions. And I really hope Aaron Full is okay. Gregory Davis has just come through as well, so maybe a problem with him as well. Joe Galloway and Elliot Pugh have had problems and have retired early. So I wonder what has happened there. But so far, it is Luke Bate who has taken the lead of the race. George Donald is in second, and it looks like red flag are out. So another stoppage to the event, and it looks like the medical ambulance will be needed. So Aaron Full, who is in some discomfort. God, I'm losing my words already. Ralph Youngling getting some stretches in. Exercise is always important. Maybe we should have done some stretches beforehand. But Luke Bate and George Donald are your top two. Both drivers for the Jack Motorsport team. Jack Spencer and George Allen, third and fourth. There's some of the drivers there. Ewan Richards, Harry Bloor. He had a rough heat 2. Now they're both waving to a friend, it looks like. Callum Ingray is looking behind, talking to his fellow mates. And this is the perfect thing that these drivers are good mates off the circuit. But when devices are down, it's time to go racing. So, a slight halt here if the senior Rotaxes. So, making sure that Aaron Full is okay. Yet again, the marshals and the medics are doing a brilliant job, as always, to make sure the drivers are looked after. Hopefully soon we should get back racing. We'll let the driver be sorted out. We don't want to rush the works. Lucas Enningham has taken his helmet off and has decided to get some fresh air in, as he deserves. Ralph Youngling doing some stretches, you could say. Definitely something. And these drivers are getting ready to go racing soon. Enningham taking a look back at the grid he's just driven through in the last couple of heats. And the drivers will be getting a bit frustrated, but will know that it is for a good purpose, as we need to make sure that the drivers are safe. And it looks like the driver has made it to the medical ambulance, which is a good sign. And he will hopefully be escorted to the medical centre, where he'll be looked at and being taken care of. So the cart has been pulled away. So trying to clear that off the circuit. Enningham is using his helmet as a bubble hat. And it's probably one of the most expensive pieces of bubble hat you can probably have. Helmet prices are going up for near on thousands of pounds. But it's all important that, we do keep our heads safe. Especially in karting, where you can see yourself being driven over by carts. It has been done many, many times. So, a bit of a sit down to the procedures. Just waiting to see what happens. Drivers are being told to move forward. And I think they will be regridding them. And this will be off the lap before the red flags were brought out. Shouldn't be any major changes, as the drivers were already in Battenberg conditions. And it does look like a second medical car is needed. So we do hope Aaron is okay. And if there is any other drivers who were involved, that they are okay as well. So a slight halt here, but we should be going racing soon. Marshals and medical crew are doing a perfect job as always to make sure we get finished on time. Obviously, there will be a curfew for when they can't continue racing, so we'll be working towards getting finished before that. It's Harry Bloor on the screens, the 146. He had a rough heat too. Went off at the start. It's one of the marshals checking for nose cones, as nose cones penalties can be applied after the race. So that's why we always say that these results are provisional, as we are not part of the scrutineering team and do not know the official results. And there are many post-race checks that will be completed. So a couple of drivers here having a chat with one another. These drivers are very respectful to each other. So if you're joining us now, it has been red flag condition here at Kimbolton. It's the Senior Rotax Heat 3. And we are currently looking after a driver who was involved in a collision. The driver being Aaron Full, the number 28 car. Being involved with, I think, Charlie Webb, who has resulted in going to the pits. Our third red flag of the day. It's not always the best sign, but red flags are a call for safety. And if we do have to stop the race, then that is what it will be. The medical crew is heading back to their normal spot. So whether they have the driver, we will have to see. And I also think the other medical crew is heading back to their spot. And I think they'll be escorted to the medical centre. And if it's at a much further risk, it will be escorted to a hospital. So there's a few of the Precision Racing team drivers. George Hart, Joe Fox and Harry Bloor having a little conversation. There's Tom Pryor. Pryor's had a good day so far. He's been up there at the front. Michael Morgan as well. If they could hear, they should probably give a little wave to the camera, wave to the family. But they are more focused on the racing than I am. I wonder what the drivers would be saying to each other at this point. What have you got for tea? I've got chips and beans. I've got sausage and mash. You did the mash. Drivers getting back into their carts now. Sorry to bust out a little sing-song there. For the mash. Never mind. So the cart is being brought back. That's one of the drivers, and that is Aaron Full's cart. So the cart actually not in a bad state. So I think it was more the driver being hit than the cart. So it looks like the father is being escorted to the medical centre. And the driver's now being told to get back into their carts. So we should be going racing anytime soon. I'm going to have a little sip of my drink. And we'll get back to you when we go racing. Well, that was a really short break, but we're back and we're here at Kimbolton. It's Senior Rotax, it's Heat 3. We've just finished our red flag procedure and we are getting ready now to get back racing. It's going to be quite a small dash to the flag. 3 minutes left, and it will be Luke Bate that will lead us away from George Donald, Jack Spencer and George Allen, who both had really good starts to that race. So currently under Battenberg procedures, and then we'll get to a single fire restart to lead us away. So if I was Luke Bate, I'd be really slowing down now, wasting the time on the Battenberg. So the drivers warming up, getting ready to go racing again. Watch out for Lucas Zenningham. He's in that train. He's the third JDR car, and it's going to be a battle between Jax and Jack Dex. Let's see what happens here. We're green flag racing. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Let's see what happens here. Luke Zenningham, he goes for the move on George Allen, and he gets it done. So Alan is now going to work with Lucas Enningham and try and catch up onto the back of Jack Spencer. Enningham to the inside of Spencer, has a look, can't get it done. Spencer will hold it round the outside. The two Jack's Motorsports carts. This is their time now to get away from the drivers behind. It is Luke Bay. Oh, drives side by side. Jack Spencer runs off wide. George Allen will have a look down into the second to last corner. Couldn't get the move done. And let's see what happens into the last corner. Ralph Youngling makes a move on George Allen. Good move there. So as they come round to finish their sort of first lap after their little sprint race, it is Luke Bay who holds on to the lead from George Donald, Lucas Enningham, Jack Spencer and Ralph Youngling in your top 5. Enningham up 11 places. This driver has been through and through every car this weekend, and today he has probably completed over about 30 overtakes. So the driver for the Jack Dex Racing team, Lucas Enningham, sends it round Kestra corner into the final corner, and is starting to close in on George Donald. So he'll try and pick him off one by one. Lucas Enningham using the slipstream. Ralph Youngling to the inside of Jack Spencer. Good move there, gets the car stopped when he needed it to. And that is a good move there by Ralph Youngling. Jack Spencer is now going to try and work with Youngling. Although Youngling in the Dan Holland suit is with Jack Dex Racing this weekend, so could call them teammates if you could. But Lucas Enningham has made the move for second. So Enningham has got past George Donald and has now only got Luke Bate to worry about. So this is going to be a battle to the line. Will Enningham have pace to get onto the back of Bate? Enningham sets the fastest lap of the race, 40.98. He's already 2 seconds quicker than Luke Bate. So let's see what happens here. They come through the first sector into Derek's corner. Enningham using all the curb. He's a very, very aggressive driver. Is Enningham, knows how to drive this car. Has helped develop the kart for quite a while, and he is using it to his advantage. Enningham rides the curb to help rotate the car. And as they come round the final corner, it is going to be Enningham, who is still on the back of Bate. And as the timer ticks down, they are going to go around again. And I can see another 2 or 3 laps left in this one. So let's see what happens here. The final heat race of the day. And it's been a good one so far. We do hope Aaron Full is okay after his incident. But it's Luke Bate about to get caught up by Lucas Enningham. Lucas is right on the back of him now. It is really close here. He is maybe going to look at this move if he can sort one out. Enningham will not go into the last corner, but will get the run out of the final corner. Is this the move for the lead of the race into the final corner? On the last lap, he goes to the outside, brakes really late, can't get it done. Luke Bate will hold it. Donald tries to have a look. Enningham will defend it. Well, that was maybe one of his only opportunities for Enningham. Will Bate have a look at defending from this and extending his gap? Enningham will have to throw something out of the old books here. He's done many overtakes around this circuit, and he's got to try and relocate one and have a try again. But no can do, as Lucas Enningham will come around the final corner. He'll be second, but Luke Bate will win the final heat of the day. And a brilliant drive by Luke Bate. Finishes in first from Lucas Enningham and George Donald. Ralph Youngling, a good drive there, finishes in fourth from Jack Spencer, George Allen, George Hart, Ewan Richards, Callum Ingray and Thomas Pryor, who makes it 13 places, rounds out the top 10. Wow, that is some damage there, and I think that is for Joe Garraway. So really unfortunate there for Garraway, the driver who has returned to karting over a year and has not seen the best this weekend. He's been involved with some collisions in the last couple of heats, and well, the racing in the heats has been eventful to say the least. It's now time to start some finals here. Let's get ready for Micromax and Honda 200s. So if you are rooting for a driver, make sure you leave a message for them in the YouTube comments. And it's been a eventful weekend so far for round 7 of the HKRC Club Championship. And let's see what happens in this one. It's the first final for round 7, and it's going to be Micromax and Honda 200s. This is going to be a close one. It's been a good race so far for Finley Beals, who has to work all 3 races. James Durovex has been consistent and has found his way into 2nd place. Harry Knight has been really on it as well, as he will be starting from 3rd. We'll see where he finishes in the next few minutes. 7 minutes plus a lap for these finals. They've had to be cut down slightly because of the red flags. So let's see what happens in this one. It's going to be very close for the drivers. And having a look at the Honda 200s, it's going to be Ed Spain who will start from pole. Ed Spain, who's had a really good weekend. Consistent results. I saw him finish at the front. There is Michael Morgan's kart from the senior Rotax race. And that front end doesn't look very good indeed. So some damage for Morgan. So that'll be an end to his weekend. And we do hope he is better. But going back to the Honda 200s, it has been a good weekend for Ed Spain. Riley Blakemore is in 2nd. Phil Hamilton is also in 3rd, and he deserves to be up there because he's been really on it recently. And Elliot Bork is also there. So we're just going to wait a few minutes for the next final to head out on circuit. So I will be talking to you again when the drivers are out on circuit.
Yeah, when they're fully locked up at 50 for the sports.
At least you've got barriers, Jack. First time, the first time I did drift, they put me on the corner near the end. No barriers, no nothing. Just grass between me and a car going sideways to 50.
At least there isn't a roll. We got some 12-year-olds just getting on crossed up and that one slicks on. Oh, they give him a fancy, yeah, they give him a high octane fuel, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. Really? Wow. Well, like you say, they're chucking out 900 to 1,000 brake, aren't they? With like massive amounts of angle, like steering angle. The amount of stress that's going through those like this, yeah, the steering arms and the chassis and stuff. He's just cruising back. He's a little noodle. Harry's furious. Yeah. I got mine done in the bathroom last night. Snap. See? Yeah, they normally know when it needs to. Just, yeah, Jack, you're looking a bit rough around the edges. Yeah, well, maybe it doesn't help it. Yeah. I've got all the gear, so they don't need to bring their own. Yeah, I got Bob Mortimer's scissors. Your sashes or whatever. They're only spoken like about that on the dark web. I've got a coat full. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 10,000 grit stone at it. Could be dark soon. Oh, is it? Yeah. I suppose it's pretty bad when it modes seconds. Do they often get like high side and stuff? I assume it just bites, doesn't it, and then just get chucked over the other side.
So a slight break here from the racing, as we are just waiting for the track to be cleared, and then we will go into our finals. I think we're actually having a little break here for the marshals to have a little break for their well-earned work. So the first final will soon be coming up. That'll be the cadet group. So it will be the Micromax and Honda 200s out on circuit. So it's just ticked to 20 past 3 local time. So soon enough, we should be going racing. I don't think we'll meet the curfew anytime soon. And I think we'll have enough time to get through all our finals, despite any incidences. But that's not really what we want to see. We want to see some fair, clean racing. So let's see what happens in the finals coming up. I'm really looking forward to this one. There's been a bunch of drivers throughout the weekend who have been absolutely on it this weekend, despite the random grids and having to start near the back of the pack. And I think the delay is to do with the medical service, as obviously we will need a medical service on standby in case anything happens on circuit. We've now got an ambulance with us, so we are able to go racing. So that final crash did lead to two medical cars being needed, but now we are out on circuit, and the Micromaxes will venture out first, and then the Honda 200s off next. They'll have a bit of a gap so they don't get in each other's way. And it's going to be Finley Beals who will be on the pole spot. He's had a really good weekend. He's won all 3 heats. Now he's just got to win the final. It's not as easy as they say, but let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. James Durevex is alongside him. He has been very consistent and a quiet man indeed. Let's see what happens. Sorry for the little voice croak there. Harry Knight will be on 3rd, and alongside him will be Otto Amay. Otto has been very quick this weekend, has to be said. Let's see what happens then. So as they come round the final corner, it will be... We'll be going green. Yes, we are. So the first finals are away, and we are down into turn 1. And it's going to be Finley Beals on the inside who gets us. Oh, James Durevex! No! So the driver who was on the outside line going into turn 1 in the second man spot is out of the race. Well, there's not much to say about that. James Durevex, you've got to be ashamed of that one. That is not the best start you want, and that's absolutely a shame for Durevex. But that is the reality of racing. It's been a good start from some of the Hondas, and it looks like Riley Blakemore, and actually no, Ed Spain has got into lead in the Hondas. Back to Micromax. Here we go. So round they come to finish the first lap, and it is Finley Beals who leads them away. And it's I was going to say James Durevex. It is Harry Knight. My apologies. Harry Knight is into 2nd place. So a good start by Harry Knight, and this is the battle for the Honda win. And it looks like Ed Spain has gotten into the lead, and Theo Hamilton is into 2nd place. Riley Blakemore is into 3rd, and a good start by the Hondas. And watch out for the lead in Micromax, because Harry Knight is right on the back of Finley Beals. Finley Beals is being pressured and is getting ready to defend from Harry Knight. Harry Knight has been very competitive. Theo Hamilton has got through in the Hondas. He is through into the lead. Oh, driver on back of another one. That was Elliot Bork on the back of Riley Blakemore, and that's going to push him wide. Wow, Finley Beals, my apologies, is really defending into turn 1. He's going to have to cover off from Harry Knight. Harry Knight, he has a look to the inside of turn 2. Can't get it done. But this is going to be some brilliant racing between the Hondas and Micromaxes. In the Micromax, it is Finley Beals who still leads. On your Hondas, it is Theo Hamilton that leads the way. Both packs are very close to each other, and it's going to be very tight between them. Teddy Higgs has been given a technical flag, the number 142 in the Micromaxes, so that's his race ruined, unfortunately. So that will be his end to the weekend, and quite unfortunate one to be indeed. The Micromaxes come through to finish another lap, and it is Finley Beals who is still leading the way from Harry Knight. And in the 3rd spot is Jensen Darlow. So a good start by Darlow. He has been quite at the front in the heats and has saved the best till last. Theo Hamilton is there in your Hondas. He is leading the way. And the Hondas are very close indeed. There's about 6 or 7 of them split by a second. So anything is going to happen in those Hondas. So the Micromaxes come through again. And a contact warning is out. And I think that is for the number 65. So who is that in our Rotaxes? Oh, 63, my apologies, Harry Knight. So Harry has got to be careful, because Harry could be seeking a penalty if he carries on with his with whatever he was giving that warning for. It could have been for track limits, it could have been for a contact warning. So Harry Knight, you have to be careful about how he makes his move on Finley Beals. He's got to make it fair and square. A brilliant battle going on in the Hondas. It is very, very close indeed. Peter Hamilton is right with Ed Spain. And there they are on your small screens. Ed Spain has got Riley Blakemore, his teammate, for company. And Kevin Ivanoff as well. So let's see. Oh! That was very close. That was Finley Beals and Harry Knight side to side. And I don't think Beals spotted him at first. And nearly ran into the side of him. So that could have been very unfortunate for the two. And that could have nearly ended in tears. It's actually a battle as well for the third spot. Battle for the lead in the Hondas, however. And Theo Hamilton has had to drop to third because the two Ambition boys have come through. And that's Ed Spain and Riley Blakemore. More problems, for Teddy Higgs. He's been given a black flag, so that's the end of his race, definitely. And will probably be leading to a disqualification from the race. It is kicking off in the Hondas, however, as Theo Hamilton has made his way back through on Riley Blakemore. And Kevin Ivanoff has made his way to third. The battle in Micromax is still on, and it's going to be Finley Beals and Harry Knight, who are side by side into turn 1, and Harry Knight is going to stick there. These finals are going to be a bit shorter than what they usually would be, so it's more of a sprint race type where they need to get the moves done quick. But I think Harry Knight is picking his point. He's getting ready where he can make the move and pull away straight away. He doesn't want to be battling around because he's got a very strong charging Jensen Darlow behind in third. And Darlow is not wanting to sit around. He will see a move, and if it works, he's going for it. So these drivers are very close indeed. Ed Spain is still leading the way in the Hondas. Theo Hamilton is in second. And Kevin Ivanoff in third. Kevin is a very strong cadet driver and is at the front. He knows how to win races in the championship. It's Theo Hamilton that leads the championship. He's on 636 points from Sawyer Henderson, who is on 558. So Sawyer Henderson in 15th overall. And I think he is 7th in class. But that's with my maths, so don't really trust it. But it's a good drive so far by Ed Spain, it has to be said. He's really had to hold on this battle. There's been about 7 cars all in the battle. Finley Beals is covering off again from Harry Knight. And Edward Mums has been given a warning flag. So Edward will also need to be worrying about how his driving is, and will need to sort it out. Otherwise he could be receiving penalties. But the racing at the front is very, very tight. It is the two drivers, as we said, Finley Beals and Harry Knight, who are producing a very good hack, I think they would call it. I'm trying to keep up with the slang nowadays. Finley Beals defensive going through the last corner, and it is going to be the last lap. So one last tour for the first final, and it's going to be a drag race to the line for both karts in both classes. The Max Verstappen versus Lewis Hamilton era is now gone, and it's been taken over by Finley Beals and Harry Knight. They will be battling under the lights, and the two drivers have been on it. And you want to watch for the Honda Cadets as well on your little screens. This is going to be brilliant battle. The Micromaxes nearly taking each other out there. That was very close between Beals and Knight, my apologies. as they come down into the Kestrel corner and into Kim Bolton corner. Finley Beals will defend. Will Knight get the run at the final corner? He hits the curb. It won't be enough. It will be Finley Beals who will take the win in Micromax. Let's go back to this Honda Cadet battle because it's all been kicking off. Theo Hamilton has dropped to 4th at the end, so it's going to be disappointment for him. But round the final corner comes Ed Spain, and he's going to take the win in Honda 200s. So a brilliant drive there from Ed Spain. Ed Spain wins in Hondas, and it's going to be a drag race to the line with Kevin Ivanoff and Riley Blakemore. And I think Ivanoff wasn't the best pleased with Riley Blakemore, stipulating to the driver in front, saying, "What are you doing?" So, one final already completed. Finley Beals, a very deserved win, it has to be said, as well as Ed Spain. Both drivers really having to battle it out in that one. So a good job there from the drivers. And as one final finishes, another one is ready. And this is going to be KZ UK. So KZ UK is going out on circuit, and it's a good weekend for Richard Palmer because he is going to be starting from pole in this one. James Beecroft is lining up in second from Ryan Green, Daniel Sabula, Bailey Rigglesford and Bua Phillips. Isaac Smith and Bradley Calder will be on your row 4 from James Harvey and Jason Baker. Sylvanus Kilmas and Jake Baker will be on your 6th row from Nick Aitken, Mark Keane, George Barker, Nico Piccolo will round out your grid. So, let's see what happens here. It's been a very interesting day for the KZs. They've been through it all, through all conditions. Obviously, they will get their 2 formation laps as a safety standard. And it has been a very eventful race weekend for the KZs. Yep, their first heat was definitely scary to watch. And James Beecroft probably had one of the best starts I've seen this weekend in the KZs. Started in about 14th, I think, and made it to 1st for the lap 1. When the drivers decided to break into Dan Wilden and found out they had no grip. Richard Palmer has been up there, nearly losing it in one of the heats, but manages to kept it going. Probably one of the best slides I've seen since Slim Shady. Oh, it's going to be a good joke and I've ruined it. So as the KZ drivers come down to line up on the grid, it's going to be very exciting. And you can hear the screams from the KZ. They'll be holding the clutch on, getting ready to release when they need to go. Now you want to make sure you're in first gear as well, otherwise you're going to be juddering at the start. It's more like a normal road start when you're pulling off a junction. Let's get ready to go racing then. It is KZ UK, and it's the second race here. So let's see what happens here. 3 lights are on, 4 lights are on, and it's away, and we're away and racing. Going down into turn 1. Brilliant start by Richard Palmer. Gets the job done. Oh, Beecroft locks up into turn 1. I thought he was not going to get that kart stopped. Wow, good job by Beecroft. He manages to get the kart stopped, although the brake locking up. And it's a good start by Richard Palmer because he takes the lead. Ryan Green will have a look at Beecroft into the Dan Weldon complex. Can't get it done. So as they go down the TKM straight into Kestrel corner, it's a goal. Richard Palmer touched to the grass going in to Kestrel corner and goes off. No, Palmer. Well, what has happened there to Richard Palmer? He's had some sort of failure going into that corner. Oh, it's side by side. Oh, Ryan Green! Ryan Green's around! The driver who was in second place and had the chance of going for the win is round! My goodness! What a race this has been so far! James Beecroft has led this race beautifully, and it's Isaac Smith who's got into second place. Well, this race has been full of attrition so far. Daniel Sabula is into third, but Ryan Green has only just started going and is way off the field. So who was that in contact with? I think that might have been Phillips. So controversy there between Green and the driver of Kilmas Silvanas is under investigation. So I wonder if he was involved in any way. So let's see what happens for the rest of this race. It's going to be a short one still. It's about 5 minutes left plus that additional lap. So these drivers lapping in about 35 seconds. So they'll be getting a good amount of laps in. And this will give time for James Beecroft to maybe try and pull a gap. Isaac Smith, I wonder if he's saved the best till laps, because he has been there or thereabouts all day. He's had problems during the heats as well, and when it counted, he's been up there. He's made up 5 places. He's in second place, and I'm not surprised if we see him going for the lead. He is right on the back of Beecroft. I won't be surprised if we see him move for the lead here. We've still got a few laps left, so there is time to do it. Daniel Sabula is there in third. He needs to try and catch up now, because he's going to try and get onto the back of these top 2. And if they start tangling, then it could be very interesting near the end of the race. Smith is absolutely on it. He's looking on Beecroft, so he's got the run. Warner's being moved to the inside. He's right on the back of Beecroft. Beecroft's all over the place. And Isaac Smith, the driver who came runner-up in the TCR UK Championship many years ago, took his time in European TCR before heading back to karting, is now right on the back of James Beecroft. So Beecroft having to watch out. Smith to the inside. What a move! That was superb driving by Isaac Smith. Got the move done when he needed it to. What a move that was from Smith. Now, what will he do now? He's brought Sabula in with him. He's brought Richard Palmer in with him as well. 4 drivers can win this race. Let's see what happens. Isaac Smith is going to roadblock this car. And, well, we don't know. I've forgotten how wide the karts are, but he's going to have to make it about 3 times as wide. I wonder if he'll be installing the new school bus mod, because he definitely needs it now. So where is Beecroft going to be looking to overtake? He's got the run down into the Weldon Complex. A side by side on the crash goes Beecroft. That was definitely a Code Brown moment for Beecroft. I don't think he would have liked to be in that situation. Smith is not having it. He does not want to let him by whatsoever. Wow, what a race it's been so far. We've had multiple lead changes, and multiple drivers who had the chance to lead this race are near the back of the grid. My voice is going by the second, because this has just been incredible. I love KZ Racing, and this is why. Anything can happen in KZ Racing. Watch out for Daniel Sabula on Beecroft. He goes to the outside, but that's not a very good spot to be in. So he's going to hold it in third, and by this time, Smith is looking behind every corner he can to see where Beecroft is. But all it takes is to miss a gear, and it could be all over for you. So if you're Isaac Smith, you'll want to be as accurate as possible. And oh no, Wrigglesford! So the driver who was having a brilliant weekend is out, and that's down at the Dan Weldon Complex. So that's already one overtake opportunity getting rid of. So we've got 1 minute and 50 left on the clock, plus that additional lap. But he's only got about 3 corners where he could possibly make an overtake. So this is very, very controversial in the final positions. Daniel Sabula and Beecroft are very late on the brakes compared to Smith. I don't know if Smith is pushing at his 100%. I think when you're in that lead gap, you know you've got the lead, so you kind of bring it back to 90 or 80. Conserve yourself, conserve the tyres, make sure everything works smoothly. Let's see what happens here. It's been a brilliant drive by Daniel Sabula, who has got himself into second place. And he is now in the motion to try and chase down Isaac Smith. And we know Sabula can make overtakes. He's made many overtakes in his KZ career. And we used to race with him in Junior Rotax, and he'd always surprise you with such a move. Oh, driver going off. Richard Palmer. So the driver who started from pole is now out. What is going on in this race? There has been so many drivers who have led the race and now falling off the circuit. So what will this do for the track? Because we've already got one problem at the downmotor complex, and I can't actually see any yellow flags out there now. So it's going to be the first sector being yellow flagged. So the drivers can't overtake through this sector. So it's going to be done on the last couple of corners, my apologies. Daniel Sabula, will he catch Isaac Smith? The last lap board is getting ready to be presented to Isaac Smith. Smith, who is really competent in these KZ karts, is got one more tour of the circuit to go. This will need to be the fastest lap he's ever done this weekend, and Sabula will need to try and catch him if he wants any sort of advantage. Isaac Smith sends it in to the final Dan Weldon complex, and it's been what has been a very good race for Smith. Daniel Sabula is right on him. Will this be a last corner move? I don't think so. He might get on the cutback. It's going to be side by side, but it's Smith who takes the win in KZ UK. What a race it's been in KZ. One of the best finals we've had so far. Wow, what a race it's been. A massive round of applause to KZ UK for providing some brilliant racing in that. Wow, what do we even say about that race? Isaac Smith, you have presented yourself very good. He's shown that you don't need to be good in the heats to get there in the final. Up 6 places, 7th to 1st. That is how you do it in racing. Sabula set the fastest lap of the race in that one. And Beecroft, what could have been for him, rounds off the podium. Wow. Let's have a look at our DNFs here. Richard Palmer, who was leading, now drops to 13th and out. Wrigglesford, who was up there as well. I was really looking forward to him having a good race, and it's all gone in tears for him. George Barker also had another problem. He had to DNF. Wow. What a race it's been for KZ. I don't really know how these other drivers are going to top that one off. But let's see what happens next. We've got X30 seniors and Rotax 177s going out. And here's the grid. So it's going to be Morgan Hill, who starts from pole. And it's Tugger Dixon alongside him. Tristan Powell and Joshua Jones will be in your second row. Noah Ulbston and Aaron Lask will be third. Your third row from Katie Ashman and Jack Dan. Oliver Harris and Natalia DeBeck from James Henson and Oliver Picula. And Barney Mortimer and Matthew Morgan will round out the grid. So it looks like we're going to have separate finals for Senior X30 and 177s, which I'm really looking forward to. I loved watching the 177s, and I can't wait to see more of them. So the drivers are out for their formation lap. And let's see what happens. It's going to be an exciting race for Senior X30. So they come round the final couple of corners here. Morgan Hill has been dominant so far today in both wet and dry conditions. Tiger Dixon has surprised a lot of people today, including myself. Let's get racing here at Senior X30. Morgan Hill has had the best start I've ever seen. From the Hillster, he's made his way into first, and Tiger Dixon is into second place. Let's see what happens behind him. It's going to be Tristan Powell, who has made his way into third. Joshua Jones all-important championship points here. Tristan Powell to second place. What a move that was. Used every inch of circuit there to get on the inside of Dixon. And the two MDL teammates are going to have to work together if they want to catch up to Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill is like the best start I've ever seen in a while. He's got about a second and a half gap already. Wow, what has happened to Morgan Hill in this race? Oh, Tiger Dixon! God, get me waking up. That was a late move. Wow, what a move by Tiger Dixon. He's definitely surprised Tristan Powell there. And Joshua Jones is right behind. Did Josh Jones just force Powell wide? And has taken the move on Powell. So Joshua Jones takes over the final podium spot. And through goes again is Tristan Powell. So good moves there between Powell and Jones. Very consistent and have fought about the length of this race. Not trying to take each other out on the first lap. So as they come round once again, Tristan Powell, warning flag. So, and James Henson, warning flag. So, both drivers needing to watch out a bit. It's been a good race so far for Morgan Hill. Morgan has absolutely put floor to the pedal and has got a 3-second gap. Wow, what else is there to say about Morgan Hill? He's Jack Deck's finest, and he has shown what he can do at Kim Bolton. Funny thing about Morgan, he wasn't even signed on for this weekend. He came here just to do a test day to running a senior X30 engine and thought, you know what, I'm actually quite quick. How about we do the race weekend? And I'm glad he has seen why he needs to do this weekend, because he is far up at the front. Tiger Dixon is in second place. Tristan Powell in third place. Tristan's had a good weekend so far. He's been up there at the front, as he usually is. And Noah Alpston is into fourth. So Noah is having a good race so far for Veloce Race Engines. Veloce providing very good X30 and Rotax engines. So if you are looking at getting yourself sorted with a new engine, make sure you go check them out. Jack Dan is there in fifth, and I say that Aaron Lask has made the move for fifth. So a good move there by Aaron Lask. Smacks the wheel. I wonder if that's some sort of stipulation to say let's start going. I wouldn't really advise taking a hit to the kart, because the kart is getting you around the circuit. So always love your kart. But Noah Alpston is driving really well so far. He's recovered from what was a eventful formation lap in the first heat, where he was leading the way. Oh, has gone off onto the grass there. So that's a bad exit from him. And I think Aaron Lask is looking for a move. Yes, he is. On the inside goes Aaron Lask. And maybe Jack Dan has a look through. No, not yet. Aaron Lask waving his hands again, saying, come on, let's go. We have got a podium in our eyes here. Now, I wonder if Morgan Hill is still on the same circuit, because he is in a different postcode at the moment. And it's really about for second now between Tiger Dixon and Tristan Powell. And about for fifth is still strong. Aaron Lask is driving a brilliant race, as well as Noah Alpston. And who is that behind Jack Dan? That is Oliver Picula. So a good driver, Picula, as well. A driver who we haven't really spoke about in the races today, but has brought it out when he needed to in the final. So a brilliant drive through the grid it's been for the senior X30s, and it's very good to see him out once again. This will be the final time we'll see him out on circuit until the next month, where it will be round 8 for the Club Championship. Problems for one of the senior X30 drivers. I couldn't really see who that was, but he's ventured to the pit lane. Aaron Lask! What's happened to Aaron Lask? He's just pulled over to the side of the circuit. His engine seized. Well, what has gone on there for Aaron Lask? Oh, contact between Jack Dan and Noah Alpston nearly ended tears for two drivers. Well, the stewards will be looking at that one. But, well, what has happened in the last 30 seconds here? Joshua Jones to the inside. No, he's gone over the top of Tiger Dixon. Well, what has happened in the last couple of laps here at Kimbolton? Senior X30 has woken up and decided to try and become best final I've ever seen in my life. Everything has happened in the last couple of laps. Morgan Hill has not known a single thing about what's going on because he's got such a big gap. Joshua Jones into Derek's corner, tried to make a move and ended up going over the top of Tiger Dixon. Very lucky to carry on, but Aaron Lask. Wow. Well, what has happened to Aaron Lask? And Noah Alpston. Noah Alpston, a technical flag. So I wonder if he made contact with Jack Dan on the start-finish straight. Well, what a race it's been in the last couple of laps. I think everything has gone on in this race. What else to say from Senior X30s? Well, what was going to be a quite relaxed race, it seemed like, has absolutely gone out of the bin. And it's still Morgan Hill who leads the way in Senior X30. But Tristan Powell and Tiger Dixon are in second and third. Joshua Jones in fourth. And who is that into fifth? It's Oliver Pickula and Katie Ashman into sixth. There is the stricken cart of Aaron Lask. And what a day it could have been for Aaron Lask. An engine sees in the final is never what you want. Morgan Hill stipulating to his mechanic. I wonder if he's wondering if the rest of the grid is actually still with him or not. Well, Morgan Hill, it has been a good weekend for him, and this final is where he's brought it all out. It's a very good final for Morgan Hill, and he's going to come around the last couple of corners. He'll get the last lap board for one final dance around the Kimbolton circuit, and this will be the laps he can enjoy it. He's had a brilliant race. He's driven to the maximum standard that he always does. Looks behind. Well, is anyone there? Nope, because he has gotten a 4-second gap. Wow, that is Morgan Hill territory here, and we might have to call Morgan Hill the king of Kimbolton as he comes around the final tour of the circuit. The man from Rugby has absolutely shown what he can do, and as he goes through the Dan Weldon complex, we'll go to the last couple of corners. He'll see Aaron Lask Stricken's kart and think, meh, it could have been better for me, but for Morgan Hill, it's going to be a win in Senior X30, and it's a dominant win to be said. 4-second gap from Tristan Powell, who finishes in second. Tiger Dixon and Joshua Jones in third and fourth. From Oliver Pickula, who went up 7 places. Well done to Oliver. Katie Ashman, Jack Dan, Oliver Harris and James Henson, and Matthew Morgan rounds out your top 10. But what a race it's been. Our 3 retirements: Natalie Tebeck, Aaron Lask out of the race, and Noah Alpston also out as well. So what a race. What a race it's been for Senior X30. What else is there to say about it? It's been one of them races where we thought we were going to get quite a quiet final, not much going on, and it just all throws at you. So Senior X30 has definitely kept me on my toes, and soon we're going to be going into the Rotax 177s. So the Rotax 177s are venturing out on circuit, and I'm very much looking forward to this one. It's going to be Scott Clee who will line up on the pole spot with Josh Bass alongside him, and it's going to be Joshua Gollin and Jimmy Galloway on the second row. From Alfie Bray, Matt Lear, Simon Hilton and Sam Dickens, who was very strong in one of the heats previous. And Lee Todd, James Butcher, Stavros Asfanolis, Simon Pugh, Alex Jones, who hasn't had the best weekend. He definitely deserves to be up there. And Chris Emerson, who will round out the grid. So I'm very excited for this one. 177's getting their own grid, which is really good to see. There's number 43 there on your screens, the air kart driver for Alfie Bray, who has been enjoying his 177 experience. Definitely a clash you should be getting involved with. Let's see what happens here. We're going down the start-finish line, and we are getting racing here at Kimbolton. Scott Clee to the inside. Oh, Alfie Bray caught in the chicane, the first corner, my apologies. Why has that happened? I think he may have had some problems there. As the drivers head into the bus stop. And it's Scott Clee who leads the way from Josh Bash and Joshua Gullin. But what happened there to Alfie Bray? Why did he have to cut the first corner? Those will be questions stewards may be asking him. But it's Scott Clee who is leading the way with Josh Bass in second and Joshua Gullin in third. Jimmy Galloway has put himself into fourth, and is this a move? Is this a move for the lead? It's not. Oh, Joshua Gullin sent that from very far back, nearly sent me flying out my seat. Jimmy Galloway right behind, definitely got a bit of a shock from that one. Joshua Gullin made the move on Josh Bass and didn't really get it sorted. It was a bit late on the brakes there, and they're very lucky to keep going. Scott Clee is still leading the way, and Bass may have got a bit of a waking up call from Gullin. So an interesting one there from Joshua Gullin, who saw a gap and went for it, and it closed on him very quickly. Alfie Bray has not had the best of starts there. He's had to drop down the field due to his cutting at turn 1. There will be a reason behind it, I'm very sure. So as we come through Derek's corner, it is Scott Clee who still leads the way, with Josh Bass alongside. Joshua Gullin in third from Jimmy Galloway. So it's been a good drive here from the top 4. Behind him is Sam Dickens and Simon Hilton, two drivers who have been very quick this weekend. Oh, and is this a move for the lead? Is this a move for the lead? Josh Bass on the inside of Scott Clee. Does he get it done? Yes, but on the cutback goes Clee. Brilliant move there by Scott Clee. Bass thought he had that one, and it didn't come out in the end. Bass is having to try and find a way through, but Clee is on the defensive. I'm liking the look of this race so far. It's going to hopefully close people in, and I think Clee will be living on the defensive here for the rest of the race. He does not want Bass to get by. You'll see him go through the last corner. He won't want to defend because he wants to try and get the speed down the start-finish rate, but Bass has got a very quick engine and is very much on the back foot of Scott Clee. And all it needs is one mistake from Clee, and he could have a look at getting on the inside of him. Let's see what happens. We've got just under 4 minutes left, plus that additional lap. And it's been an interesting one indeed. Scott Clee is on him, on Josh Bass, and is looking for a way through. And Joshua Gullin in third is going to have to be mindful again of when he makes a move. As they scream down to turn 1, Josh Bass to the outside, has a look, but can't really get it done around there. It's not really a move where you can go round the outside of someone. Scott Clee covers off brilliantly. And will he cover off into the chicane? No, he doesn't. But that's because he has got the gap that he needs to not really have to worry about defending. And so the fastest lap at the moment is actually Alfie Bray. Alfie Bray, where is he? He is 7th. So Alfie could be one to watch out for in the later stages of this race. He has got the speed and the pace to do it. He's just got to find his time and try and get onto the backpack here. There he is on your screens. just behind Alex Jones. Alex Jones has driven a really good race, by the way. He's up 7 places. He's into 6th. Just nipping on the top 5, which has been covered by Sam Dickens. Well, really good races have been from the 177s. I've really enjoyed being able to watch them fully. It's very hard to watch them when they're mixed grids with the senior X30s, as there's also actions in both. Scott Clee leads the way still, and there's the number 29 car. Sam Dickens is going for a move, and that is a very good move there. I couldn't really see who that was on. I think that might have been Jimmy Galloway. My apologies. It was... Oh no, it was Jim Galloway. So, good move there by Sam Dickens. And Galloway getting him back as they go into the Derek's corner. So, a good move from Sam Dickens. He will see himself into 5th place. And just have another look there, 29 there. I think that might be Matt Lee. And I don't think Matt Lee has, I don't think his transponder's working. So that's why you might see him at the bottom of the grid. So Matt Lee is there. He's there in 4th place. 5th place, my apologies. The battle is still strong up front. It's Scott Clee and Josh Bass, who are still going at it for the win. Joshua Gollan is still sat there in 3rd. A minute is ticking down, and soon we're going to be ready to go into our final laps. The 177s have provided some brilliant racing so far. And it's Dickens. Oh, brilliant move there by Dickens to get down inside of Matt Lear. That was the move to put him into P5. And so a good move there from the driver. The last lap board is not being shown yet. We're going to go around again. The drivers went in with about 36 seconds left, so the next lap will be their final lap. And it's been a good race from the drivers up front. Scott Clee is still defending from the charging Josh Bass. Let's see what happens here as they go through the downloaded complex. Very hard corner to get right, as well as the final sector, which is a fast-flowing left-hander into a right hairpin, looking Bolton corner. Very prestigious and iconic corner name. So Josh Bass has dropped off the back of Scott Clee a little bit. I wonder if he's biding his time, getting ready to do a last lap lunge. Josh Bass has got some superb straight line speed, and will he use that to his advantage? It's Scott Clee who is leading the way here. And I can see, I think actually that was the last lap. So this is the last lap. Around the final corner does come Scott Clee. And it's going to be side by side to the line, but it's going to be Scott Clee who takes the win in 177s. A brilliant drive there by Scott Clee. And Josh Bass will finish in 2nd. Joshua Gollan rounded out the podium spots there from Jimmy Galloway, Sam Dickens and Alex Jones. Alfie Bray, what a race it could have been for him. He lost the fastest lap at the end to Josh Bass, but only a 10th behind. So Alfie Bray showing some strong pace. What could have been for him? A good race there from Alfie Bray. James Butcher and Simon Hilton rounds out your top 9 from Stavros Afanodzel and Lee Todd, Chris Emerson. Matt Peer did finish up there in 5th, my apologies, and Simon Pugh DNF'd. So a interesting 177 race there, and it's now time to get into some more Rotax racing. It's going to be for our junior drivers. So we've gone from some of the older drivers to some of the younger drivers in junior Rotax and junior X30. So the gate is about to be opened, and the junior Rotax drivers will be heading out onto circuit. So as they do, let's take a little look at the grid. It's going to be Mike Walker, who will start from the pole spot, with Charlie Wolfett alongside him. From Owen Keenan, Charlie F. Grave, who's had a brilliant weekend so far. From Toby Alvarez and Dana Moore on this return to karting. Jacko Drawbridge and Dominic Parabic will be on your fourth row from Lucy Wilden and John Richardson. Logan Lauder, Archie Flint, Logan Hartshaw, Zach Starbuck, Sophie Paul, Ryan Rappin, and Blake Southern. From Joel Dixon Cohen, who's had a rough weekend. Arthur Brownless, Dijon Bennett, George Phillips, Oliver Keane, Oscar Keane, Jack Simpson, Lewis Gilbert, Archie Richards, Toby Arvin, Lachlan, Owen McCallum Gosh, Jensen Hartshaw, Ben Morgan, Harry Frill, and Thomas Hodge. Rounds out your rows. Let's see what happens here. We've got junior Rotax racing. Let's get ready to race, and we're off and away into turn one. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a good start from Mikey Walker on the inside. Oscar Owen Keenan will follow him into second place. A good start there from Owen Keenan. Some drivers getting pushed wide there throughout the grid, but it's a good start from Mikey Walker, who gets his way into first place. Who is that in third? It looks like Toby Alvarez has made his way into third place, with Charlie Wolfett in fourth. Owen Keenan has had a good start there. He's got the pace to win, definitely. So let's see what happens with him. He's the man who can only charge Mikey Walker. Toby Alvarez looked for the move there for second, and it closed very quickly on him. He had to back up a bit. Toby Alvarez stipulating to the driver in second to think about what we're doing there. Try and catch up to Owen Keenan. But nothing at the moment is stopping Mikey Walker, the driver who is in first, and has really pulled a gap already. It's a good gap of half a second to Owen Keenan and Toby Alvarez. Speaking of Toby Alvarez, he's been overtaken by Charlie Wolfett and has got Dominic Parabic right behind. And Dana Moore is sat in sixth place. Oh, move for second place. That's Charlie Wolfett on the inside of Owen Keenan. So a good move there by Wolfett for the NLT car. Now he's got a very flappy front nose cone, it looked like. I couldn't tell if that was a nose cone or the Nazoo. Could that lead to a post-race penalty? Obviously these results are provisional, as you see, as these drivers go through many post-race inspections to make sure the carts are legal and the drivers are legal as well. The drivers have to weigh a certain minimum weight, and if not, they can be seen as disqualifications from the race. In the meantime though, Charlie Wolfett, what a move! That was so far back. How did he get that car stopped? Wow! Charlie Wolfett has made it to the lead of the race on the third lap of the race. Mikey Walker has dropped to second. Owen Keenan in third. Well, this is going to throw up the race. We know Mikey Walker's got the pace to win. Charlie Wolfett, I was not expecting that. That's my overtake of the day, I have to say. Wow. Charlie Wolfett threw everything at that overtake, got it stopped and got the kart turned. What a move it's been for the driver of the 195. Charlie Wolfett, wow, is all I have to say. Owen Keenan, here's your driver in third. He was in third. That's Toby Alvarez on the inside. Contact was made between the drivers, and Owen Keenan has fell back into fourth. Now, I don't know how Keenan will be feeling with the fact that Alvarez is starting to defend and the drivers are pulling away in front. It looks like it's going to be more of a 1v1 now between Walker and Wolfett. Alvarez is in third from Parabic, and Owen Keenan and Dana Moore, who has caught up to the back of Owen Keenan and is going to look at a move into the last corner. Yes, he does. And a brilliant move there by the 41 driver. That's into fifth place. Owen Keenan, he's not very happy indeed. I am not surprised. He's gone from a podium spot down to sixth place, so he's got some work cut out for him. What a race it's been though for Charlie Wolfett. He's deserved that win. If he gets to it at the line, we've still got another 3 minutes left. For Charlie Wolfett, the best overtake I've ever seen for a lead change. And the best overtake I've seen all today. Dana Moore, what a move that is from Dana Moore on the inside of Dominic Parabic. Well, that last corner is very useful for late overtakes. And Dana Moore has taken full usage of it. Down the inside on the final corner. The Kim Bolton corner, stating to its name. Kim Bolton, a track full of overtaking opportunities. You get a real mix as a driver here. You get the whole technical section here as they go through sector 2, but then you also have the long straight bits where you can open up your engine, and that's where the fine tuning of these engines will come into play. There's many aspects of the kart that will come into play. The gear ratios and the and how the engine will perform. Drivers do spend quite a bit of money on their performance. You do need performance to win at the front. Archie Flynn is having a good battle there with Joel Dixon Cohen. So how has Cohen got on? He's made up 11 places so far, from 18th to 7th. A good move there from Joel Dixon Cohen. And who is he going to be chasing down? Owen Keenan. Well, Keenan, I don't think we'll want to give up any more places because he's already had enough of getting lost by 3. And it has been a very good race so far from Charlie Wolfett, who's still leading the way. There's no Charlie F-Grave on the screen. F-Grave's not had a bad race. He's only lost 5 places. And he is doing a really good job holding on to that top 10. Definitely not something he should be ashamed about. He's had a really good race and is making big strides through the field. And it's definitely someone to watch out for, whether he stays in junior racing or heads up to the senior classes. I would not be surprised to see him at the front of the pack. Joel Dixon Cohen there on your screens. Very subtle with his movements. You can tell he's quite a relaxed driver. Doesn't think much of it and focuses more on his laps. The battle at the front now. Mikey Walker versus Charlie Wolfett. Who will be coming out on top here? We've got 25 seconds left on the clock, plus the additional lap. And Charlie Wolfett, who made that move at the start of the race, will he be getting shown the same remorse from Mikey Walker? Let's see what happens. We go through the second last corner. He goes for it! Oh, that was so late! Oh, that was very close though, because he didn't really get the kart alongside, so he couldn't do it. But now, does Wolfett know he's going to be doing that the next lap? Because I think Mikey Walker might have a take two at that. Well, that was later than the word late. That was full on send it mode, and didn't get it sorted. Was that the last opportunity though for Mikey Walker? Let's wait and see. Drivers are coming around now to start the final lap of the race. And as I say that, actually, the last lap board has already been shown, so it's now going to be the checkered flag. Charlie Wolfett wins in Junior Rotax. What a race it was for Charlie Wolfett. Made that move when he needed to, and probably one of the best moves I've ever seen all day. So Charlie Wolfett wins my overtake of the day. And Mikey Walker sits for second place. Now he could be quite ashamed about that, but very happy as well. He takes that podium spot with Dana Moore. Dana Moore! Don't wonder how I've heard that song. Dana Moore makes his way into third place and is on the podium once again on his car in return. Good job there by Dana Moore. He has been joined by Tobian Alvarez in fourth, as well as Dominic Parabec in fifth, and Owen Keenan. He won't be very happy about that sixth place. And Joel Dixon Cohen up 11. That'll be good for his championship. So a very strong race there in Junior Rotax. Now moving over to our second pair of Rotaxes. as we head over to Tyro's and we get ready for our first O-Plate this weekend. The Junior Tyro O-Plate is up next, and let's see who comes out on top. Junior Tyro up next. So the Junior Tyros are heading out on circuit. Oh, problem for the drivers. I couldn't really see who that was. But this is how the grid is going to be. It's going to be Harvey Williams, who starts from the pole spot. From Sam Aston, Archie Gale, Sam Cadet, Maddox Chan, Oliver Gibson, Jacob Aston, Max Flately. From Daniel Parsons, Luke Crocker, and Bertie Soul, and Nicholas Buss. Rounds out your grid. So the Junior Tyros are getting ready for their first O-Plate. That's what's been an eventful campaign for the Junior Tyros today. They have experienced it all here at Kimbolton, and their O-Plate is getting ready to go. It's going to be a very exciting one, and there's multiple drivers in this that could be in the chance of winning the O-Plate. Let's see how they get on at the start. They'll get in the tram lines, and they'll be off and racing. So as they go into turn one, let's see what happens. Watch out for Williams on the inside. He gets the car stopped, and he's into the lead of the race. That's a driver getting a bit tangled up there, that like 21 car. But as they come round, it's going to be Harvey Williams who holds on to the lead. Sam Aston has made his way into second place, and I think Archie Gale has hold on to that podium spot. So a good start there by the top three drivers. It has been a long weekend for the Tyros, but they have had a huge amount of fun. And now they've got one last chance to battle it out, to take the win and hopefully bag themselves a O-Plate. So far it's going good for Harvey Williams, who has held the lead after the first lap, and as well as Sam Aston, who is into second place. So Sam Aston, the only driver at the moment who could have a chance of getting onto the back of Harvey Williams and maybe having a chance to fight for that lead. Let's see what happens. We've still got quite a bit of time left. Just clocking down under 6 minutes. So anything can happen in these races. Tyro has a affordable championship, which is always good to see. All these drivers are privateers, or they run with the Tyro team. Every driver will be supported by the Tyro team, who help to make sure that the racing is fair and to a affordable standard. Harvey Williams is getting chased in now from Sam Aston. And could this be a move in the Tyros? It has been a good weekend from the Tyros, and Sam Aston has really been up there this weekend. He's had to battle his way through the heat and has been consistent all the way through, which has put him in a good spot for the final. Archie Gale is right behind from Oliver Gibson, and this is the move for the lead for the O-Plate. This is going to be the number 21 of Sam Aston on the inside, but on the cutback. Oh, they rub wheels down into turn one. Let's see what happens in turn one. Oh, they come together. Oh, that was very close between Harvey Williams and Sam Aston. And who's that that's gone through as well? That looked like Archie Gale. So that nearly ended up in tears for some of those drivers. But it is Sam Aston who has taken the lead of the O-Plate. And he is one step closer than everyone else to holding that O-Plate. But it's not over yet. 4.5 minutes still left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Let's see what Williams can do to fight back. He's had a very eventful season so far, and has been up there in the Tyro category. He's felt to the kart very well and has learned to adapt to what he's driven before. These drivers coming from either the mini Tyro class or the rental karting scene. I think Williams had a look there at second place for Gale. Couldn't get it done though. Now will he have a look into the final sector? It's a good opportunity as he runs a bit wide there, so he's going to have to be pressured by Oliver Gibson. And I think Gibson might go for the move here. Yes, he does. So down the inside goes Gibson, and Williams' race is going from bad to worse here. And they will tangle each other as they come around the final corner. And will Gibson have another look? Yes, he does. So back onto the final podium spots goes Williams, or does he? Brilliant move there by Gibson. Manages to hold around the outside. And the number 19 comes through as well, Jacob Aston. So Williams is not having the best race here, and he's got a lot of work now to make his way back up to the front if he wants to. Williams is going from bad to worse here, but at the front it's still Sam Aston who leads the way from Archie Gale. Williams is stipulating to the drivers behind, saying, why are you overtaking me? Why are you trying to fight me? I want to win this race. And number 19 is going, well, so do I. So junior Tyros have been really good so far this weekend. This final has been very exciting, and it's going to go down to the wire for this O-plate. But this is only if Sam Aston can be caught by Archie Gale. So far it's a 6/10 gap. That can soon be closed down if Aston makes any mistakes. And it's going to be interesting as Jacob Aston is closing into the top 4 here. So it could be a battle with the Aston brothers. But Sam Aston is flying at the moment. 42.6 from him, and the fastest going to Jacob, his brother, a 42.4 on that last one. So Jacob is the quickest driver out on track at the moment. Number 19. A very close race this is, from 2nd to 5th. And what will these drivers do now when it comes to working together to try and get back onto Sam Aston? Sam has been driving a very good race, and is that a move from Jacob Aston on the inside of Williams? I think it is, but couldn't get it done on the exit. It's very hard to get that move right. If you don't get the speed out of the corner, you can very much see yourself dropping behind the driver you tried to overtake. But this has been a great race for Aston, and the Tyros definitely deserve a round of applause when they're finished with this race, because they have been providing some brilliant racing for us to watch. And these drivers are not putting a foot wrong at the moment. It is still very close indeed, and anything can happen still. Now, I thought Williams was going to have a look there at a move on the driver in front. That's Oliver Gibson, the number 81 kart. But Sam Aston is building this gap. I can't see why Aston doesn't have a good shot of winning this race. He's actually just gone the fastest lap on that last lap, a 42.4. So these drivers, although being on a different tyre, is very similar in pace to the junior Rotaxes. It was a very close one in that junior Rotax race, and it's very close in junior Tyro as well. There is no chassis modification, so you can't change axles or anything. Oh, move from Oliver Gibson on the inside of Archie Gale, and that's the move for second place. They're going to go side by side now, and Williams is going to take full advantage of it. Gets to third place, and will he have a look around the outside for second? Not as yet, but a good recovery drive this will be for Williams. He's had problems in the at the start of this race. Was leading before making some decisions that could have been carried out in a different scenario. But this is all driver instincts. Wow, brilliant move that was for second place. Williams to the inside. And I think the checker flag is about to come out for Sam Aston. So, Sam Aston, he's not won an O-plate before, and this will be the first time, because Sam Aston is winning the O-plate in junior Tyro. A brilliant drive by Aston, and one to be very happy about. brilliant stuff that from Samuel Aston. He wins the Junior Tyro O plate from Harvey Williams. Archie Gale rounds out your podium. Oliver Gibson and Jacob Aston is your top 5. So a brilliant race that was from Junior Tyro. That definitely kept me on my feet. And what a brilliant race to round off this weekend for the Junior Tyros. And as one Tyro race finishes, the next one would be out, as the Mini Inters are getting ready to go with the Mini Tyro O-Plate final.
Special treat to carry try and race the cars.
So as one final finishes, the next one starts, and it's going to be the Mini Inters who are venturing out on circuit. And let's see the grid. It's going to be Max Wheatley who starts from pole from Hayden Fisher and Jensen Sale. And it's Adam Judicus and Akil Nagioni on who starts the row 3. She's joined by Serene Gallagher, Oliver Barton and Nelson Taylor from Jacob Underhill, Ayla Bell, Noah Hobson, Ryan Townsend, who's had he's starting near the back of the field. So what's happened to Townsend? Watch out for Townsend driving through this grid. He's going to be joined by Toby Wortley and Logan Barker and Matthew Willey. And it looks like Hayden Berlin will be starting from the pole spot. He won the O-Plate here last year and is looking to do the same this year. Let's see what happens then in Mini Inters as they come round to start the final. And is it going to be green? Not as yet. It's a false start for the Mini Inters, and so will be for the Mini Tyros. And it looks like one of the Inter drivers has got stuck behind the Tyro drivers, which may be the solution as to what has gone on with the full start. So we'll let the drivers bunch up once again, and we'll go around once again. So Max Wheatley, who is actually leading the championship here, 537 points before the weekend. He has definitely extended his championship lead. I do wonder what has happened to Townsend. Obviously, post-race inspections do come about, and front fairing penalties are also applied. So maybe the final results from the heats have been changed. But let's get racing in the Mini Inters as they come round the final corner. Let's see what happens here in the Mini Inters as they start. And will they go green? Yes, they go green. So down into turn 1. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be Hayden Fisher on the inside, and he has a brilliant start, and he's made his way to lead. Oh, has he? Max Wheatley tries to have a go at him and can't get it done. So Max Wheatley is Fisher stipulating, and Wheatley to the inside. What a move from Wheatley. Fisher did not get caught out. Quite surprised there from Wheatley. Wheatley has made his way into the lead. Watch out for Jensen Sale from behind. Will Sale have a look at second place? Not as yet. I think he'll save it to the last corner, to the Kim Bolton corner, where he'll go for the move. Yes, he does. Sale to the inside, and he'll sail past. Oh, actually, will he? He's got a bad run coming out that final corner. That is the problem with going for the move on the final corner. You can lose a lot of momentum, and it will slow you down the start-finish straight. So, the end of the first lap, it's Max Wheatley who takes the lead from Hayden Fisher. Jensen Sale in third. And it's Alene Goni who's in fourth, from Adjuticus in fifth. And if we look at our Tyros, it's actually Hayden Adams who's taken the lead in the Tyros, from Hayden Berlin in second. So the Mini Tyros have got a change for the lead, and maybe we will soon in the Mini Inters. Jensen Sale to the inside, and will this be a move for Gioni as well? Not as of yet. As they go down to the first corner, Fisher is onto the inside, and this is going to work perfectly in Wheatley's favour. He's going to want to keep pulling away from the gap of the drivers behind and move on further up. Jensen Sale's having none of it. He goes to the inside on Fisher. And that is a good move for Fisher. And I think that is Townsend right behind, who is having a go at Adam Judicus. So Townsend, who has had a hard final so far, and to start so far down, is making up for it. And he's going to go for the move. Yes, he does. What a move that was from the number 23, my apologies, who makes it through and signals to the driver behind, who let's go and work together. And he takes no notice of it. Adam Judicus goes to the inside and can't get the move done. So Townsend, we know he has the pace to win. Let's see what he can do. He's got 4.5 minutes to prove what he can do in this final. Jensen Sale is in second, and is Hayden Fisher going to try and close down on the two in front. Let's see what happens. Max Wheatley has pulled a brilliant margin of around a second, but anything can still happen. We've seen events in the past where drivers who were at the lead have pulled margins, and then incidents and problems on their behalf have sent them flying down the field. So anything can happen in this race. Let's keep watching and let's see what happens. It's going to be a tight one in this one, especially for the drivers. Let's have a look back to our Tyros, and it's still Hayden Adams that leads from Hayden Berlin. So Hayden Berlin, oh, I say that, move for the lead. It was Hayden Berlin and Izzy White who got past Hayden Adams. So a move in the Tyros, and it sees Hayden Berlin take to the lead. Now here's Serene Gallagher, who goes for a really late move there on the 195. Couldn't get the car stopped. The 105, my apologies. He had a little luck there, but couldn't do much of it. Adam Judicus is having a battle with one of the drivers. I think that might be Gioni. But a good race so far for the Mini Inters. They've had a good blast out there. And these drivers are really having fun out there. It's all about having fun in karting. Despite the professionalism, it's all about, especially for these cadet drivers, it's all about having fun whilst you can. These drivers are renowned to be making these their career one day. We could be watching the next F1 drivers, we never know. So as we come across some of the Mini Tyro drivers, they will be getting out of the way. So good job by the Tyros. Obviously it's really hard for the Tyros, as they can get caught up in quite sticky situations sometimes, but they do a good job as always to get out of the way and not ruin the Mini Inter race that's going on, as they have got 2 minutes left plus the additional lap, and it's going to be a good 2 minutes left. It's got Max Wheatley, who has still pulled the gap, and it's just getting bigger and bigger. Jensen Sale is sat there in second. He's still finding his way through with Fisher. Will Fisher have a look on Jensen Sale? We'll have to wait and see. But the drivers not really doing much. There's a battle there for your Mini Tyro final. So the O-plate at the moment is being held by Hayden Adams. But the drivers in the Mini Inters, there they are. Second, third and fourth is Jensen Sale with Hayden Fisher and Graham Townsend. What will happen in the next couple of laps? Townsend really close in there on the braking zone. And will he have a look on Fisher? He might have the straight line speed. If you have a look, they're going to get past one of the Mini Tyro drivers, and will this be an overtaking opportunity? Not just yet. Going to have to wait his turn. Townsend, oh, actually goes for the move on Fisher, and he tried to get the move done but couldn't get it sorted. Now Fisher is speculating to his teammate, saying, why are you overtaking me now? Should we really be thinking about Jensen Sale up in front? And speaking of Jensen Sale, he's pulled a bit of a gap already, and it's Townsend who has the fastest lap of the race. So maybe listen to Townsend, Fisher, and maybe he could be helping you with that podium spot. Townsend is really fighting now, and here's the battle for the Mini Tyros. So they're battling for their O-plate. As Jensen Sale is about to close in on them. Max Wheatley has gone through them, so no problems as of yet for the mini Tyros. And the driver of Jensen Sale in that number 40, he will just make it past the driver who is leading the final in the Tyros for the O plate. That'll be number 52 of Hayden Adams. And that's a good move there by Townsend. That was on one of the back markers, trying to keep right behind Hayden Fisher. So now the drivers have got past the mini Tyros. It's now a battle to the finish. And let's see how it plays out. I think Fisher has got a bit of a gap already from Townsend. Max Wheatley is driving brilliantly so far. And this is actually the last lap of the race. So Max Wheatley has only got half a lap to contend with. And as the sun starts setting around the circuit, we are about to crown another victory for Max Wheatley. He won the K-Plate here last time out at the Kimbolton Festival, and he'll come round the final corner and will take the win in Mini Max. A brilliant drive from Max Wheatley, celebrates like he owns the circuit. And Jensen Sale finishes in second. Max Wheatley, you can call yourself the king of Kimbolton. And Hayden Fisher rounds out your podium spots. It was a brilliant race in the Mini Tyros as well, and that was won by Hayden Adams, who will take the O plate in Mini Tyro from Hayden Burling and Izzy Wykes, who were really close at the end there. It was a second that separated the top three. So a good job there from the Mini Inters and the Mini Tyros. Some good racing from the Cadet drivers. And now we're going to go from some of our young drivers to some of our older drivers with the TKM Extremes coming up next. So let's get ready for some TKM Extreme racing. It's going to be Joseph Booth, who starts from the pole spot, from Lee Robertson and Spencer Lane. Kean Bennett and Charlie King from Bradley Peck and Luke Jarman. It'll be Harvey Charter and Sean Abbott from Patrick Leaf and Michael Cordell. Charlie Whitehouse and William Bloom from Jake Cox and Jessica Fitchell. Al Patterson and James Whittaker from House of Morrow and Gareth Haynes. From Thomas Shaw and Oliver Bowen to Olivia Jenkins and Luke Woodward. Charlie Gellard and Ashley Ruggles from Jack Stewart and Harvey Jones. It'll be Harry Higgs from Jen McKinney, Ben Cowley to John Stafford, James Munro and Kai Springfield, who I don't think has made it out of the pits yet. So problems for Kai Springfield, and he won't be joining us in the final. So Joseph Booth has had a brilliant weekend so far, so has Leo Robinson. That is why they've taken the first two spots on the grid. Let's see what goes on. We've got another 7 minutes plus a lap of racing, and this will be a exciting one for the drivers. TKM Extreme always provide brilliant racing, and of course it's the TKM Festival. So let's get the final started and let's see what happens. It's going to be a full start for the TKM Extreme drivers, so they'll go around once again and they'll probably take a second attempt to start this race. So problems for drivers. Now, I've actually got a DNS coming up for Michael Cornell. So Michael Cornell, who was supposed to be starting about 10th-ish, is not out on circuit. So problems for Cornell. And problems as well for Kai Springfield. Means those two, who are very strong drivers, won't be starting this race. The TKM Festival for them is over early and out. So Joseph Booth take two here at Kimbolton for their finals. And it's going to be with Lee Robertson alongside Spencer Lane and Keane Bennett on the second row. Charlie King and Bradley Peck from the third row of the grid. Many drivers in this race could possibly win this TKM Festival, and it's going to be a battle of the fittest. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a go in racing here. And is there a problem for Lee Robinson? He's had a really bad start there and has not made it past top 5, I don't think. So a problem's there for Lee Robinson, but it's going to be Joseph Booth who takes the lead in this race from Spencer Lane, and Charlie King has worked his way up to 3rd. Leo Robinson is now in 4th, so I don't know what happened there to Leo Robinson, but I think he may have oiled up at the start, and that meant that when you basically oil up, you don't really go anywhere at the start. And he's going to have to work with Kean Bennett, who's behind him, to try and make some sort of move and some sort of progress in this race. We've still got 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. And let's see what happens. So it's going to be Joseph Booth who will lead them after the first lap. And Lee Robinson is on the inside of Charlie King. And that was a good move. So will the two work together? The driver of the number 2, who is with Class and Motorsport, who are proudly sponsoring this event. So they will be looking to gain some progress here. Kean Bennett is right behind. The Classen family spread over generations in this field in motorsport, and karting is their homeland. They are some of the brightest stars in karting. You'll always hear about an Ashley Klassen somewhere. And it's Joseph Booth who still holds on to the lead there. Spencer Lane in 2nd place from Leo Robinson, who slides into turn 1. Really aggressive on the brakes, using every inch of that brake pad to get the kart stopped. And Charlie King and Kean Bennett will look for a move on King, and that is a very clean move from the two. Good job by King to slot back in. Now let's see what Bradley Peck can do. He's right behind King. So it's been a good start here for the TKM Extremes. Luke Jarman is there behind Peck. A bit further down. Oh, King, late move there on Kean Bennett. Will that be a move that will get sealed? No, I don't think so. Kean Bennett will fight back. Leo Robinson, what a move that was for 2nd place, and he's got the move done on Spencer Lane. Leo Robinson is into 2nd place. Good move there by Robinson. He's also got the fastest lap of the race as well to go with it. So a good start from Robinson, who had to make up for the lost progress at the start of the race. Now these drivers are starting to spread out a bit. So will this be something to worry about here when it comes to the latter stages of the race? So far, Booth is having the time of his life right now. He has got a 4/10 gap and is slowly pulling away from Robinson. I say that. Robinson, another fast lap of the race. Could this be a late move for Robinson? He has got the pace to win. He's just going to set the fast lap again. Is this the time for Robinson? Let's see what happens. Will he throw a dummy into the bus stop? No, he doesn't. Booth defends quite nicely, but these drivers are teammates. They need to watch out for what they do. They can't afford to hit each other off. Around the downward and complex, and it is Leo Robinson who is in 2nd place, who has recovered quite nicely from his poor start. Now he had a look on Booth going into there, but Booth defended quite nicely, and this defending is only going to bring the rest of the pack in. Charlie King is there in 4th, and he has got his head down. Leo Robinson to the inside. What a move that was from Leo Robinson, but will he get the car stopped? It's going to be Booth and Robinson side by side. Booth just about holds on, pushes Spencer Lane a bit wide, and will that be a motion for Charlie King to come through? Not as yet. That got very close between the two TWM karts. Just about holding their way through. And anything can happen still in this race. We've only just really gotten started. It's going to be a race to the line. Anyone can win this race, depending on how Leo Robinson places out. If he keeps defending, he's going to draw more karts in. He really needs to get his foot down and just go. But the slipstream is so strong in this race, anyone can win it. Leo Robinson really strong in the brakes going into turn 1. He gets the kart sliding, kind of gets it pointed, coming out of the corner. Let's see what happens. He's going into the Derek's corner now, and is very quick through there. So will Robinson be able to be caught? Let's see, because Joseph Booth, he's had the pace, but does he have Leo Robinson pace? Because Robinson, with that fastest lap, he's not one to stick around He wants to be on his own path and really get away from the rest of the pack. Harvey Charters made a good move there on Kean Bennett, so that was on the K-Plate driver. He's got his way into 6th. And a strong drive through the grid, has to be said, for Oliver Bowen. He's made up 10 places, he's into 11th place. So he is knocking on the door of the top 10. But it is Leo Robinson who is holding his way through the Derek's corner. And it's Joseph Booth and Spencer Lane in 2nd and 3rd, from Bradley Peck in 4th. And Charlie King there, who rounds out your top 5. The driver who finished 2nd in the championship, in the British Kart Championships. He knows how to drive in TKM. But Joseph Booth, does he have the straight line speed to stay with Robinson? He's not really making any sort of progress at the moment. And that last lap, Booth was 200ths down on Robinson. So it is going to be, Bradley Peck makes the move on Spencer Lane, so that's for the final podium spots. Now, should we watch out for Bradley Peck here? He was the fastest on that final lap. And he's not fastest lap pace, but the track is starting to slow down a bit. So, well, he had, Jem McKinney. Jem McKinney, the number 52 car, has been spun around. And that is a bad way to end your TKM Festival. So, 28 seconds on the clock. And let's see what happens. So Bradley Peck, he has got the speed and agility to win this race. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a tough one. Leo Robson is side to defend now. So Leo Robson now feels like he's being applied pressure from Booth. And Peck is now involved. Is this the time for Bradley Peck to come out with the unexpected? In motorsport, you never expect the unexpected. Bradley Peck goes to the outside, can't get it done, but has he got the straight line speed? He's going to trying to get overtaken by Spencer Lane. This is going to be exciting now. The last lap board is out. It's a 1-lap dash for the TKM Festival. And it's going to be Leo Robinson who goes side by side. Spencer Lane does the double. What a move from Spencer Lane, from 4th to 2nd in one corner. Wow. Is this the time for Spencer Lane to make the move on Leo Robinson? We'll have to wait and see. There's only half a lap left. And it's going to be Leo Robinson who comes round the Dan Weldon complex. I think he's got enough of a gap now for Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane, he gets the head down, but it won't be enough. He can't do it. It's going to be Leo Robinson round the final corner. He will come and he's going to win the TKM Festival. Well done to Leo Robinson who wins the festival. And it's Spencer Lane in 2nd place from Joshua Booth. Charlie King and Bradley Peck round out your top 5. They all come in at once. It's 8 seconds that separate the top 20. And wow, what a race it was from the drivers. But Leo Robinson, the man who wins the O Plate, my apologies, the TKM Festival. So the driver of Leo Robinson, the number 36, wins in that one. What a way it's been for TKM Extreme. They've had some brilliant racing all day. And it's going to be down to our last final here at the Kimbolton round 7 of the Club Championship. And it's going to be Senior Rotax for the final round. So it's going to be Lucas Enningham who lines up on the pole spot from Ralph Youngling and William Forbert. William Forbert and Jack Spencer. Real good congratulations to them too for being so high up. It's George Donald and Ewan Richards who will round out the 3rd row from George Allen and George Robinson. Luke Bate and Charlie Webb from George Hart and Cassius Staff. Ryan Hedge and William Ray from Callum Ingray and Adam White. It's Liam Natey from Thomas Pryor and James Tester and Lucas Theo from Harry Bloor and Jonathan Rowton. Michael Morgan and Joe Fox and Lucian Joyce and Neil Hepworth from Isaac Reynolds and Aaronus Sarkis to Gregory Davis, Aaron Full, Elliot Pugh and Joe Galloway rounds out your grid. So Joe Galway, one to watch driving through. He's not had the best of the weekend so far, but he's probably going to try and save it for the final and surprise some people. Lucas Ellingham, our championship leader. This has been a good race for him, and he's going to try and extend his gap in the championship. But he's alongside his teammate Ralph Youngling. Let's see what happens as they go down to turn 1. And it's going to be a strong start from the Lucas Ellingham. Ralph Youngling on second row. Oh, some troubles there. Luke Bates and Cassius Staff go together. And a couple more drivers are flying over the top. So problems for Cassius Staff and Luke Bates. The other driver's able to keep going. But it is Lucas Ellingham who takes the lead in the race. A dominant start from the Jack Dex driver. And it's Ralph Youngling in second place from Jack Spencer. And William Forbert is in 4th. So a good drive from Forbert. As the driver from the Aircraft group comes through the final corner. And down the start-finish straight, the Hines straight. And he's going to go for a move on the podium spot. So this is the move from William Forbert on Jack Spencer. And who is that looking to go through from behind? I think that's George Robinson. So the two drivers, William Forbert and Jack Spencer, who used to be teammates, have now got to work together because they need to try and chase down Ralph Youngling, who is in second place. The driver who is under the Jack Dex awning this weekend, running with Van Holland Racing. Hugh Richards running wide there. So troubles for Richards. But watch out for Charlie Webb. Charlie Webb is the man on the move. Wow, late move that one for George Robinson. He's on the inside of Jack Spencer. And he makes the move. So good job there from Robinson. Signals to go forward. And Spencer tries to look at the inside. But I think he thinks better of Robinson's decisions. And he kind of thinks, you know what, you might be the quicker driver. Let's work together. He's going to defend from Charlie Webb. So this will be a nice opportunity for Robinson to get away. Spencer playing the good team player he is. And Webb, he opens the opportunity for Webb to get on the inside of Spencer. And Spencer is starting to drag back a bit. He's got George Donald behind him. And George Donald is definitely not a driver who wants to mess around. Down the inside, George Donald goes. He is into 5th place, my apologies. And a good move there from George Donald. So let's see what happens. Lucas Ellingham has got a massive margin of 1.4 seconds. He is on the charge right at the moment. William Forbert is there in 3rd. A brilliant drive it's been for Forbert. He has really stepped it up this weekend. He has found his hidden pace and is showing it up here at Kimbolton. Ralph Youngling runs wide. Now is this an opportunity for William Forbert to get onto the back of Youngling? He'll go for the move. That's a late move, and he gets it done. What a move from William Forbert. William Forbert is having the race of his life right now. This has been the best weekend in his karting career for William Forbert. And Ralph Youngling is staying in 3rd place. So he's got a charging Charlie Webb right behind him. Webb will not want to stick around. And oh wow, that was late. Ralph Youngling to the inside of William Forbert. William Forbert now has to drop to 4th. Now he's going to wait because I think he knows Charlie Webb could plan a move. Oh no! Contact between George Robinson and William Forbert. So I think I need to stop talking here because I am a commentator's curse. And the driver, move from Charlie Webb on the inside of Ralph Youngling. George Robinson's in the wall. What has gone on in the last couple of laps? Ralph Youngling is back on the inside of Charlie Webb, but Robinson into the wall, and I think that was by his teammate Jack Spencer. So Spencer having some troubles there. William Forbert though. What else is there to say about William Forbert? He's had such a good weekend, and it's all gone to tears here at Kimbolton for round 7 of their championship. Wow, what a last couple of laps it's been. These finals have really been the matter of nothing happening and then it all happening at once. So Charlie Webb is the driver in 2nd and is also 3rd in the championship. So he's trying to gain as many points as possible, and this will do his championship any good. I think that was a move there from George Donald on the inside of Ralph Youngling. So that's the move for 4th place. Or 3rd place, my apologies. That'll be for the final spot on the podium. There's Harry Blaw on your screen. So watch out, Harry Blaw. He's actually got the pace. Joe Galloway. Now, I haven't really talked about Joe Galloway for quite a while. He's sitting in 12th. He's made up 20 places, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. Joe Galloway on his debut back to karting. He hasn't been karting for over a year, and he is having the race of his life. He has started off strong here at Kimbolton and is sailing it through the grid. Call him Slim Shady, the M&M style. He has been sending it through the grid. And Joe Galloway, the man on the move, and he's going to be hopefully winning my drive of the day because he deserves every inch of that. So, Joe Galloway, what is there to say about that driver? Let's see what else he can do. There's still a minute and a half left on the clock, plus that additional lap. There's William Forbert on the screens. He's still up there, so he's still doing alright to some extent, but he could be a lot higher up. He could have been in that podium spot, and it's really hard to see him down where he is after knowing what it could have been for him. George Donald there on your screens. Third place at the moment. And George Donald, he is behind the championship at the moment. He is doing really well. He's below the top 10, so he has a chance to fight for the championship. He needs to keep putting in consistent results, and only time will tell. But Ewan Richards there, he's had a good race. He is sitting there in 5th, and he is not far off Ralph Youngling. But what a race it's been for Lucas Ellingham, who has led the way, and Ellingham knows how to win many races around here. He's a veteran here at Kimbolton. He's won many rounds of this championship over the years. He's won races here in Mini X30 down to his cadet days. So Lucas Ellingham really puts a lot back into Jack Deck's racing. Jack Deck's really giving him the opportunity to show himself up at the deep end. Ralph Youngling to the move on George Donald. That is for the final podium spot. And a good move there by Ralph Youngling. He makes his way into 3rd. And I think that might be a move for Ewan Richards. He has a look, but doesn't go yet. So Richards may have the opportunity to make a move. Ralph Youngling is right on the back of Donald. My apologies, no, Donald is on the back of Ralph Youngling. And hopefully a last lap move may come in attack for George Donald as two Jacks guys may work together. This is the last lap of the race. And the last lap of the round 7 of the HKRC Club Championship, including the TKM Festival and the Tyro O-Plate. And it's been an astonishing drive for Lucas Ellingham, who has moved for 4th. That is a good move there by Ewan Richards on the inside of George Donald. It won't be enough, however, to catch Ralph Youngling, who has stormed away from the 2. Lucas Ellingham, however, he has been showing it up here at Kimbolton for many years. Around the final corner will come Ellingham. He may be one of the tallest drivers on the grid. He's also one of the quickest on the grid, and he'll take the win in Senior Rotax. A brilliant drive by Lucas Ellingham. He wins here in Senior Rotax from Charlie Webb and Ewan Richards. My apologies, Ralph Youngling took the final spot at the podium. Ewan Richards fell to 4th from George Donald. Harry Bloor, he made up 15 places. A good drive there from Bloor. Really showed it up there in that final. From Thomas Pryor and William Forbert. What could have been said about William Forbert? What a race he's had, and what weekend he's had. Really good job from William Forbert. Joe Galloway up 23 places. Had the fastest lap taken off him at the end. Charlie Webb did take that one. But a strong drive from Galloway, and I'm sure he'll be sticking around for more races to come. And it was Jack Spencer and James Tester who finished in 10th and 11th. Ryan Hedge and George Robinson finished 11th and 12th. From Callum Ingray in 14th. And running out the top 15 was Jonathan Relton. So, there we go. We're done. What a race it has been for the Senior Rotaxes, and what a race it's been overall. It's been a good weekend for the Kimbolton Championship, and there's so many talking points to talk about. I mean, there's many races we could say was our favourites. And there's also many drivers who deserve that driver of the day. I think my driver of the day has to go to Joe Garraway in that last one. Up 23 places to ninth. What a brilliant race it's been for him. A good finish to the weekend. And that's it. We're done here for round 7 of the Club Championship. I've been Charlie Ellis, and it's been great to see you all. And hopefully we'll see you next month for round 8 of the Championship. Goodbye.